You ready? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I call to order this vision workshop meeting for today. Today is Thursday, January 30th of 2025. The time is 8:36. Ms. Trevino, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Saul Gonzalez, Ms. Garza. Here. Mayor Houston,
Here.
Mr. Scott,
Here.
Mr. Mendoza.
Here.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez.
Here.
We have a quorum present.
All right, and our citizen comment time period. Our first person to speak is Maxfield Baker. What microphone do we have for them? Oh, podium.
At this, how fancy. Cool. Yes, my name is Maxfield Baker, and I am here on behalf of the San Marcos Civics Club. I want to start by thanking council for having a public portion of the visiting session and allowing the community to share their hopes and dreams with you about our vision for San Marcos as well. Every year, we hear about the housing crisis our city is facing, and while we continue to build more housing, I feel that more must be done to improve the quality of housing that currently exists. Many of the affordable places to live in our town seem to come at the cost of dealing with habitability issues, poor maintenance, or unresponsive landlords and property managers. Other cities have moved to empower residents and balance the relationship between tenants and property owners by passing a Tenants' Bill of Rights, and I believe it's time for San Marcos to do the same. The National Low-Income Housing Coalition has led the discussion around this issue, collected research, and suggested meaningful changes at local, state, and federal levels to address the current power imbalance. As part of our push at the local level, the San Marcos Civics Club has been engaging our neighbors and other area stakeholders to discuss these policies. I'm asking that council give direction today to officially form a coalition to consider the 7 tenets of the Tenants' Bill of Rights, and that the Civics Club be given a seat at the table along with other housing advocacy organizations and nonprofits. I want to recognize that our city does have good landlords and property managers that care for their tenants, but we also have companies and institutions that profit off of people not knowing their rights. Many of the requests fundamental in the Tenants' Bill of Rights push for more access and transparency around the application process, the fees and rent, as well as the right to organize others and petition management to address grievances. Whatever the city and council can do to educate our neighbors, create accountability for the businesses profiting off of them, and provide clear paths for complaints will increase the quality of life for a majority of San Marcos residents. So many of the issues you'll discuss today are related to housing. And with roughly 50,000 of our 71,000 population being renters, a Tenants' Bill of Rights will show our community you're willing to stand up for them. Ensuring that our residents have safe and habitable housing, as well as access to their rights, is one of the best ways to restore trust in our local government and increase public safety. Please reach out to me if you have any other questions or seek further clarification about my request. And I still have a little bit of extra time too. So with all of that, we have, I personally have been reaching out to city staff. I believe I have some meetings lined up with some of you all, city council members. If you all would like to come and join us at the Civics Club, again, as I reminded you, you can all be there as long as you post a potential for quorum. You all are welcome to join us at our meetings. And it really is, as we've been talking to members of the community like Pat Fernandez, who works with Hart Properties, and Michael Nolan with McNabb, I have learned a lot about what a consensus around these issues is going to look like. There's even a draft ordinance in San Antonio, or an ordinance that passed in San Antonio, to give us some good direction, but hopefully we can achieve more than what they were able to in San Antonio. So thank you all so much for your time. I look forward to more conversations.
Our next speaker is Chase Norris.
All right, good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Council, staff. First, I'd like to thank you all for holding this visioning session. It's truly wonderful that we.
State your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm Chase Norris.
Thank
you. Yeah. It's truly wonderful that we live in a city that allows us to speak up about issues that are of concern to us. My name is Chase Norris, and I rent a house on Dolly Street in Oak Heights. I'm also a member of the Civics Club. I am here today to ask that you adopt the Tenants' Bill of Rights in accordance with the National Low-Income Housing Coalition's National Tenant Bill of Rights. The majority of San Martians are renters. and I've heard from our neighbors that too often their quality of life suffers because of the character of their landlord. Too often, our neighbors are forced out of their homes into motels at their own expense while their landlords repair property deficiencies. Too often, our neighbors are told that their rent is going up a month before their lease expires, giving them little time to find a new place to live and to coordinate moving expenses and moving logistics. Too often, our neighbors are paying extra fees for services that aren't worth that much or for no reason at all. Housing is very often a person's largest expense, and I want to make sure that we are getting our money's worth. The National Low Income Law Project, the National Low Income Housing Coalition, and the Tenant Union Federation created the National Tenant Bill of Rights to ensure that tenants are not prey to predatory landlords. I propose that San Marcos adopt a Tenant Bill of Rights that enumerates tenants' rights to a fair and free application, a fair lease, a habitable home, a reasonable rent, and freedom from discrimination and retaliation. Now, I know I only have 3 minutes this morning, and so I want to be respectful of everyone's time. So I've taken the liberty of emailing you some more information about this. Yeah, thanks for your service.
And Ms. Trevino notified me that Ms. Capoletta has notified us that she will not be joining us this morning. So our last speaker is Ezra Hackler. Ezra Hackler here? Going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, in that case, we will begin with item 1. Ms. Trevino.
Hold discussion and participate in fiscal year 2025-2026 visioning workshop. Topics discussed may or may not include or be limited to growth, quality of life, economic development policies, transportation, community partners, outreach, future infrastructure and facility needs, beautification and community enhancement of core services, including future staffing and personnel needs, flooding mitigation strategies, and provide direction to staff.
Ms. Reyes.
Good morning and welcome to Visioning 2025. Is this on? Get a little closer. Okay. Good morning and welcome to Visioning 2025. I'd like to welcome our elected officials to the session, as well as our directors team, community members, and members of my office. We are eager to collaborate on developing our 2025 strategic plan. Visioning marks the beginning of the 9-month budget cycle. We have a very deliberate process in San Marcos that's outlined by city code. The process starts at a high level with visioning and budget policy. These meetings provide the city council the opportunity to provide the parameters of what you want included in the budget that will be presented later in the year. We cannot get into many specifics until later in the process when we begin receiving the property tax rolls from the tax office. The schedule does provide regular check-ins, so elected officials should not be surprised by the proposed budget staff presents in August. To enhance public transparency, we are significantly increasing opportunities for community engagement related to the budget. Our goal is to ensure that the public, that when the proposed budget does not come as a surprise to the public when it's presented in the final adoption phases. For example, we present this information to the Neighborhood Commission and are planning to share it with the community in public engagement dream sessions. We are also exploring tools to tell our financial story in an online interactive way that allows us to engage with our community on a different platform. I'd also like to take a moment to emphasize that the vision defined over the course of these 2 days impacts San Marcos for years to come. We are here to review and possibly update our goals and desired outcomes to reflect your priorities. Staff is responsible for the implementation of what you articulate today and tomorrow. Throughout the next year, we will work to advance each of the established goals and keep you updated throughout the process. The budget is not created in a vacuum, and our goals should not be set that way either. Our country is in a time of political transition and uncertainty, and we are at the beginning of a state legislative session, so we must be able to adapt to changing conditions. We will kick off this session by providing some of the context. Finance Director John Locke and Director of CIP Engineering Sean Condor are here to provide an overview of our financial forecast and capital improvements program. We will also hear from Assistant City Managers Lonzo Anderson and Rodney Gonzalez and Planning and Development Services Director Amanda Hernandez regarding some of the projects and considerations for you to keep in mind as you discuss your goals. We understand of the goal of trying to keep taxes as affordable as possible for our homeowners. It's important, however, that we contemplate very intentionally the best way to get there while still providing core services to our growing community. Property tax relief must be offset with other revenue sources or the understanding and acknowledgement that certain projects will inevitably take a back seat due to funding constraints. San Marcos being so sales tax dependent hurts us due to the volatility in the economy. This was very evident last year when we came in more than $3 million under the original sales tax amount in our approved budget. We have to have more in property taxes to help change the ratio of how we get our revenues. We need a more balanced property tax base to help offset the swings in the market that come with sales tax. We accomplish this goal through intentional economic and workforce development efforts. Discussing our vision for beautification, creating a vibrant downtown area, and managing our most valuable natural resource, our river, are critical as we attempt to grow into the most sustainable and thriving community that we can be. I am thankful that council has prioritized our people and strengthening our position as a competitive employer. We have to model what we ask for of our other employers that come to San Marcos. I believe we are currently in a strong position to attract and retain the talent we need in San Marcos to serve our neighbors and overall community. We appreciate City Council's willingness to collaborate with staff on developing a plan that will guide our upcoming budget process and our operations over the next couple of years. I'm confident that we will utilize the next 2 days to better position San Marcos. Thank you again for your participation. We ask that you allow us to get us through the presentation before asking questions. We have question slides sprinkled throughout the presentation to allow an opportunity for you to discuss at different times throughout. We have also placed printed copies of the presentation and Post-it notes in front of you for you to mark slides that you want to come back to while still being able to engage with the presentation. I'm happy to announce that we also have returning facilitator joining us, Ms. Chantel Seymour. And so without further ado, I will ask Chantel to take it away. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
One more time. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Well, I have to tell you, I'm excited to be here with San Marcos again. This is important work that we're doing. And so I want to go ahead and get right in. Again, my name is Chantel Seymour. I'll be your facilitator for today. I'll make sure that we stay focused. We are also going to have a parking lot. So if we have items that come up and we are getting to like a standstill or maybe going down a little bit of a rabbit hole, I'll make sure we get that item, put it on the parking lot so we can address that appropriately so we can get the work done for our people. We in agreement? All right, let's go ahead and get started. I believe how it's setting up to look for our visioning and what guides us. We just went through that. And I do think we're going to now start with our fiscal planning considerations. Stephanie, would that be a part of you?
Yes, that'll be me.
I'll hand it on off to you.
So what is visioning? Obviously, we have returning council members, but we also have 2 new members. And so just want to make sure that not only for our council members, but also for members of our public who are joining us either online or here with us today, visioning is the first step in the annual budget process. And so through this, council reviews the strategic plan that you have in front of you. And that is something that we use as a guide for everything that we do as your staff. So throughout the next several months, 12 to 24 months, we will be hyper-focused on the areas that you lay out as part of that plan. So you actively have an opportunity to shape our community's future by providing clear direction. That's going to be a really big key for us, is understanding very clear direction about what you want to do and what you would like to accomplish through those specific goal statements. And that will influence how I and my team work together to implement what it is that you would like to see in our community. The goal areas that have previously been set are quality of life and sense of place, economic vitality, public safety, core services and fiscal excellence, mobility and connectivity, and environmental protection. And these are very important. I know that we went through a complete revamp of our visioning process 2 years ago. And so thank y'all for allowing us to do that. It was important to do it because I think that sometimes when we get too aspirational, that it can feel like we're not accomplishing the things that we all set out to do. So by having things that are specific, it allows council to feel more accomplished when we get through, for the public to see that we're actually achieving our goals. The other opportunity is to have staff have the clear direction of what your expectations are, but also wanting to make sure not only our directors team who works with you on a more day-to-day basis and more regular basis, even our line level staff, we want to ensure that they have clear direction and that they know that the jobs that they're doing every day are things that they can point to in your strategic plan. There's that connection there. So just wanted to point out that that's the importance of this step. And so you don't come up with visioning just out of the air. You come up with it based on different things that are within the community that have taken community input. There's council approved documents. You look at your community needs. We look at operational needs. We look at our growth projections. And also we cannot forget the financial capacity to implement the goals that you are wanting to set out. And so when you hear about plans not just sitting on a shelf, that's why it's really important that you use your plans to guide the decisions that you make. Because again, that's what also helps to build trust within our community, is knowing that you're taking their input, their feedback, you're adopting the plans that they've given input in, and then you're using those again to help navigate and serve as a compass to get us through some of these critical and pivotal decisions. So some examples of those are our SMTX comprehensive plan. That's something that we need to keep first and foremost, because that was recently adopted and it should reflect the values of our community. We also have other plans though as well. We have our airport, we have arts downtown, we have our flood protection plan, our habitat conservation, parks and recreation and open space, stormwater, transit, transportation, water and wastewater plans as well. We also want to build on the current strategic plan and achievements, which we will go through that because it's important to celebrate the achievements that have been made over the last several years. A lot of times we go and it's like checking a list and you're like, okay, next. No, it's really important that we stop and we celebrate, because there's a lot of hard work that goes into achieving those things collectively between council, staff, community, and it's important that we bring those things to the forefront. Also, we like to do different surveys throughout the community and get that feedback. We have our 10-year capital improvement program that is guiding the infrastructure plans for the community and our neighbors. Also, there are every year as we go through the budget process, our directors team presents to us in terms of what they need to make sure that they're keeping up with service levels, or to just try to catch up with service level demands. And so those are things that we want to make sure are conveyed to you as much as possible. Looking at existing and future community needs, again, we hear from our community members at your council meetings, and they do bring items that they would like some attention to be brought to. So want to make sure that we contemplate those as well. And then of course, our ultimate guide is the city charter. And those are the statement of goals that our community that should transcend time, because we look at those on a regular basis and make sure that we're visiting and ensuring that they reflect an updated of what our community is expecting and holds dear. So it contemplates people, place, environment, economy, and public services. Next slide. So as far as what are we going to accomplish over these next couple of days, what are we going to call a success if we get out of these next 2 days at the end? What do we want to see as our deliverable? The first step in the budget process. We want to review and revise the strategic plan goals and outcomes. And our plan is to bring those back to you in February for your formal adoption. As far as roles and responsibilities, just to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of the expectations for all of us, is just that when it comes to the vision statement, council's role is really to be at that policy level. So it's to tell us the vision statement, it's to give us the 4 or 5 goals that you want us to concentrate on, and then what are the objectives or desired outcomes. And as far as staff, then it's our goal and our job to go back and come up with strategies of how we intend to achieve the things that you've asked us to. What are the ways that we're going to do that? What are the tasks that are associated with that? And we'll make sure that we report progress through quarterly reports, progress on the website so that our community members can also follow along on what's happening there as well as council. And then one of the things that we're taking on very seriously is just ensuring that our agenda packets are as complete and thorough as possible, making sure that our agenda request forms have background to help people understand the context as to why we're bringing certain things to you, and also connecting those to our strategic plan goals as well. So what are the fiscal planning considerations that we want to ensure that we touch on over these next couple of days? We want to make sure we talk about some of the large ticket items that are upcoming, just to keep those on your radar as you contemplate what it is that you would like to see us do over the next couple of years. The unfunded department needs, as I talked about, because we are growing leaps and bounds, even above growth projections that we've had previously. So we need to ensure that we're not going to be in more of a catch-up mode, and that we try to be as proactive as possible in being forward-thinking and planning. Also looking at prior council direction. Mr. Locke will talk about that. Some of the things, for example, is council's asked us to put together a code compliance officer who we would staff, and that would be specifically to address tenant issues and landlord issues that may be in the community. You've also asked us to look at bringing back additional council compensation, and that will be coming back to you to approve and discuss at the end of February. We're also going to be nearing ARPA funding. In 2026 calendar year, that goes away. And we need to ensure that we're positioned to take on the things that and the impacts that will have on our community with that funding going away. Long-range planning and housing initiatives. We know housing is extremely important, and that's housing of all types for all people within our community. And so that's something that Ms. Hernandez is going to go through a little bit. We also keep in mind the current tax rate and making sure that we understand that we don't live beyond our means. But also that we look at the split of that tax rate between debt and operations. So that's something that we'll talk more about, and Mr. Condor will speak to that as well. And then we have this wonderful dream that we are making into reality of doing a new city hall. And again, we're really excited that we've started those efforts. We'll be meeting with the Strategic and Citizen Planning Committee in February to go through and look at just some of the initial things that we've worked on over the last several months. And it's exciting just to see those things put pen to paper, to just see some ideas. And I think you will be very pleasantly surprised, as well as the community, because there are different options. It's not just a traditional city hall, but there are senses of community that can be brought together by the plan that we've been looking at for the new city hall, making sure that people really do see city hall as a gathering place and not just a place where a bunch of people office during the day. Transition away from our regional animal shelter. That's a very real deliverable that we have to work towards, and we have to make sure that we're positioned to be as successful as possible for that transition. Our CIP program, as we heard on Monday, for those of you who attended the Wallace Edition meeting, our community members are really wanting to make sure that we're looking at neighborhood improvement and infrastructure projects. And so we need to ensure that our capital improvements program is reflective of that and that it addresses those needs in a timely manner. Also looking at future bond election to fund community infrastructure projects. A positive thing that you'll see on the achievements is we've actually finished our 2017 bond election projects. That's the last time we held a bond election. And so I'm happy to report that we have actually finished those. And so we have been gathering some things that we know we're having some funding constraints, and we're going to need to bring to council for consideration of having a bond committee to contemplate what types of projects we can put before voters in the future. And so we also wanted to discuss, because we know it's important to look at our local partners. We at the city don't do the jobs to support our community members alone, and we understand that. We have local partners within the community who also assist in providing for the basic needs of our community members, as well as other quality and sense of place types of things. So our general fund, just wanted to give council a snapshot, because a lot of times I know there tends to be a thought that we only fund the Human Services Advisory Board. And that's not completely the full picture. So just want to make sure that council has a full picture of that, so that when you base your decisions, that at least you're having it on full information, and that the community also knows that full information as well. So the general fund funds about $494,000 to our local partners, and that includes things like our youth position that we have through the Core 4 partnership. We support project graduation with the school district, Crime Stoppers, arts, special events programs. We also support our history through our museums. We do fund the Human Services Advisory Board at $550,000 currently. In addition, we get $750,000 annually from the Community Development Block Grant funding, only of which we can use about $115,000 is allowed by the Housing and Urban Development for us to be able to use for human service expenditures. Community Action Council funds $120,000 from your utility funds for utility payment assistance to help residents who may be going through struggles to pay their bills. We also fund PALS to help our animal population, and also to help with the overpopulation of feral animals. Rio Grande Legal Aid, we fund that as well, in terms of trying to help people who are experiencing tenant rights issues that they need some assistance with. So those are funded through our American Rescue Plan Act, and that funding will go away, as we mentioned, in 2026. You also have some one-time funding that you've been able to help our community with in terms of Mission Able, Operation Triage, things like rehab, home rehab, but also tree removal and things that sometimes, our community members struggle with in terms of being able to maintain and keep up with their properties. So also our CDBG and coronavirus response money that we got at the very beginning, disaster recovery and mitigation. We just celebrated the ribbon cutting of the Blanco Gardens drainage project. And so that's been a long time coming, and we're excited that we were able to celebrate that occasion as well. And then also opioid settlement that we have gotten as part of settlement offers, and we've been able to partner with Centacor to provide services to our local partners and to our community members. And so that's one thing, as y'all are going through and discussing what your thoughts are, and not just today and tomorrow, but as you go through the budget process, one of the things that would really be helpful for staff is to understand what council foresees in terms of the roles of city staff when it comes to providing different services to our community. If they're outside of the core basic services that we as a government normally provide, is it to be funder? Is it to be convener? Is it to be provider? Is it to be facilitator? So just to understand what those thought processes are and what those expectations are of council, so that we can ensure that we're able to deliver what it is that y'all are looking for in the most successful manner. So over the last several years, from 2020 to 2024, You can see there between the one-time general fund and then annual CDBG allocation, there's been funding of about $10.5 million that have gone out with emergency assistance, domestic violence, homelessness, mental health, youth services, parenting, animal services. And that other category is kind of the home rehab that we talked about, also the Rio Grande legal aid. Some of those are categorized and captured there. Not only do we fund local partners, but we also have city staff support positions whose missions and goals are to directly be resources to our community. An example is our diversity, equity, and inclusion coordinator, which I will say, as I mentioned earlier, that I know our community is going through and our nation is going through some transition. So I know there's different ways that this is being looked at. I'm happy to say that our DEI coordinator, her scope currently is a lot broader than just doing DEI initiatives. She does a lot of things through community resource and connection support and things like that. So we're going to be looking at making sure that her job description really does accurately reflect those things. Parks and Recreation staff, they provide direct services to our youth, seniors, and also providing sports, quality of life type activities to our community members. Our library staff, I think a lot of times people don't always understand how much the library is looked at as a resource for job searches, for providing assistance and research, community support, workforce development. There's a ton of things that the library does. They also just serve as a beacon for people who are looking for shelter or support throughout the day. So just want to make sure that those things are in there. CDBG and community initiative staff, again, their job solely is to work towards connecting people to information and resources and programs throughout the community that the city provides, but also that other local providers offer. Our community vitality coordinator also has network of resources, programs, and agencies that they are able to provide and get people to. Our neighborhood enhancement staff, they manage donations and teacher reuse warehouses. They check out equipment and resources for residential home repair. So people who may not have access to certain repair equipment, they're able to check these things out through our neighborhood enhancement department. And then our Women, Infant, and Children program is a program that we offer at the city that a lot of times is not offered by cities. It's actually offered through counties. And us as a city, we have taken that on. And yes, it is a pass-through that comes to us from the federal government to the Health and Human Services Agency, but we are responsible for oversight and administration and compliance of the regulations that it takes to run a successful Women, Infant, and Children program, as well as our police homelessness outreach team. And so we have full-time officers who are out there to connect people to resources where they live now and get them to shelter if needed as they encounter them. We also provide partnerships through city facilities. Our senior center on Arizona provides community programming to our community action, and that offers programming to our seniors. Price Senior Center, they offer cultural, social, and intellectual opportunities for a lot of generations throughout our community. There's a special land lease that we have to support our Hayes Caldwell Women's Center, as well as our Pauline Espinoza Hall has our Lions Club Tomb Brittles. And as we know, the Lions Club does provide scholarship and different opportunities throughout our community to help our youth who are college bound or that are needing assistance to get their education. Cock House. The Heritage Association of San Marcos runs their programming out of there. The Calaboose Building and the Cephas House for the African American History Museum and Annex, they're able to offer their services there. And then the Community Health Services Clinic that offers it's through Community Action, and they offer reproductive health care for men and women, which that has actually now gone into the village. And so they no longer are using our facility, and we're actually working with Habitat to see if we can redevelop that area to offer affordable housing for our community members. So with that, that's just a kind of a brief overview of some of the financial considerations. Our Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer, John Locke, is now going to take you through just some of the high-level overview of our current finances. So, Mr. Locke.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. John Locke, Finance Director, and we're going to begin with just an overview of the general fund. And, this is going to provide a high overview. At our next workshop, budget policy will drill down a little deeper into each one of the funds, including the general fund. We begin just looking at the budget calendar. The budget process kicks off with the city council visioning, where city council revises the strategic goals for the city, and everything related to the budget has to point back to those strategic goals. So this is an important component of the budget process. I mentioned that at the next workshop, we'll get into all the operating funds a little on a deeper level, and that's at the budget policy workshop. That is, as Ms. Reyes pointed out earlier, that's where city council provides those parameters that staff and the city manager will use in building the fiscal year 2026 budget. There will be a public hearing prior to the adoption of that budget policy. So in March, when city council formally adopts the budget policy statement, the citizens have an opportunity to comment on that budget policy. And there are a couple different times that we will go to the neighborhood commission. The first time is directly after city council adopts the budget policy statement. We share that budget policy with the neighborhood commission, and we get some feedback that we can bring back to city council at future budget policy workshops. A key date in building the budget is when we receive the preliminary tax roll, and we received that at the end of April. The property tax and sales tax make up roughly 2/3 of our general fund's operating budget. So, and it's important when we get that preliminary roll, because that really sets almost 1/3 of the revenue that we're going to have to operate on in the general fund. After we receive the preliminary roll, we'll have 2 budget workshops, one in May and one in June. And then we'll receive the certified tax roll. And we get that in July, and that is really close to the taxable value that the city will have to operate off of. That's why we don't submit the budget until after we receive that, because oftentimes there are changes between the preliminary and the certified tax roll. So the budget will ultimately be submitted to city council on August 19th. And on that same day, city council will set the maximum proposed tax rate for fiscal year 2026. After we deliver the budget to city council, we meet with the neighborhood commission again. And this is where we're just sharing what the fiscal year 2026 budget is looking like right now. After that, there'll at least be 4 more public hearings. We have 2 on the tax rate and 2 on the budget. And the budget will ultimately be considered and tax rate adopted on September 16th. There are multiple public engagement efforts that we're currently doing, and we're also looking into other new ways that we can engage the public in the city's budget process. Currently, through the city council meetings and public hearings that we just discussed, where the citizens can share their thoughts and opinions on the upcoming budget. The neighborhood commission meetings will meet a minimum of 2 times. We have a new interactive online budget book. So rather than going and looking at a 350-page document with a bunch of numbers in it, it's an interactive book where citizens can go and they can select the fund, have the numbers for the budget, as well as some graphs. So it's a little more interactive for someone who doesn't like to just look at a 350-page document. And we also have online educational budget videos. We work with our DEI coordinator as well as communications and trying to simplify the budget process and post videos on the website so that citizens can get an overview of the budget and the budget process. So some of the things that we are actively pursuing, one is utilizing a new software that will allow us to get feedback from residents. The name of the software is Balancing Act. And the way we're going to use it this year is for them to help us prioritize some of the new supplemental requests. The city already has a baseline of what our operating budget is, and each year the departments will send or submit new supplemental requests to add new projects or new positions to the budget. And this online tool will enable the residents to prioritize those. And we can use that information and, bring that feedback back to city council so they know how the residents think about the different new programs that are being offered in the upcoming budget. We're also going to host a dream session specific to the budget, and that'll be during the month of March. There'll be multiple meetings during the month of March to engage the public during the budget process and incorporate, we're looking at other ways to incorporate the budget into neighborhood conversations. Finally, we are utilizing a social vulnerability index with our capital improvement program. That's something that Mr. Condor is doing. And it's just a way that we can ensure that we're incorporating equity into the rankings of our capital improvement program projects. So just to look at the general fund, the fiscal, as Ms. Reyes pointed out, our fiscal year 24 sales tax revenue was down compared to the prior year. We were short from our budget, a little over $3 million, and we were short year over year at a little over $1 million. That is just an important consideration for us as we enter next fiscal year. Thankfully, our budget year over year is pretty much on target. We're collecting the same amount of sales tax revenue that we did in the prior year. And from a budget perspective, we're a little bit ahead. So this year is looking better than last year. Another consideration for the general fund is the COVID funding. As the COVID funding expires, there are expenses, ongoing expenses in the general fund that the general fund will need to absorb. These are multiple positions as well as operating expenses. We also need to keep in mind the transition of the animal shelter from the regional approach to a more city-focused approach. The city receives revenue from those regional partners, and as it becomes more city-focused, some of the expenses will go down too. So we're looking into that, seeing what the overall fiscal impact of that will be. We're also keeping an eye on multiple partners leaving the San Marcos Hayes Emergency Medical System. There's multiple partners that form that, and we have at least two that are in the process of pulling out of that. So what kind of impact could that have on the city? Is that potentially going to increase operating costs for us to be able to provide emergency medical services to residents? And also the tax rate split. This is the split between operations and debt. Those are the two components of our tax rate. There's always a struggle, tug of war between the two. As operational costs increase and our tax rate remains the same, it suppresses the amount of tax we have available on the debt side. And that's how we fund our capital projects, the large infrastructure projects. Touching on some prior council direction within the general fund, the general fund's priorities for fiscal year 2025 were met. Actually, it was during visioning last year that city council prioritized some different programs into A, B, and C categories. And we were able to meet all of those priorities except for increasing parks maintenance. That was the one item that we were not able to do in the fiscal year 25 budget. The budget policy sets the fund balance requirement for the general fund at 25%. And we did meet that coming in at, we're estimating to finish fiscal year 25 at 27%, which is $30 million. City Council provided direction at the November 19th meeting to look into a code compliance officer for tenants. So that's something that we also have on our radar. As well as at the December 3rd meeting, there was discussion about increasing the council reimbursable expenses. The next couple slides provide a little bit more information on property tax. This first slide looks at the city's total land area, which is 40 square miles, and it divides it up between what is taxable and what is tax exempt and what has a partial tax exemption. So if you look at out of the 40 square miles, the taxable land makes up about 42% of that amount. The fully tax exempt land, which are items such as the city, Texas State, the county, the school district, that makes up about 28%. Then you have about 30% that have a partial exemption, and that's where you have like a homestead exemption or some farmland or something of that nature. Just drilling down a little more into the fully exempt portion of that, the 28% of that. Again, this is just looking at the land area. The city makes up 65% of that amount. And you have Texas State at 7% and Hays County at 5%, and the school district also makes up 5%. Churches make up 2%, and the low income housing tax credit facilities make up about 1% of the total. Looking more at our actual tax roll, this slide provides a summary of our certified tax roll for this fiscal year. If you look, beginning on the left-hand side, you'll see market value, and the next column over has the total value. So the total market value for this year was $12.4 billion. If you go down to the next bold number, it has the total non-taxable value. That's $1.5 billion. And when you subtract that out, you get your assessed value. And that assessed value, when you receive the notice from the appraisal district in the mail about the assessed value of your home, that is essentially the taxable value of property before any exemptions are taken into consideration. So when you have a homestead, you get to subtract a certain amount of value from that assessed value. So when you subtract all the exemptions from the assessed value, the total exemptions are 807 million. You end up with the taxable value that the city can actually operate on, and that's the $10 billion. As you move further to the right, just a little more detail into that. When you look at that non-taxable value, the total of the market value was 12%. So 12% of our total market value is not taxable. And the items that make up for that, you can see in the value. You look at the exempt property, and examples of that are the city, Texas State, county, and church. The total value of those is $977 million. And if you looked at that from a tax rate equivalent, that's over 6 cents on our tax rate. So if that property was actually taxable, we would be able to generate the same amount of property tax revenue with a tax rate that was 6 cents less than what it currently is. And as you go down through that non-taxable items, it just provides that same information for each one of those. So in total, the non-taxable tax rate equivalent is just under a dime, as you can see, of 9.8 cents. Looking at that same information for our exemptions, the total exemptions make up 6% of our taxable value. The largest of which is Freeport, which are goods that are exported from Texas, but they don't remain in the state for a set amount of time. That's $355 million. Homesteads are is the tax break that city council provides residents. And you can see the total value of those is $223 million. So that's the value of property that is not taxed from the tax break that city council approved. And that it's equivalent of 1.5 cents on the tax rate. The slide after this is going to provide a forecast for the general fund for the next few years. Prior to getting to the slide, we wanted to just provide some of the assumptions behind that slide, beginning with the revenues. And property tax, sales tax, again, are the two major revenue sources for the general fund. So the assumptions for property taxes, the average growth across those 4 years will be 7.5%. And just for perspective, our 3 and 5 year average is around 13%. So that is a fairly conservative number as we're looking at this, and it should be a number that we should be able to obtain. Looking at sales tax, the average growth of 1.7%. And again, our 3 and 5 year average is right around 6% for sales tax. This past year, we took a step back in that for our average. We've had a lot of discussions on sales tax, and we know that the primary driver was our largest sales taxpayer that has a couple record years, and now they're declining back into what they're calling is going to be more normal moving forward. We're estimating that they're going to hit what they're referring to as just their normal operations sometime around the April-May timeframe. And all the other revenues were just evaluated independently. There were no fee adjustments or increases included in what we're going to see. On the expense side, we increased the personnel costs, which is salaries and all the associated benefits such as healthcare, by 5%. We assumed that we'd be taking on the expiring federal funding as we discussed with the ARPA funding. There's 4 positions and some operational expenses. There's also some new positions. There's over 31 positions for public safety, and this is, over that time span. The biggest part of that is the firefighters that are needed, the 15 firefighters that are needed for Engine 7. We also, when the municipal court the remodel is ready and municipal court moves, we'll need to add some municipal court bailiffs. And there's the code compliance officer from previous direction that we received from city council to move from code enforcement to the general fund. Some other items is the equipment plate replacement plan. There's currently a need to replace around $6 million a year in equipment. And what's included in this forecast is about half of that, and that's us replacing about $3 million. This wouldn't be with cash. These are assets that have a 5 to 7 year lifespan. So we would be issuing short-term tax notes in order to be able to fund those that in the 5 to 7 years. You can also see some of the other things that are included we do have a sales tax contingency plan built into this, and that is assuming that we wouldn't operate off of about $500,000 of our total sales tax allocation. That money would be set aside for one-time expenses, and what that does is it would help us weather a year like what we had last year, where we were short actually $3.5 million from budget. If we can just start incrementally and identify a portion of our sales tax that we're not going to operate on, then in years where we see dips in sales tax, then we wouldn't be as impacted. So with all of those assumptions, this is what the general fund forecast looks like. This is a 4-year look, and the green is revenues and the blue expenses. Ideally, the green would be equal to or more than the blue. And just based off those assumptions, that's not the case. In each one of these 4 years, expenses are higher than revenues. So for instance, in 2026, expenses are estimated right now to be about $5 million more than revenues. I did want to mention that the city is in ongoing conversations with the county on the transportation reinvestment zone, it's possible that the city's contribution to that zone may be able to be reduced or even stopped for next fiscal year. So we're just in the process of discussing that. And in the event that that comes to fruition, that would greatly, that would have a significant impact on this outlook. So based on this forecast, if you look to the right, you'll see the fund balance. It has for each year what the requirement is and what the ending fund balance will be. As we shared earlier, for fiscal year 25, we're at 27%. With a $30 million fund balance. But as we start to use fund balance throughout this forecast time, by the time we get to 2029, we would actually have a negative fund balance if we did nothing and we just allowed this to write out, which of course we wouldn't do. But just with these numbers, this is what that would look like. You also have the impact of the tax rate split. When we look at the capital improvement program needs that we have and that equipment replacement needs that we have, you can see that currently that split, which is how much of the tax rate the operations make up and how much does the debt rate make up, is 75-25. Over the course of these years, by the time we get to 2029, we'd be at 70-30. And that's a target range where we would want to where we're looking to get slowly getting to that 70-30 range so that we're able to invest in the large infrastructure projects and replace the equipment that the departments need to provide services to residents and also operate, off the 70% operation side. And now I believe Lonzo Anderson will provide an overview of the public safety staffing plans.
Lonzo Anderson, Assistant City Manager, City of San Marcos. Next slide. In 2021, consultant Marlon Price with the Texas Police Chief Association did an independent study of San Marcos PD. It's important to do that independent review periodically. You definitely want to ensure that state and national trends are implemented within your organization when it comes to policies and procedures. There was a mathematical computation that was done to really analyze levels in patrol operations, criminal investigations, and the communication division. The methodology for completing the study included reviewing reports, files, interviews, observation through ride-alongs. At the same time that this study was being conducted, there was a growth in the city when it comes to violent crime. Actually, when I looked at it from 2012 to 2022, over a course of 10 years, there was an increase of 151%. Specifically, when I'm talking about violent crime, I'm talking about murders, homicides, individual robberies, business robberies, aggravated assaults. So at the time, to determine levels of staffing, the study utilized a workload model. That's a model that is endorsed. That is a model that is endorsed by the International Association of Chiefs of Police, as well as the International City Manager Association as well too. There were several recommendations and achievement that has been completed since the time of the study. When we talk about span of control and operations, San Marcos PD on the first line supervision does have adequate supervision, but when you start to look at the mid-level into the executive staff, an additional commander was needed in that chain of command. The night commander at the time was not only supervising evening shift, night shift, but a multitude of specialized units. So recommendation was made towards council, it was approved, and now the additional commander has been part of operations moving forward. The next 3 bullet points is really a clear demonstration of how can we better serve our citizens and meet them where they are and being much more efficient. And everything doesn't have to rely on manpower. And so San Marcos PD instituted an online reporting platform for citizens to generate reports. Right now, those reports are supplements, damaged property reports, lost property reports, burglary of motor vehicle reports, and harassment. They also have included police service specialists. These are individuals, and at this moment, there's 5 of them to really handle nonviolent low priority calls. So non-emergency calls, gathering evidence, they do a tremendous job with that. And just here in the last quarter, 2024, going into 2025, San Marcos PD has fully implemented the 2 homeless outreach team members to really meet citizens where they are and being able to connect them to services to really improve their quality of life. They have also incorporated 2 crime analysts to further support preventive crime control methods. It is really their job to develop actionable crime analysis for patrol for the purpose of preventment deployment. And then just kind of going back to the initial comment about over a 10-year stretch from 2012 to 2022, saw the increase of violent crime in the city. It was really, really important to develop a new way of thinking, a new model in order to really combat that violent crime that is happening. Since then, the organization, Chief Sandra has integrated the intelligence-led policing model to really manage crime in the community, which has led to a violent crime reduction in the city. For the calendar year 2023, that was a reduction of 30%. And then right now for calendar year 2024, we're looking at a 20% reduction. So congratulations. The far side, Consulting Emergency Services Consulting International completed that study in 2020. They really developed a community risk assessment from a broad base of information to include target hazards and mitigation measures. It was really conveyed that actual or potential risk increases, there will be a need for more resources. The National Fire Protection Association has reinforced that our at-risk populations are those children that's under 5, adults over 65, persons with disabilities and language barriers, and low-income communities. They also did review the housing market here in this community. They did notate a large percentage of multi-using houses, which correlates with increased life safety risks for fires that are not contained by a fire sprinkler. Some of the older multi-family poses a greater risk due to the lack of the fire protection measures that we have today. And they also analyzed the natural hazards that could affect the city. More specifically, they highlighted the flooding event that took place in April 2017, where the city flooded approximately 7 inches of rain within a 2-hour period, which resulted in the fire department conducting about 50 water rescues. Also, water-related risks, specifically flooding, poses the greatest natural disaster risk to this community. Several recommendations and achievements have been completed. The first one was creating a compliance team. That's the fire chief, operation chief, fire marshal, and several other individuals within the fire department. And really their job is to ensure that the community risk assessment is maintained as a living document. They also have transitioned the responsibility of documented reporting effects of life safety prevention to the fire marshal's office. And in that fire marshal's office, there are 11 individuals that are committed to that mission on a daily basis. Something that's really important to the fire chief has increased hybrid staffing across trained individuals. So you have individuals that are not only fire compliance, but also emergency medical services. And also to really kind of realign the stations within the city to better serve our citizens when it comes to response times. Station number 2 was relocated in January 2021, and then a new station was opened in June 23, which is station number 6. They also have completed the first phase of the fire department training facility in November 2024. So we no longer have to travel to other cities to complete training scenarios for our men and women that wear the uniform in the fire department. Under Chief's leadership, he has modified the dispatch protocol to pre-alert fire station earlier when there is a reported structure fire. And also, just as important, if not more important, they have improved the ISO rating score. That's a program that measures and evaluates the effectiveness of the fire mitigation services. Just this year alone, that rating, that PPC rating is 86.73 out of 106.50%. And they really have positioned themselves to receive the top score of PPC 1 going forward. And that's really thankful to the investment by council and support by the city manager's office. The ISO score in 2007 at that time was 80 out of 106.50. The next ISO score came out in 2015. That was a score of 80.57. And then the most recent score is going to be 86.73. That's a lot of progress that has been made over a number of years. So congratulations. The multi-year public safety staffing plan success. As I stated earlier, the police staffing study was completed in 2021. It recommended adding 10 new police officers. At the time of the study, it was 112. The adopted 2025 budget was for 125. The study goal from the 2021 was 122. The fire department community risk assessment was completed in 2020. It recommended 27 new firefighter positions. At the time of that study, they only had 75. The adopted 2025 budget is 90. Station 7, which must be funded by fiscal year 2028, is 15. After Station 7 is 105, and then the 2020 assessment goal was 102. There has been a consistent commitment towards funding fire and police, which is add 2 firefighters every year after Station 7 is staffed. Station 7 will initially operate out of Station 5 until Station 7 is constructed. And from a police perspective, add 2 police officers every year and 1 operation staff member every year. Currently, the city marshal's office is undergoing a staffing study that's in progress. We're using Matrix Consulting Group. That's a group that formed in 2002. They have done over 400 police studies and public safety studies in 44 states, including Canada. Just from the state of Texas, they have done work in Austin, Bourne, Buda, Burleson, Cedar Hill, Fort Worth, San Antonio. And currently at this moment, they're doing 4 studies in 4 different Texas states right now, which is Addison, Duncanville, New Braunfels, and San Marcos. The marshal's office currently has 8 full-time staff members. From a parking technician perspective, they have 2 part-time staff members and 2 full-time staff members. Their primary duties is to preserve life and safety, enforce rules, laws, and ordinance in our parks. They do work every single weekend during the summer season, and they do provide authority for towing services as well too. And this staffing study is very important. 2024, the crowds, we saw an increase in crowds. It was really difficult to enforce non-life safety ordinance, intoxicated visitors and fights, and the crowds were extremely large. So this analysis for the city marshal's office would analyze workload, staffing, and deployment of resources, because we really do want to achieve the best use of our existing resources, as far as also looking at optimal staffing for park patrols and parking enforcement. Now we'll turn it over to Rodney.
Okay. Thank you, Lonzo. Appreciate it. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm gonna hug this mic like as if I'm in a karaoke contest. I'm gonna go over the compensation philosophy, which is our approach to keeping San Marcos competitively competitive in the job marketplace, and it's one of our strategies for becoming an employer of choice. Just a bit of background on the compensation philosophy. Back in March of 2023, council approved the completion of a market-based class and compensation study for staff and development of the philosophy. In September of 2023, council approved the 23-24 budget, which included funding for market-based pay schedules that support the philosophy. And in November 14th, 2023, council received a work session presentation from staff and our consultants regarding the results of the classification and compensation study. Then in December 5th of that year, council adopted a resolution approving a city employee compensation philosophy statement and elements. And then most recently, September of 2024, council approved the fiscal year 24-25 budget, which included funding that supports the city's compensation philosophy. Just a bit of background regarding compensation philosophy. As I mentioned, it is our formal action to attract, engage, and reward a diverse and multi-generational employee force. It does provide the foundation for retaining and recruiting employees through a sustainable compensation and classification plan and communicating our workplace culture and core values. And as I mentioned earlier, it supports becoming an employer of choice. What does supporting an employer of choice mean? Here's a quote that we took from a recent investigative study that was done. Being an employer of choice means that the organization has carefully thought about creating an environment where people want to work and have long-lasting careers. There's many strategies to becoming an employer of choice. These are some that we use: cultivating a positive workplace culture, fostering work-life balance, recognizing and rewarding employee contributions, building strong leadership, building a positive city reputation, and fostering community involvement and social responsibility. I won't go over this, but this is the adopted statement that council included in the resolution back from 2023. The city of San Marcos is committed to attracting, engaging, rewarding a diverse and multi-generational workforce. We offer career progression opportunities and total rewards packages, including competitive compensation and benefits. Our core values, and Stephanie went over those earlier, are integrity, teamwork, professionalism, customer experience, and innovation. These are the various goals that were adopted as part of the compensation philosophy, including total reward package, competitive compensation, comprehensive benefits, purposeful work-life balance, and an outside market review. We are committed to going to the market periodically to ensure that we are competitive in the marketplace. There are a couple of remaining implementation efforts related to the compensation philosophy. One is, and we're working on these. One is career progression. That is the upward movement of our employees in their career path, such as promotions, increased responsibilities, and higher salaries. The focus is to reward our employees who achieve measurable professional milestones and proficiency within their job grouping. The other is pay for performance. That is a compensation strategy where an employee's pay is directly tied to individual performance based on preset goals and metrics. The pay for performance is a strategy to incentivize high performance and align individual goals with our organizational and department objectives. Here's the slide about the results. 2022 was before council adopted the compensation philosophy. These are just some questions that we'd asked our employees as compared to a most recent survey, which was done in summer of last year, 2024. You can see some marked improvements. The benefits I receive encourage me to stay within the organization. We jumped from 64% in 2022 to 80%. I am satisfied with my work-life balance. Again, we jumped from 54% in 2022 to 67%. Another key indicator, my salary reflects my responsibilities. We moved up from 33% in 2022 to 61%. And lastly, I am satisfied with the professional development opportunities I receive. We moved up from 55% in 2022 to 71% in 2024. Clearly, we're seeing results with the compensation philosophy. The other indicator for us is the vacancy rate among our employees, and you can see various drops in our vacancy rate across the organization going back to 2018. I won't go over every individual number here, and the slides are in front of you, but you can see at the end of fiscal year 2024, which is most recent fiscal year, we have some very low vacancy rates across our organization. And with that, I will turn it back over to Finance Director John Locke, and I'll take you to clicker.
Mayor and council, just a quick check. John has these major funds to go through pretty quickly. I know we usually like to do every 90 minutes break. So we're about an hour and 20 minutes. Do y'all want to do that now? 5-minute break or in 5 more minutes? 5-minute break. Okay, well then let's do 5-minute break and then we'll pick up with John on the other major funds. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and get back started, and I'll hand it over to you, sir.
All right, thank you. Now we'll just cover some of the other major operating funds within the city. And beginning with our largest utility fund, which is the electric fund. Each one of these fund overviews will have fund considerations, just like with the general fund, as well as prior council direction, just so that we're reporting back on direction that council has provided staff and just provided an update on where we are. So with the electric fund, some of the fund considerations that there was a rate adjustment for the current fiscal year in 2025. At the time that the fiscal year 2025 budget was put together, the forecasting model did show a need for a rate adjustment in the upcoming fiscal year 2026. That information hasn't been updated yet. That's just what it was showing at the time. Another important consideration in electric fund is in 2022, our bond rating was downgraded from an A- to a BBB+. One of the considerations that the rating analysts shared with us is that electric utilities that operate within the ERCOT system face higher volatility, and we needed to have a higher fund balance. So that's one of the things that we've been working on actively. At that time, we had about 109 days of fund balance on hand, which is about $15 million. And we're estimating that we're going to finish fiscal year 25 around $36 million, which is 180 days of cash on hand. And that is a fairly significant turnaround. So we're hopeful that with our next rating agency, we might see some upward pressures to increase that rating for the electric fund. Another item that we keep in mind for the electric fund as well as the water wastewater fund is debt service coverage. And there's a legal minimum amount that we have to keep, and that's just within the bond covenants that the city has issued of 1.2. You can think of debt service coverage if you think about at home, you have your monthly operating expenses, which would be your television, your cell phone, your groceries, your utilities. All of those items are just monthly expenses that you have to pay. And then some people also have a mortgage and a car payment. So if you put the mortgage and the car payment on the debt side of things, then when you take into account all your monthly revenue and you subtract all of those ongoing monthly expenses like the cell phone and the utilities, what's left is what you have to pay your debt service. What the rating agencies and bondholders want to see is that you can cover it one time and at least 20% of that amount again. So that's what 1.2 is. So that's like you've been able to cover all your mortgage and your car payment once and 20% of that amount again. So in talks with our financial advisor, the recommended amount to be at is between 1.4 and 1.5. That is what's considered a healthy debt service coverage ratio. Anything above 1.5 is considered strong. And I already touched on the fund balance for prior council direction. Just another council direction was incremental rate increases. And this is more of a slow as you go approach rather than going several years and then coming to city council and asking for a really big increase. Coming with small incremental increases is the preferred approach that city council has provided staff. This is just a look at the electric fund bond rating. In September 2022, when we were downgraded, you can see where we were downgraded to a BBB+. That's just 2 positions above junk bond status. So we definitely don't want to see any more ground lost there. And again, when I shared the fund balance improvement that we've had, that will create some upward pressure. So hopefully we'll see that improve. We have $36 million. Yes, ma'am. Moving on to the water wastewater fund. There was a rate adjustment in fiscal year 25 in water wastewater. And there was at that time a forecasted rate adjustment needed for the upcoming fiscal year and fiscal year 2026. The water wastewater, we look at that debt service coverage in this fund as well. The same legal minimum amount of 1.2. And there's the same recommended amount. We want to be in the 1.4 to 1.5 range. A consideration for fiscal year 26 is the Alliance Regional Water Authority had a debt issuance, and the city's portion of that, the debt service payment will come online in fiscal year 2026. That'll increase overall operating expenses by about $2.5 million for fiscal year 26. Council has provided the same guidance with the incremental rate increases. And the estimated ending fund balance in a water wastewater fund will be at 139 days, which is about $25 million of a fund balance. The current requirement is 90 days. And in the water wastewater fund, we're recommending during the budget policy, we're going to recommend to city council that we increase it to 150 days. We're almost there right now. And the reason for that is just the level of debt that the water wastewater fund carries. One of the last time the water wastewater fund was rated, the rating analyst said one of the strong points the city has is that it has a strong fund balance. And at that time we had around 125 day of cash on hand. So we want to get to that 150 as the city continues to issue debt and take on some of that ARWA debt. We want to make sure that our fund balance is still considered strong. In the stormwater fund, there was no rate adjustment in fiscal year 25, and there was no forecasted rate adjustment in 26. A big reason for this was city council's guidance to use the general fund to capacity for the stormwater capital improvement program. We've done that now with this current year, 3 years in a row. Initially, when we had that discussion with council, that was about 3 years ago. And we forecasted out that general fund would have the capacity to take it on for 3 years. So we're going to be having that conversation again this year if we want to continue to use the general fund capacity. And now that the stormwater fund is stronger, where it hasn't had to take on that additional debt, we might be able to use a hybrid approach too. So we'll be coming to council with a hybrid approach where maybe we issue some debt out of the stormwater fund and some out of the general fund for the stormwater projects. The estimated ending fund balance for stormwater is 113 days of cash on hand, and it's $3 million. That's a much smaller fund. Moving on to our hotel occupancy tax fund. The hotel tax revenue estimates were reduced this fiscal year due to the Embassy Suite remodel that is scheduled for November of last year through July of this year. We were estimating also that the ending fund balance will be at 48% as of fiscal year 2025, at the end of 2025. So we met that 25% requirement. One thing to note is that the second phase of wayfinding will still need to be funded. So when you adjust for that, which is $500,000, the revised amount would be 37%. And that's a $2.2 million fund balance. Included in the fiscal year 25 budget is funding for historical restoration and preservation projects. That was a priority for City Council. And also included is use of the hotel tax funding for the city's branding plans and to incorporate a community input component for the city's branding plan. And our airport fund, the Texas Aviation Partner manages the airport, and their contract is active through September of 2030. The city has been providing the Texas Aviation Partners approximately $90,000 a year to fund an employee that helps the organization function at the airport. That COVID funding will go away at the end of this current fiscal year and fiscal year 25. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything to the city. It's just a fund consideration and just information we're sharing with City Council. Prior direction from council was to research the impact of using property tax revenues generated at the airport to assist in the operations at the airport. So just reinvesting that money that's being generated at the airport back into the airport. And the timeline for that was fiscal year 26. So during the budget process, we'll be bringing information to City Council about what that would look like, both the impact to the general fund and how it would help the airport. The airport does not have a fund balance requirement. It's a smaller fund. The fund balance in it is $48,000. Our transit fund, the general fund's contribution has been lower the past few years because of COVID funding. This is another place where COVID funding has been helping the general fund. That COVID funding will expire at the end of next year, at the end of fiscal year 26, and the general fund's contribution will increase by approximately $300,000. We're estimating to finish at 89 days for a fund balance, so we met our 60-day target. And our resource recovery fund, there was a rate adjustment in fiscal year 25, and at the time that we reviewed the forecast for 25, there was also, it showed a need for a forecasted rate adjustment in fiscal year 26. For resource recovery, we also have the council direction of incremental rate adjustments. And the estimated ending fund balance will be 161 days, which is well above the 60-day target. Is a total of $3.5 million. In this fund, we're saving up money to help fund the new resource recovery facility. And the final fund that will provide an overview of is community enhancement. There was no rate adjustment in fiscal year 25 and no forecasted rate adjustment in fiscal year 26. This was due to transitioning the code compliance officers from code enforcement to the general fund. One position was moved during the current year, and the second position is scheduled to be moved during next year, fiscal year 26. We're estimating to have an ending fund balance and community enhancement of 286 days, which is $850,000. So we've met the 60-day target. And I should have mentioned at the beginning, the budget policy states that any amount of money above the fund balance target will be used for one-time expenses. So the amount of money that we have above our target, we can use for one-time expenses. Some other council direction is to update the citywide mowing map to clearly show the city properties and rights of way that need to be maintained, as well as developing a frequency of mowing for the different city properties. And on the beautification front, developing a design guide that prescribes standard types of plantings and dedicates staffing for the ongoing maintenance of those plantings. And now Rodney Gonzalez will take over with enhancing the beauty of our city.
Thank you, John. Greatly appreciated. Mayor and council, it's my pleasure to talk to you about some of the results from that policy council direction, as well as some work that is underway currently. Thank you, John. The work that's been completed, staff has updated the citywide mowing map that clearly shows, and just the compilation of that map by itself was a feat. Took a lot of help from GIS and a lot of collaboration among all departments. It clearly shows, of course, what city properties are to be maintained, and it clearly showed what private properties we had been maintaining and we shouldn't have been maintaining. So we've stopped maintaining those private properties, and the result, of course, is savings. The other thing that we did with the mowing map is we developed mowing standards for all of our properties across the city, including a schedule for those properties. So that way, we're ensuring that those properties that need to be mowed frequently are being mowed frequently, and those that need to be mowed less frequently are mowed less frequently. The result, of course, is savings and in some cases, enhanced maintenance. Currently in progress, we are developing a design guide. We recently did that for our downtown plantings. That guide will prescribe standards for the types of plantings across our multiple rights of way. And in that regard, we'll have savings because these types of plantings require less maintenance and environmental stewardship, as well as contribution to certification programs that we have in place, such as Bird City and Monarch Champion City. Under consideration, we are considering a couple of new projects under enhancing the beauty of our city. First is creating new entry point gateway monuments, and second is installing new plantings at key intersections. I wanted to go over, of course, a premise for this new consideration. One, as you all know, our city has undergone a tremendous amount of rapid growth in a relatively short period of time. In a lot of cases, what that means is that our city boundaries are further out than what they had been before, and we have no clear marker for our city boundaries as they exist today. The other is, of course, our city has a prominence in our region, and our residents have a pride in our history, our character, and our natural beauty. And the lack of these gateways is a missed opportunity to showcase all of those great attributes of our city. And we all know that major entry points provide a really good first impression for our city. And we know that inviting and attractive gateways create a welcoming appeal for our tourists. They create a sense of place for our community, and they create a positive interaction and impression for businesses interested in our city. I wanted to go over the scope of work that we're talking about. Of course, two components: installing new gateway monuments at key entry points in our city and installing new plantings at key intersections throughout our city. We do plan to utilize a variety of elements, such as, of course, monuments, signage, art, lighting, irrigation, and plantings. With regard to the plantings, we do, similar to like what we're doing with downtown, want to create uniform standards for those plantings, with an understanding that native plants are less costly to maintain. When we do this, we want to ensure that we are connecting with adjacent property owners, who are private property owners, to convey our renewed emphasis in hopes, of course, that they might want to do the same on their properties as well. Key to all of this is that we know that maintenance of these new plantings can be expensive. We want to make sure that we have a plan for that maintenance, so we're not just doing the installation of plantings without a regard for maintenance. And I did want to note that this is like but separate from our efforts that are going on in the downtown area that were identified in the downtown area plan. I wanted to give council an example of some gateway monuments. You might recall that recently, if you look at location A, both locations on the map, you might recall recently that council took action with regard to the installation of I-35 gateway monuments. Those are going to be installed. And then, of course, a key intersection planning, which is location B on the map, is at Highway 80 and 35. That's a planting that was installed. With regard to existing gateway monuments, I just wanted to call your attention to one in particular. That's location A on the map. This was a monument that was installed by Leadership San Marcos and is in place today. As I mentioned, the concern that we have is that new plantings at key intersections will require routine maintenance. Our existing staff cannot take on any additional maintenance for these new installations. By way of example, the gateway installation at Highway 80, which I highlighted, takes 80 labor hours per month to maintain. The consideration we want to bring forward to council, as John had mentioned, is the Community Enhancement Fund. We are following the council direction, which was to, of course, move the funding of those two code compliance officers outside of the Community Enhancement Fund. Our question for council is whether or not the expenses related to these new plantings to pay for staff and for contractors to maintain them, would you consider that to be in alignment with council's policy for the fund? And Mayor and Council, we'll take a pause right there for questions, not just about these recent slides, but all the slides that you've seen thus far.
I think it might have been Mr. Locke's first presentation talking about is this on? Yeah. Oh, you turned it off? Thank you. Talking about the social vulnerability index in terms of the CIP projects.
Yes.
So that index, I know you mentioned something about making that whole process more equitable. What is that the new changes consist of? Does it, address priority of projects and how quickly they're to be completed, or, what does that entail?
I can address that question on a very high level, and Sean Condor might be able to provide additional information on it. What it is there is, to ensure that equity is being considered, there are a certain amount of points that each project will receive based on where in the city that the project is going to take place. And so those areas that are more vulnerable would score higher than those areas that are not.
And vulnerability is determined how?
I can take that one. So basically, when you look at the 10-year CIP, we have a ranking system of a 1 through 10 scale. And so we use that to help justify whether a project can be delayed or not when we evaluate the CIP. And so to answer your question directly, we look at the nationwide social vulnerable index online. We have a link to it that we use in our grants, especially the same website we use for applying for grants. We kind of look at our index, and the majority of the city is considered higher or very high social vulnerable index. And so we do have a link in our CIP that shows where that website is to use. It's just a way to kind of address those projects that we know have a higher need, that those folks are accounted for with that ranking system.
Okay, thank you. And I ask all that, obviously, it was mentioned earlier, the neighborhood meeting that we all recently attended. And some of the sentiments shared were by members of the Barrio Pascal was that, will this project happen in my lifetime? And that sentiment, I think it can be kind of telling on how some neighborhoods feel that projects may have been historically deprioritized. And so, one of the questions I asked the city manager was, you had mentioned that first year really is that permitting process that causes that length of time. And I was just wondering, is there any way projects that are dealing with flood specifically, knowing that we have such high rates of flooding, that pose a significant risk, if those things are taken into consideration?
Yes, I mean, so one thing we're doing now to help prioritize the addressing flooding is going through a stormwater master plan update, which will help us prioritize them. The council, back when we had the 2015 floods, there was a big push for council address flooding, deal with flooding. The issue we have is we don't have enough stormwater funding to even do it. The Wallace Addition project that we're just talking about, we're spending nearly, I think it's $25 to $30 million just on that neighborhood. Sunset Acres, I think we're up to about $50 million on that subdivision. But when you look at how we fund the CIP, we only have about 20 million or so for general and storm per year citywide. And so it's really hard to divvy up. And so our key, we like to do a CIP about a 10 to 15 million, is about as big as we can do. and accurate without stopping everything else in the city. And so those projects are moving forward. The challenge, particularly if we're talking about the Wallace Edition, is the county component that entered the equation about 2 years ago. So it's one of those deals we have to, the more entities are involved, TxDOT, start dealing with the Corps, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, that really just slows the project. And the number one complaint you're going to always have about CIPs, and this will never change, is it takes too long. And so what I'm trying to do to address that is we need to set the expectation up front that when the project starts gaining traction, it's going to take at least 10 years. If you're over the $10 million mark, it's an 8 to 10 year process minimum. And we need to do a better job of getting that message out to folks that it takes time. Those projects are in motion. And once we start a project, we don't want to stop it. We're going to keep it going, and we're not going to shift our focus to one that hasn't started when we already got something else in motion.
Okay, thank you.
What other additional questions? The slides thus far?
When you're talking about what's on the exempt tax base, what is pollution control and lease vehicles? And that can be a short answer or an email afterwards.
Those are exemptions that businesses receive. And I could get the exact definition and how those businesses are able to get those exemptions and provide a follow-up to city council.
That's fine. Okay, I saw a slide that had 31.5 new positions. I'm not sure if that's what we have done over the last few years, if that's what's recommended for next year, that's what you think you can get into next year. I'm unsure of what circles around that.
Yeah, the 31 and a half positions for public safety was over the 4-year span that was in the forecast. That was one of the assumptions that
Previous 4 years or future 4 years?
future 4 years.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Apologies if I missed that somewhere on the slide. You briefly, maybe it was Sean, Mr. Condor, talked about the Transportation Reinvestment Zone. Is that
Yes.
the TERS, 110 TERS?
Yes, that is
Okay.
our TRIS, yeah.
I figured, I'm not sure how many people will know what that is. Okay, on the slide where you have it 2029 with operations at 70 and debt at 30, is that assuming all of the data that you have on there that shows expenses higher than revenues?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The police study, when was that done? Anytime we're talking about a study, the year that it was done will always be helpful. The one that was on the slide,
The study was done in March of 22.
22. All right, thank you. And then, yeah, I thought it was 2021 too. For Fire Station 7, when is it that we're looking at starting to staff that up? Because it looks like we're looking at doing that before we even can start construction?
The engine, operating the engine.
That cord's not gonna go any further.
We're looking at operating engine 7 prior to the construction of Station 7
Okay,
out of Station 5, just like we did engine 6,
Yeah.
operated out of Station 5 for about a year prior to the opening of Station 6.
I
If we
I
could,
get that, but Station 6 was under construction when we did that.
right, we still need that apparatus even if Station 7 isn't going to be built for another 4 or 5 years.
Okay,
We need that apparatus today
okay,
because of the call volume in that area. When there is a call that truck 5 responds to, whether it's an accident on the interstate, a structure fire, or medical call,
Mhm.
the next closest apparatus responding to Blanco Vista or Whisper is coming from downtown.
okay, got it. On slide, I finally remember to start writing slide numbers down. On slide 45, you said something about the electric rate maybe going up, maybe it wasn't. I didn't get the definitiveness there.
Yeah, and when we did the forecast for fiscal year 2025, the current fiscal
Right.
year, there was a rate adjustment. And at that time, when we forecasted out over the next 3 to 4
Yes.
years, it showed that there would be a rate adjustment needed for fiscal year 26 as well.
Right, I got all that, but I was thinking there was something in what you said about we may not need it after all. No? That's okay. That's why we know. Okay, 47, water wastewater fund balance. And I agree, we need them to be higher. So I'm in agreement with you. But you said something about it needs to be there because of the amount of debt. Are debt payments included in fund balance?
Debt payments aren't included in fund balance. Is the higher amount of debt that the city carries,
Mhm.
the stronger fund balance we want to show, so that the bondholders would realize that in the event of a really wet year, where then the city, if we didn't meet our revenue targets, we have the fund balance to be able to still make those debt service payments.
Okay. And on slide 51,
And as they pull that slide up for the mayor, I just want to remind staff to please state your name and title when you speak. Thank you.
the transit fund, for the funds that we have that are 60-day. And I think they were 60-day because that's all we could do. So, and we've already said we want those to be longer and some even longer. So is that coming back at budget policy time? Any of them that are 60, trying to get them to 90?
Yes, ma'am. John, our finance director. And during budget policy, we will bring that recommendation to city council for consideration.
Thank you. Hold on. You need to be recognized by Chantal and get a microphone.
Yes, and before Councilmember makes that, please, Council, we're asking to use that PowerPoint slide if you have it, so we can quickly bring it up and have focus to it as you speak to it. Thank you.
Great. It's gonna be page 23 and is referring to the electrical fund balance that we're at BBB plus right now. What's the difference? Is it a rating that we get, percentage if we're up in the A's? And how much ratings are we talking about?
If we were it can be as much as a full percentage point if we are on in the strong AA, like for instance, like what we have with our general fund bond rating, which when you're issuing millions of dollars in debt, that adds up. It's millions of dollars of savings over the lifetime, over that 20-year term that you're repaying that debt. So it really adds up. It's significant.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Council, questions?
Yes, page 25. Regarding the police study recommendations and achievements. When we talk about the institution of, or the creation of the online reporting platform, of the category selected, when this discussion was happening and the recommendations were being made, was there anything that actually addressed or created a platform for citizens to generate complaints against officers? Or how does this process currently work?
Good morning, Stan Standards, Police Chief. So state law actually compels police departments to provide notice of how to file a commendation or complaint. It's actually rooted in the statute which governs racial profiling. With that said, it compels us to provide electronic notice and also written notice. And so we do both. So you can go to the City of San Marcos website and find the button, so to speak, click on that to file either a commendation or a complaint. That is then auto-generated, sends an email to Assistant Chief Bob Klett, and then he then distributes that complaint. We also have a written complaint if people are not comfortable with doing the online. And I think that is both at City Hall and also at the police department. The complaints are not required to be notarized. The complaints can be received anonymously. Does that answer your question?
It does, it does.
Okay.
And then, but do we actually share, like, is there a platform where we share, the results of those complaints, how many we get? just giving us idea year after year what we're receiving and how those things are actually being handled.
Yes, ma'am. So we do an annual report, at least we have since I've been here. And in the annual report, we typically will do a page as it relates to accountability. And we will provide the citizens the number of internal affairs investigations to include the number that are substantiated. And we'll also give a number of overall complaints. We also have a corresponding page that discusses commendations and awards.
Okay, perfect. If you can give me all that information, that would be great. And then the following page, page 26, related to the intelligence-led policing model. So for the 2 calendar years that we're talking about a decrease in violent crime, can you provide me the methodology on the correlation between intelligence-led policing and the reduction of crime?
Yes, ma'am. So intelligence-led policing is a national police paradigm. It's an approach. It's a methodology. I'll simply summarize it by saying if we give officers random expectations, we will get random results always. Intelligence-led policing seeks to do just the opposite. It posits the belief that if we know where the crimes are and we have a corresponding police presence in those high crime areas, or if we know who our repeat offenders are and we give them the deserved attention, then ultimately you'll see a corresponding reduction in crime. So our analysts, we currently have 3 analysts, they work full-time to provide us what we call a dashboard, and that dashboard gives us hotspot analysis. It tells us where all the crimes are, what the types of crimes are. There's also a traffic overlay because traffic is equally important. So based upon where the crimes are occurring, we try to allocate police resources to those corresponding areas.
And on that though, so with that, how do y'all prevent the unintended consequences of how that may lead to hyper policing, hyper surveillance in certain communities? So let's say I move into a community and it's deemed a high crime area. I have no idea. I'm not participating in anything. I'm minding my business. So how do y'all make sure that that's not what happens based on simple anticipation?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question, and I'm going to be really candid and vulnerable, and I'm going to tell you that police departments across the nation struggle with that very issue. Case in point, where do most crimes occur? The normal answer would be in the inner city. Who lives in the inner city? Typically, it'd be lower class minorities. I hate the concept of a minority because I don't think they're minor in any way. But you would ultimately, ideally, place more officers in those neighborhoods. Well, who then gets pinched in that process? The very people who live in the neighborhoods. So it's almost a juxtaposition. We need to be there, especially the elderly residents who have lived there for decades, want the police there, but the motorists who also go through the neighborhood ultimately get stopped at a higher rate. Now, with that said, it's important to note, here's what the data shows. The data shows who gets stopped isn't really the core issue behind racial profiling. It's what you do with the traffic stop. It's the rate of search incidents incidental to those stops. That's where we really need to actually drill down to the data. The data supports that most officers, I want to say almost 96% of the time, have no idea the ethnicity or the color of the person they're stopping. Okay, let's assume that that's true. What they do once they do contact that driver, will there be a search? That's the critical piece that we have to investigate. And I would submit to you, Councilwoman, that most departments across the United States still struggle with this tension. We need to be there, but by being there, we increase those percentages that you referred to.
And can I interject one thing, Chief? Because I think the other aspect of it is just ensuring that, and Member Rodriguez and I have talked about this a little bit, is just ensuring that there are clear guidelines and protections that govern the use of technology while still protecting this and respecting the civil rights of our residents. So I think that's the other aspect, is just ensuring that we have clear policies and guidelines that dictate how, once we get information, how we use information, that isn't intrusive and does not show that respect for civil rights. So just want to make sure that that's also touched upon in what we respond.
Yeah, absolutely. I ask all this to say, if we're using technology to really identify areas of crime, the way I interpret it is you're identifying areas of need. And so I would really hope that when we talk about optimizing the use of technology, that we, rather than looking at hyper surveillance, hyper policing, we're looking at, okay, let's really nail down the areas that, what's the actual need? We know that people don't just, data's shown this for years. People don't just commit crimes to commit them. Most of the time it's tied to need. And so, yes, I would hope that when we're looking at that technology, rather than just sending officers, we're sending people who are actually, on the ground to help. So, thank you.
Councilmember Lonzo Anderson, Assistant City Manager. So just want to add another layer into this conversation. And so basically what we're talking about is hotspot policing, but not necessarily in the traditional manner, but more so in a contemporary manner. And so literally over 90% of your land space in any city, my former life was in Dallas, 93% of the land space in Dallas never or is a victim of violent crime. Only 7% of the land space in Dallas at the time, right before I left, showed any type of violent crime in the city. And so you have to develop treatment plans for each of those hotspot policing. Now, when I say hotspot, I'm talking about at 300 feet by 300 feet. Literally a football field or less than a football field. And you understand the dynamics and the behaviors that's in that area. And you go into the area and literally it could be one person that is causing all the victimization in the area. And so the way that you get there is through intelligence. And so before the officers even arrive at that specific location, because we're talking about a place-based strategy, they know exactly who the suspect is. They know the MO, they know the behavior, they know the associated locations. And so it's very specific, very intentionally, that's only affecting the person that they got eyes on and nobody else. Because it doesn't matter if it's low income neighborhood at all, because at the end of the day, people want safe neighborhoods. And so it doesn't matter what your income status is. Most of the time, it's going to be a very handful, select individuals that are causing the abnormalities in the current trend that's affecting that neighborhood. So you got to have treatment plans. So one treatment plan may be high visibility on certain dates during the week, but on the weekend, that may be something totally different. Another treatment plan may be, hey, we're actually going to have a group of officers based upon intelligence that they receive that certain individuals is holding that neighborhood hostage, and we're going to do what we can from our end to be just and fair, but also prevent further crime from happening. And that's our mission. That's our purpose, and that's why we're here as well too. Now, to go on top of what you're saying as well too, you can't have one without the other. So that's all place-based intervention strategies. But you also got to layer the people piece of it too. And so the same people that are causing crime in that city, at some point in the circle, you got to come back around and get in front of them and say, hey, if you continue to have crime in our city, we're going to do our job as far as the law enforcement officers. But if you want to start a new chapter, here's some opportunities, here's some nonprofits, here's some social services that we can offer to you. And then, but we're going to support you every step of the way. And that's a program that has been done, that's been done across the nation. It's been done in Dallas. And so
And would
that's the only
probably
way.
be
Yes.
deemed the most effective.
Right.
Right? I mean, it's like a child. If I let my child continue to do the same thing over and over again and there's no intervention, who's the fault on, And that's what I'm saying is I hope that we use that as an opportunity to optimize helping people. Because safety is very subjective. For some people, seeing officers on a constant routine basis does not make them feel safe. It makes them feel targeted almost, even though it's just that one person. So emphasis on that. I know we're going to be talking about our strategic plan following this, and I know the optimization of technology is one of the things listed, and so we can get into that further, but thank you.
Thank you, Council. Thank you. And I
If I could,
just,
sorry. Let
But I
me
just-
make one
before I hand
additional
it-
comment.
Before I hand it over to the chief, just want to remind you all, we can definitely write things down for our parking lot as we go and dig deeper later today. Chief.
So I'm really sensitive to the idea that, number one, we'll never arrest our way out of these situations. We know that. Everybody in this room knows that. So to Chief Anderson's point, we've got to look for least harm solutions. But I would submit to council that in our city, we are building those options for our mental health clients. But we do not have a lot of options outside of mental health for criminal justice needs. We don't have a lot of programs. We don't have brick and mortar. So as we contemplate what does different look like, which we're doing robustly with mental health, we don't have a similar lane as it relates to non-mental health, criminal justice involved people.
Oh, I agree. And I hope to see further infrastructure in those areas because they equate to safety. 100% agree. The hope is, though, that when we do hopefully make those types of investments, that they're not rooted in punishment and carcerality. They're rooted in helping people. And if that means sending people who don't have guns on the side of their waist to make people feel more safe to actually receive those services, then I'm 100% behind that. So I look forward to talking about that further and seeing how we can make that happen.
Yeah, and as a recommendation, we really need to lean into adult and juvenile probation and parole, because it really needs to be anchored in those programs so that we can then get them back into society, as Chief Anderson explained. But good points.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to point out that we're at 10:45, just as a reflection of that. Council, Mayor, what other questions do you have?
It's actually a question that staff had. It's on slide 60. And it was about enhancing the beauty of our city. Our expenses for new staff and contractors to maintain new key intersection plantings in alignment with council's policy for the fund, and that would be the Community Enhancement Fund. Is that a question you want us to resolve
Yes,
now?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Seymour, do you want me to do this? You want to do it?
Mayor, you have the floor.
Well, we need to see if we have four that want to do this.
Do we want to take a short break
Okay.
to discuss?
Question again, this was under beauty of our city, the new, gateways. And, our expenses for new staff and contractors to maintain new key intersection plannings in alignment with council's policy for the Community Enhancement Fund. Dollars that are collected for that purpose. So we need to ask each council member, yay or nay.
Council, we'll go down the row. Councilmember Rodriguez? Yea or nay?
So the ask is, I'm sorry if I'm, the ask is what exactly?
I'll let Mr. Gonzalez.
Councilmember, I can provide clarity on the ask. The ask right now is we have the Community Enhancement Fund,
Mhm.
which purpose is to, of course, do things like maintain the beauty of our city. What we want to do is we want to install new plantings at key intersections throughout our city, and we want to install new gateway monuments. We know that the new plantings, we need new resources to take care of the maintenance. Our question of council is, do you also consider that an appropriate use of the Community Enhancement Fund?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez. Next council member,
Mr.
Gonzalez.
I'll be a no on that.
You have a no. Okay. Councilmember Garza?
So this kind of relates to one of my questions and a suggestion. What's 60? I can't answer that without this. So just first of all, it would be helpful if when you add like these things like, oh, the city council decided to utilize community enhancement fund for beautification efforts. I mean, we have 2 new council members, so it'd be helpful to put like maybe a link to, or like a reference to that meeting so we can see what that discussion looked like. Because I also added, when did we, what? Oh yeah, when did we make this decision? And then I found that, but also when does this last? Like, if we're deciding to use this money for this situation, does that mean that's the policy moving forward, or that's just for like this fiscal year? Because I want to say, in the conversation of community enhancement fund, and like the menu of like the scope of possibility, beautification efforts weren't on my like top list, but I also didn't have the capacity to do a deep dive. So I
So-
guess, yeah.
No, I can answer that hopefully, Councilmember Garza, is, so the Community Enhancement Fund, it was when it was created by the city council, and we can look and see what year that was, but it was specific to being able to maintain some of our areas and things like that. And as far as the council direction, so during, I believe it was last budget process, we started talking about it even at Visioning. We asked council about moving a code compliance officer because we had heard from council at various meetings in regard to the fact that we don't like that you're funding people out of this, right? And so that had happened with my predecessor, and so hearing that, hey, we want it more used for projects. And so that is the direction that we've received from council during the last budget process. And the proposal that we brought to council at that time was to do it over 2 fiscal years. And so that we would get one code compliance out of the budget for community enhancement last fiscal year, and then this fiscal year, we would do the second. Is that correct, Mr. Lott?
This fiscal year was the first, next fiscal year.
Next fiscal year. Okay, so I'm jumping ahead. And so what that means is it's going to create some capacity in that fund for us to be able to see how we're going to use those funds. And so we're just wanting to make sure if it's keeping in line with community enhancement purposes and it's within the constraints of the Community Enhancement Fund, do y'all see those as appropriate expenditures? It's not coming back and asking for more money. It's asking for us to utilize the funds that are within that fund once these funds are repurposed.
Yeah, I can't answer that question right now. I would have to sit and see what all is in the little menu of it all. So I'm a no for right now.
Mayor, I actually have a question before what all can those funds be used for? Like, is there,
We'd have to bring back the, was it a resolution? Mr. Carr can talk a little bit to that. He manages that, but it's what council set up the fund. We have to look at what the original purpose was when the fee was set up, but it's not stuff that can necessarily be utilized, at least the way it was intended to be utilized was really more for maintenance of the city, not necessarily for services.
Right. So Greg Carr, Director of Neighbor Enhancement. So the fund was set up to fund projects, to plant the items and put in some infrastructure and stuff. But to do that, it takes maintenance. And so we are taking out the code staff because they don't directly do maintenance. We have some staff that does horticulturists and stuff that does the plantings, that does the weedings, that does that. That's what we're asking is that, does it meet your guidelines and expectations to use these funds to fund staff in that capacity to take care of, in the summer, we have to water, we have to weed, and that all takes staff, whether it's internal or contractors. And we prefer our internal staff because we have more control over them. We've had contractors and then they come in and just weed whack everything. And that's not what we told you to do. And then we spend more time getting it built back up. That's what we're asking is, does it meet your expectations to use these funds to maintain, which includes some staff that actually go out there and do the work, whether it's watering, weeding, just plantings and stuff to that effect.
And Mayor Houston was here during the time. Do you want to speak to that at all, Mayor Houston?
Oh, yes, I do. It wasn't just for plantings. Former employee glommed onto that money and said, oh, I'm going to use it for this. That was not the total original purpose. Part of it was to have a fund so that when we have something that's making our community kind of ugly, we've got problems, nobody had it in their budget because it was an unexpected expense. And this was to be able to do some of those things, fix the light fixtures on Wonder World Extension, which still hasn't happened. We have used a lot of it for planning, and that's fine. We have overspent in one particular area. So on this particular item, because of what this fund was created for, I'm a big yes that that's what it's for. But I want to make sure that we've got those plantings low maintenance. And that's what we have not been good at before. And there was a guy, a contractor once said, before I designed this, how much time and effort do you have to spend on maintenance? First time that had been asked, and we need to make sure that's what we ask first every time. Looks like y'all are doing that. I'm a yes on this one.
Thank you.
And one other, you're right, there's several things that this is used for. One of the items that we have money from this is we have demolition money for structures that need to be demolished. So it's not just planning, there's a lot of stuff, but that's what we're talking about is true infrastructure beautification, not staff that's doing something else.
Right.
That's what I remember, and I'm sorry.
You need a
That's-
microphone, Mr. Gonzalez.
That's what I remember as well, and that's when y'all talked about just the entrance to San Marcos. I had some concerns. But so I brought that up. What is the beautification fund for? Is that
That's
the
this.
same thing? Yeah, okay. Because I remember we had another fund for the demolition of houses or whatever, things of that nature. Okay.
Council, do you,
On the, I don't want to spend that money on flowers and gardens and all that kind of stuff.
I-
On the other stuff I do.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wonder if it might be helpful, just given the dialogue right now, if the city staff sends us like a breakdown of the policy so we can better understand that, to weigh kind of like the, where, if this is like a good use of the money, or does that make sense? I don't know if there's any energy for that, because I feel like I don't want to be a no, but I also don't want to be a yes. Like I remember the spirited conversation about like the origin story of the fee and like what's on paper versus like historic memory. So yeah, I don't want to give a solid yes or no. I just want to see the policy. I can answer it tomorrow.
And can we see a breakdown on where the money was spent?
So yes, and we provided that in prior budget presentations, so that should be relatively easy to provide as well. Some of it, just keep in mind, was for staff, and that's something that's going to be different with us making this this change, right? So we'll be taking that out. The other aspect is that, the nexus of this that's important to mention is I hear a lot of times, and I see it myself, going around the city, we look very unkept.
Unkempt, yes.
And so some of it is the city, some of it is private property owners. But if we are expecting private property owners to keep up with their stuff and we don't keep our stuff looking nice, we should still have a pride in our community that looks nice. And so instead of using general fund dollars to do that, that's one of the reasons why we're looking at this, to try to see, because it's not lost upon me that I hear a lot about cities that are to our north and our south that have these gateways and have these nice maintenance, but then they come to San Marcos and they don't see that same thing. So it's, the payment's got to come from somewhere. And so we're trying to make sure that it's coming in from the appropriate place that council and the community would support, that wouldn't take away from some of the other services that we would be able to offer, maybe for general fund, for example.
Another question.
Go ahead.
Can you also do a breakdown on the areas that we provided those service on? Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're being asked a question that's in a vacuum. And it would be better if we knew what's the money that's now going to be available? What is this going to cost? How does this fit in? What are the projects? And let us maybe prioritize that list at another time. I think that's kind of what my colleagues are saying, because we are being asked without further information. And it is a tough decision in that manner.
note taking? Thank you. Council members, any additional questions?
I'm a yes. That's fine. No, actually,
You're a yes for this.
yeah, well, I'm a yes on the question itself. I'm gonna stay on the question.
If you're talking, you need to be in the microphone first.
I'm a yes on the question itself. I'm gonna stay 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 on the question itself. I'm gonna stay
So I'm actually confused about what the specific question we're being asked, because I'm looking at, I guess, the bottom of the slide. About if, I guess, we're okay with utilizing this fund to pay staff. So if that's a specific question, I'm gonna be a no, but I'm not, I guess after all the questions have been asked, it sounds like we're just talking about the fund in general, so I don't know what the specific question we're talking about right now is.
So just for a point of clarification, it sounds like we're not gonna do the vote and we're gonna table it until we get more information, because that would be more comfortable.
That's what I last heard from mayor
Okay,
and
cool.
council. Okay. Thank you. What other questions do you have on any additional slides?
Bad with mics, oh, they stress me out. Okay, can y'all hear me? So earlier in the presentation, Ms. Reyes raised an important point about contemplating our role as a city, and that's something that has been posed to us as a council in prior visionings and budget settings. So whether we see our responsibilities extending beyond traditional core services, roads, safety, utilities, right, that's the jam. And with that in mind, so some of my questions and comments, I think they're mostly meant for us to reflect as we go throughout the process. Because I think it's unclear to me when we're actually going to unpack that. But on page 10, the quality of life funding slide, so that it lists several programs, initiatives. I think it's page 10. And slide 10, my bad. Is that it? No, I'm kidding.
It's still following.
Yeah, maybe it's 11. Okay, so it lists like programs, initiatives, services funded through a couple of sources, including like, I think we said it was, is it social services, general fund, ARPA? Is that just like a mix up, a mix? Okay. And some are federally mandated sources like WIC and CDBG. So given that some of the programs are federally required and funded, I think it's worth asking, can we truly say we're enhancing the quality of life for our residents beyond like the traditional scope of the basic functions, or are we simply meeting the bare minimum required of us? I think it's important to frame it that way, especially for the viewers at home. When they hear things like, these are the basic functions and we're already going above and beyond. Yeah, I think we should just consider that. And then really throughout the whole process, really just sit with whether we are operating within the narrow scope of traditional municipal functions, or do we want to expand our vision to truly enhance the well-being and quality of life of our community. I also wish that in some of these informative slides, so I was sitting here thinking, oh, this could have been an email. But there's several folks in the audience, so I think it's helpful for them to get all this information. But when we list things like the Trala contract and all the funding for like Project Able and all of that, and I didn't write down the slide. I think it's important to also name that some of those almost feel, at least to me, that they were in reaction to, I don't want to say like mishandling or just like barriers or issues or misunderstandings that city leadership, council, and otherwise included had when it comes to other projects. For example, I felt like Project Able and the other ones were very reactionary to the fact that we didn't have a game plan to properly administer the CDBG fundings on housing rehabilitation. So it almost feels like reactionary. And then the other one there is the Trala contract. I think it's important to name that we have made significant impact on that. But when we contemplate, are we going above the like basic services or not? I think it's important to name that it took quite a bit for everybody to be on the same page and understand that the prior contract with the tenants' rights advocacy group was mediocre and subpar. And we were thinking we were really doing something when they really weren't helping a lot of our neighbors, because there's not a whole lot of legal help you can get when you have like a 50-cent contract. So I think it's important to name that, also just like contemplate those things, and that's also information for the viewers at home. But I do have a specific question, and that is for the city facility partnership slide. It could be 13, it could also not be. So how do we measure the efficacy and impact of the partnerships? And also, is there a process for reviewing and renewing these agreements, or are they intended to continue indefinitely?
Jamie Lee Case, Director of Parks and Recreation. Councilmember, I can speak to at least a couple of these. So the Lions Club 2 rental is a 5-year lease. It was approved by the voters for a 20-year with 5-year options for renewal. It will be coming back to council here in the next few months. It has to be approved within its existing agreement by October 1. So it's actually going to be going to the Parks Board either in March or in April for their discussion, and then come to you guys. June is kind of what we're shooting for right now. And that way we have that approved by then. The existing Heritage Association lease, we're actually working with them. The existing lease is exceptionally outdated, and I've been working with their leadership on that. So we still have a little bit of work to do before we bring something back to council to consider on that one. I don't know if you want to.
Mr. Avila would be another one to talk about, because we are bringing these leases. There were leases that are long-standing leases that the city has had for some time. And so we are updating our lease process and bringing those to council. And so we have brought some of them forward, and we're looking at doing the rest so that there's more consistency. And then council also has the opportunity to weigh in to ensure that things are updated according to the things that you feel are important at this time.
So I guess for the sake of time, I don't need y'all to go down each entity and give me the lease breakdown. Maybe you could just link it and send it to us via email. I think the question, I think that's more qualitative, that couldn't be captured well in an email is there a process for reviewing the efficacy and impact of these partnerships?
Thank you, Councilmember. What other questions?
No, that's the question.
Are we still on the? Okay.
Yeah, so the lease part, that could be an email. But
email.
I've never heard of a process for measuring the efficacy and the impact of the partnerships, particularly when it comes to the Lions Club. I know that has been a interesting conversation here. Big fan of them, by the way. Just naming my biases, but I think it's my responsibility to bring that up now that you teed up that we're going to be reviewing it.
Sure. I mean, I'm unable to speak to, I guess, directly to answer your question. We do review their data. We provide the city council at our summer wrap-ups the amount of tube rentals or shuttle services. During the last review of the contract, they did provide the dollar amounts in which they've sown back into the community via grants. We've provided their tax returns for consideration as well. So that is something that we can look at and provide to the city council and to the Parks and Recreation Board for consideration as we bring this back up for renewal.
When it was renewed, there are a number of additional things that they're doing for us that they were not doing before.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember. Alyssa, do you have another question?
And I teed this up during the break. I'm just naming because I know that police transparency and accountability has been a big community conversation. And so, like I said, I already discussed this with city manager and ACM Anderson. That statistic about the increase in the violent crime, I appreciated that you gave kind of the sources, like what briefly your conceptualization of violent crime was. But I think something that I just want to name, like that we've been unpacking in CJR committee and other slides is, in other presentations is the importance of adding context and then adding methodology for things like that, and being more intentional when it comes to making sure that we're not putting numbers that without that context, so as to not, yeah, get it twisted. And also naming that Chief has done a really good job integrating the tools that we gave them last visioning or last thing, like the extra data people. So just want to name, we've heard that feedback from our neighbors, and we will be mindful of that. And yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Garza. Comments from staff, or what other additional questions from our mayor and council?
One quick comment, Chief Stan Standards, San Marcos Police Department. Councilwoman, I appreciate the comments. On March 4th, the police department will provide a public safety update for the benefit of council and our citizens. Dr. Chum Chow will be present, and she will be discussing our crime detail numbers to include our longitudinal over 10-year numbers. And so she can provide better context for what crimes those are, as Chief Anderson talked about, and then how they derive that data, which is typically through the FBI and DPS.
Does anybody who's not affiliated with law enforcement personnel get in on these analysis? I did speak with City Manager Reyes about the whole fact that this 2022 study was done by the Texas Police Chiefs Association. And I understand wanting to get people who are, knowledgeable about the job, knowledgeable about, day-to-day activities. But could you agree that, for the public out here, seeing a study that we're justifying more officers, more resources, more time, all of those things, conducted by the Police Chiefs Association, couldn't you agree that would give people a little hesitation to really go for that and go for the results of the study?
Yes, ma'am. So you actually mentioned two things. I'll address the first one. As it relates to crime statistics, anybody can do their own research because it's all published. Texas Department of Public Safety publishes for each law enforcement reporting entity annually. So you can go back and derive your own numbers based on DPS's website, and you could do your own longitudinal study. That's essentially what our analysts are doing. So I want to make sure just everybody knows it's as transparent as it could be, because we report our numbers externally, as does every other city. To address the question as it relates to staffing, I kind of like what Chief Anderson did with Matrix Solutions. Matrix is a company that specializes in staffing and managerial studies, and I think they probably provide a better work product. And so he and I have discussed that if we were to do another staffing study, we would probably go with somebody like that who could do community input. I think it's a good point.
Yeah, it would just be great to have a third party, look into the day-to-day operations, the day-to-day policies and those things. Because when I see a consistent ask for staff, but then I learned for the first time today that our Parks Department didn't receive any additional funding. It just helps me better understand our decisions when I can see something that's not written by a lobbyist association like the Police Chiefs Association. So.
Yeah, I'll add, I appreciate the vibe, Chief, you saying that everything's available online. But as somebody with multiple master's degrees and one with an emphasis on quantitative research, to suggest that the average person do a longitudinal study is outlandish. But I think it's important to name that the data is available online. I just don't think our neighbors, even if they have that area of expertise, have the capacity, because I don't. But having said that, something I was going to tee up in the future is, the mayor reminded me right now too, there are institutes like Vieira Institute of Justice and also Civilitics. They have done work with, at least Civilitics has done work with different governments, and they are not affiliated with any policing institute. So I think maybe that's something we can explore in the future. at least just to do a review of existing reports and whatnot, at least to just give our neighbors the confidence that, you know, we have some checks and balances there, so. Civilitics, Dr. Jarrett Knowles, he's an icon.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Councilmembers Rodriguez, and thank you, Councilmember Garza. What other additional questions do you have around any of the slides that we've gone through? Go ahead. Absolutely.
So this is with the, about the marshals staffing slide. So I'm curious to know how much of their time is spent implementing like the single-use container ban or enforcing the rules, laws, and ordinances that are argued to be more necessary during like peak summer months, but not year-round. How does like seasonal staffing impact what we're asking for? Yeah.
So it's through my understanding, this past summer, when it comes to the single-use ban, it was very difficult to enforce and support that ordinance. Only due to the number of individuals overcrowding, priority one calls, fighting, disturbance, and much of their time was spent responding to those high priority calls and not enough time able to support the ordinance that we had in place.
And council member, to add to that, thank you, Alonzo. There are some slides in this PowerPoint presentation regarding managed access, and I'll be going over that particular topic as well.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I just want folks to know like we're contemplating that. And I think the rest of my questions I could email them. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Council, Mayor and Council and staff. All right, just for a time check, that puts us right at 11:15. And so we're going to go ahead and hand it over to Sean Condor. He's heading on up now. Thank you, Sean.
Probably working with the podium. I asked for the podium, so I thought I would, might as well use it, right? All right. Good morning, Sean Condor. I'm the Director of Engineering and Capital Improvements. Today, I'm going to give an overview of the Capital Improvements Program. Now, I'm not going to ask for direction. So just sit back. Okay. Here we go. How's that? So what is the Capital Improvements Program? It's a multi-year financial planning tool used to identify and plan major capital projects. It addresses growth, transportation, public safety, and utility infrastructure issues in conjunction with goals and priorities as determined by City Council. The adoption of the CIP and its first year funding coincides with the adoption of the budget and uses a 10-year projection. Before requesting funding, all projects are evaluated for project readiness, staff workload, and city's ability to fund projects. So the two key takeaways here are it's a planning tool, and we're only funding the first year of the 10-year CIP. And again, we don't want to put projects forward that aren't ready. You know, we know there might be a desire to do it, but if we don't have the project's not in the condition or it can actually proceed, we won't want to fund it. And if we don't have a staff on hand that can actually take that project across the finish line because their workload isn't there, we don't want to fund it. Same thing about the city. There might be a desire to do some of these projects, but if we don't have the ability to fund it, we don't want to tell the public we're going to do this project because we know we can't at the end of the day. So we check those three boxes before we put that in that first year of funding. So what is the CIP project? It's a major capital project. It generally involves a significant expenditure of funds beyond operation and maintenance cost for the acquisition or construction of a needed facility or infrastructure. The total project cost should exceed $100,000 in cost and tied to a long-term asset. Typically, projects are requested from all city departments, but we rely heavily on master plans, operations requests, and also we gather city council direction and citizen input. So we're going to try an analogy exercise here. For the next few slides, I'm going to shift the way you think, hopefully. And What I want you to do is think of the way the city runs and operates. It's a multi-generational family living and pooling resources in a historic home that needs to be fixed and expanded. Okay? So again, think of a large group of family living together. We're pooling our resources. We've got a house that's in need. We know we got more people coming. We know we got to pool our resources. We kind of work to make it work. And so, for example, think of the house as your infrastructure. Think of your departments as your family members. Think of the salaries as the revenue of the city and the bills, the expenses of the city. And then think of the house or car loans as the city debt. So this is not a perfect analogy, but it'll kind of put you in the mindset where I'm trying to take you. And really what I want to do is create a link between the CIP and the budget. So, all right, here we go. So when you think about the city, there's really three ways we categorize expenses. And you've heard them talked about in the previous presentations, but really the biggest, the absolute biggest is our operating budget. And think of that as our programs and services. Okay. The next is the CIP. Think of that as the infrastructure we install. All right. And the last is our capital outlay. Think of that as equipment. And so when you look at these three, and I'm going to cover these in greater detail over the next slide, but really a simple way of thinking it, operating budget, it's recurring. It happens every year. It doesn't ever go away. CIP is typically a one-time purchase, but it's tied to an asset that lasts a long time versus a capital outlay is typically, it's a big purchase, but it doesn't happen every year. It's only every once in a while or every occasionally. And it's typically not large enough to justify going out and taking a loan to purchase. So those are three categories we would typically use on the city. So let's jump back to the analogy, right? It's similar to the way you manage your home. On the revenue side, think of your salary. You know, I have a salary job where I have a set amount of money I make each month. My wife, she's hourly. So we have to budget our fundings to account for her fluctuation in salary and my steady salary. Same thing with the city. We get some folks that, you know, the drainage utility bill, it's a set amount each month versus our utility bills, they fluctuate based off the weather. So we have got that challenge of working out that into the operating budget. How do we have that money come in and make sure we can pay those bills? When you talk about operation costs of a home, think of utility bills. You have a phone bill and electric bill, for example. The phone bill could be flat. Electric bill, again, it changes with the temperature. On the maintenance side, you have known maintenance issues you have in your home, such as replace the air filter every month. Well, we know when we prepare our budgets, there's certain costs that we know happen every month that we have to budget for. But there's also those unknown things, such as you have a toilet starts leaking, you got to fix it. Well, we don't know what's going to break, but we know something's going to break. And so we have to budget some of that stuff in our budget. Those operation costs and maintenance costs, those are what we categorize as operating budget. The next group are the debts and loans. And the key here is, again, tying to a long-term asset. A good example would be a car payment or a house payment. Those are things that are eventually they'll get paid off. And you can take that capacity that you're spending on those and put it towards other debt. That's what we're calling the CIP. The third category is really small cash left over at the end of the year. That's for something like buying new tires for your car, maybe even buying a refrigerator. They're items, again, they're not expensive enough to justify taking a loan out, but they're not something that happens every year. That's what we call capital outlay. So I'm gonna say the next few slides, I might say the same thing, but I'm gonna say it a little different. So again, hopefully if you don't catch it on this slide, it'll catch on the next two or three. So think about how you refer to your personal expenses. Again, electric bill, phone bill, grocery bill, let's just assume they're $100. Those are operating budgets. When you talk about mortgage, think about, you know, let's say you have $1,000 a month and a $500 a month car payment. That would be your CIP. Now, when I came to the city, I struggled with what is capital outlay. So I'm hoping this next bullet will explain it. So you look at those bills up top and you know there's a few things sprinkled in there as well. But let's just say your income is $3,000 a month. Well, when you pay your bills each month, let's say the bills came in low and, hey, the bills were less than $3,000. So there's a little bit of cash left over. What do? You slide that over to the savings account, right? But sometimes the bills come in high. And so what do? You pull from that savings account, right? Hopefully at the end of the day, you have some extra cash left over. Well, that's what capital outlay is. It's basically when we look at the end of the year After we paid all our bills, do we have any leftover cash? Yes. Then we can use that to handle those small expenses that are not recurring, but they're not large enough to justify taking out a long-term loan. And of course, we always reevaluate our budget each year because things change. So when you talk about debt, why do you take it out? It's really, we're willing to pay interest to have an asset now because it'll benefit residents now and in the future. The key here is the asset must outlive the debt. You don't want to purchase a car, do a 20-year loan, and then the car dies at 10 years and you have nothing, you're still paying the car you don't have. So that's why we want to make sure that whatever we do this loan on, take this debt on, it outlasts the debt. So think about a home. When you talk about your home, your monthly mortgage, let's say it's $1,000 a month. Do you refer to that as the monthly payment, or do you think about, well, I have a $100,000 home? Or in a car, for example, do you talk about a car by your monthly payment, or you say, hey, I have a $20,000 car? Well, that's what we do in the CIP. We refer to it by the value, but at the end of the day, the payment is actually what controls. So we use the rate models to determine what we can afford. And so for the example here, typically our CIP is about $50 million a year. Well, that's kind of like saying our annual payment is $3 million. So when I come to you and say, I've got a $50 million, it's not, we're taking $50 million out of the operating budget. We're taking $3 million out of the budget. And so that's the key point I want to take away is it can be confusing because we talk about the value of CIP, but it's the payment that controls. So John talked about the debt ratio a little bit a while ago, and it's just a way to make sure we don't overextend ourselves. And it's really, think about our mortgage. People say, hey, when you do a mortgage, you typically, a rule of thumb is 30% of your income should go to your mortgage. If you're doing 50%, you're probably overextending yourself. If you're doing only 10%, then maybe you're putting off projects or improvements that could occur because you're not doing what you need to do. So 30% is kind of the rule of thumb. I won't go into much more detail because it's a lot more complicated than that. So let's talk about funding the CIP. How do we typically do it? We typically do a debt issuance, and at the city, historically, we've mostly done certificate of obligations, which are basically council approved. We do some general obligations, which are GOs, voter approved. The last one was 2017. And actually, I'll be talking at the work session next week about our upcoming debt issuance, so I can go into a little more detail at that next council meeting on that. We do use cash and impact fees and grant funding when they're available, and occasionally we do sell city assets, but that's very rare. So when you talk about CIP again, the majority of the CIP is funded by debt. So how do you gain debt capacity? Well, one way is debt falls off. You finish paying off that car that you were paying $500 a month. Now you got $500 to put towards other stuff, or CIP in our regard. Also growth. You can add new accounts or tax base or rate adjustments, utility rates or tax adjustments. So I'm going to talk about these three on the next few slides in a little greater detail. So the tax rate, John talked about a little bit. It's always a struggle between us and them. I say us and them, between the CIP and operating costs, because you want to make sure you can operate things, but where's that balance? And that balance is, you look back in 2015, we had 45% going towards debt. And that was a lot more than we wanted to be at. So we've dialed that back over the years as the city has grown. There's a couple ways you can look at it. Have we reduced our debt capacity, or as the city has grown, have we just kept our CIP flat? And that's really what we've done is we've been keeping $50 million roughly for the last 15 years or so. So as we've grown, we've shifted that growth to the operation side and not really increased the CIP side of things. So let's try and, I want to simplify this, but this is a sheet straight out of the finance book. And if you've ever read it, it's a great read, trust me. Yeah, there you go. You got it. So this is a sheet. I'm going to oversimplify this dramatically. And this is the stormwater utility fund because it's by far the easiest fund to follow, right? And so let's just say money in. Look at that top sheet and half represents all the money in. And it's basically, if you look at these two, it's a little over $11 million. But let's say this box represents 100% of all the money in on the stormwater side. All right. And let's say proportionately, this polygon represents the previous fiscal year's fund balance, AKA our savings account we had left over at the end of last year, which is typically 25%, right? And this polygon represents our previous rates. In other words, this is what our revenue was last year without any adjustments. So if you look at your home scenario, for example, that's how much money I had in my savings to start the year. And that's what my salary was at the last year. So you would just assume what I had last year, I'm going to make next year, right? So what's the difference? How do I have any growth or increase in that income or that revenue or money in, however you want to call it? It's this top right box. And it's roughly proportionate, but it's typically new accounts and rate adjustments. And you typically see that range between 3 to 6% for new accounts and rate adjustments 3 to 6. Those are good rough numbers to use. And I'm going to talk about this more on the next slide. So that's the money in. Let's talk about the money out. Again, let's do the same analogy. Let's do a little fancy box. That box represents 100% of all the money out, right? The first is the previous year's fund balance. So what's the deal with fund balance? We want to maintain 25%. So we have 25% at the beginning, money in. We're just going to slide that right over to the end. We're not going to touch it, right? The next is previous fiscal year's operating expenses. If I had X amount of bills last year, I'm going to assume I got those same bills next year. So it's easy just to slide that over and say, that's what I'm going to look at. What it was last year, I'm going to have the same bill. My cable bill last year is going to be what it is next year, although it probably isn't. And then you got your previous fiscal year debt payments. I know what my debt payments were last year. They're going to be the same debt payments this year, right? Except for the change. So what is the change? Again, it's that top right box. And they're inflation, new operating expenses, fund balance, and new debt. And so you got the money in on the top, the money out on the bottom. We're going to just talk about that top right square, that right square. Let's talk about that balancing act that has to occur. All right, we know it needs to balance. So we're just oversimplifying how we're going to make it balance, right? So let's just assume rate adjustments 5% and new accounts 6%, just to put a number out there and think about it. Now this applies to each fund. And so when you look at the stormwater fund that we're just talking about, in the past, we've not done a 0% rate adjustment. So that means that 5% goes to 0. And the only way we're having more money come in is through growth. Okay. And you can do that when you have room to grow. But think about the electric utility. We're surrounded by other utility companies. We can't expand. So the growth in electric is very small. It might be only 1%. So you have to do rate adjustments to help that growth. Look at the water. Getting those new resources, that water, it's a huge burden to get that water in. So we have to have the rate adjustments to keep up with that cost. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but this is the way I do it. I think of a rate adjustment as a COLA, cost of living adjustment. You're not really gaining capacity. You're just keeping up with the changes. You're keeping up with the inflation, the cost, the rising cost of doing business. I think a new account is a job promotion. When you do a job promotion, you're doing new things. But like a job promotion, it's not guaranteed. You got to build a good resume. You got to apply for the job. And whoever you're applying for has to want you. And so that's what we do with the tools like our comp plan. It says, hey, this is who we want. Come see us. But it's not given. They have to want to come to us. Just like on a job promotion, the employer has to want you. So let's talk a little bit about the money out. And I like to think of the inflation, which 3% is typical, but lately it's not been 3%. It's been a lot higher. That's basically an increase in existing operating cost. How do we just keep doing what we've been doing based off the increase in fuel costs, based off the increase in the supplies that we need to do, the things we have to order, what they're charging us for electricity. Then you got fund balance. We got to maintain 25%. So if we're bringing in more money, we're going to have to increase our savings account a little bit based off that additional money coming in. Then you got new operating costs. If more people are coming, we as a city are growing, we can't keep doing the same thing without increasing our operating costs. We're going to have to hire more people. We're going to have to build more fire stations to account for that growth out in that side of town. So you're going to have new costs come on that weren't there before. Just like you get a job promotion. You're not going to get a job promotion and they're going to say, oh, you just keep doing the same thing. No, you get a job promotion, you're going to be asked to do more, so you're going to have to spend more. And that's what happens with us when we grow. And the last is new debt. And really that kind of new debt goes towards new infrastructure. So it is associated with growth, but it's also associated with existing, repairing old neighborhoods that were that need that infrastructure improvement. So it really goes to both. And if you're lucky, debt falls off, meaning you've paid off that loan and you got a little more capacity, but guess what? Our utility rates are, we have not, it doesn't fall for about 3 more years. So the only way we're getting anywhere, or I should say, debt's not falling off on the utility side anytime soon. So it's really been a struggle for us. But that's my oversimplified version of balancing the money in and money out. And so now I'll get more into the fun stuff, I guess. Yay. When you talk about the CIP, you've heard me say 50 million, and this is kind of how we get there is we got about 20 million plus or minus for general. We got about 2 million in storm, and about water, wastewater, about 15 million, electric about 10. So we're looking around 47 million is about where we can be. And it's not like a hard number. It's all, there's so many factors go into it, but it gives you a good general idea where it goes. And I got a note there about in the past, the general fund has supplemented. We just know that's not feasible to keep going on. But we do say the storm could probably support a $2 million CIP. But let me just tell you, I'll think of Wallace Edition, for example, that one project, phase 1, it's about a $15 million job. And of that 15 million, about 10 million is drainage. So there's just not enough stormwater funding to address our needs, which is why we pursue grant funding and we do get supplements from general fund. But there's a huge need out there for drainage, and it's not cheap. So let's talk about some of our recent successes. We had the Blanco Gardens neighborhood project that we just had the ribbon cutting a few months ago. The Blanco Riverine, back at the end of last year, we had that ribbon cutting. And then the Sesame Creek Bank stabilization, we did that over the summer. Big projects in the future. You've heard me talk about Sunset Acres and Wallace Edition. The Bishop Bell improvements is another one that's been lingering out there for a while that we're getting to get that started in construction here pretty quick. We got the IH shared use path connection. We got a nice grant for that project that's it's moving along well. It's about 90% design. The big one that you've heard about recently is the FM 1978 water reclamation facility, AKA second wastewater treatment plant. We're going to do more than just treat wastewater out there. We're going to reclaim some of that water. And then you got the Kissing Alley. We're going to bring those improvements to downtown and start making it look, going to improve the way it looks a little bit more than what it does now. This is just, I want to put a link out there. This is where we have our 10-year CIP. Kind of, if you wanted to see it, it'll tell you the details about the project. And I got the note there. We talked about the social vulnerability index being added to the criteria this year, to the ranking criteria rather. So let's talk about grant fundings. We had a very successful last year. We had over $20 million in grants. I'm just going to say we are not going to repeat that this year. That was like, it's great, but I want to make sure the bar is realistic, which is not 20 million every year. And, but we did good. We had the Sunset Acres subdivision, just under 14 million. The FM 110 connection at the airport got a little over 2 million, or 2.5 million, I should say. The IH shared use path, IH35 shared use path, we actually had 2 grants, just over 2 million. The Thorpe Lane at Springtown, we got a $900,000 grant. And the Kissing Alley, we got some green stormwater infrastructure grant for 200,000. Sesame Creek Phase 2 got about 120,000 in grants. And if you look at that, what you'll notice about those grants, they're targeting stormwater and general fund projects. That's where the grant money is right now, and that's what we're targeting. It's very hard to get a grant for utilities, for water, wastewater. We try, it's just Water Development Board, Texas Water Development Board is about the only place you can go, and our success has not been very good there. As indicated here on the recent misses, the Highway 80 utilities. We reached out to Texas Water Development Board with a $17 million ask, and we just did not score high enough. The trend of the Water Development Board right now is the money, when I looked at the results, they're giving the money to communities of 20,000 people or less, those smaller communities, and we're too big. And so we're getting bypassed. The FM 110 connection drive, we missed on the $1.7 million grant. That's kind of a funny story because they said, hey, you missed, but we really liked your application. Will you reapply next year? Oh, and this time we need you to ask for 2.5 million because there's a minimum. And so we applied, and sure enough, they gave it to us. The Purgatory Creek improvements was a $36 million grant that we missed. We're going to keep pursuing that one. That's just too big of a project to not pursue it. And we checked so many boxes. We feel our application was good. The problem is we just didn't have enough time. Those grants typically have obligations that you have to spend the money within a certain amount of time, or you have to at least encumber the grant money. And they didn't feel our project was far enough along in design to actually meet that requirement. The Sunset Acres subdivision was a a $5.5 million grant for water wastewater that we reached out to Congressman Cesar, and he had other priorities so he didn't put that project forward. And then the old Rancho 12 project was a $6.8 million grant. We just got notified a few weeks ago. We have not gone through the debrief to understand, but off the bat, really, our project didn't score well enough is what it was. And one thing about these recent misses I just want to touch on. I know, when you go up to Washington, I know that CMO goes up there. The big issue is it's about who's in office. And so I know there's a lot of uncertainty with what's in office now. We saw some stuff in the news about some grants getting put in halls, like back and forth. So we don't know what's going on. But I will say that we're going to have to see how we pursue grants in the next few years. I might change the types of grants that come out of the federal level. So we might shift the types of grants we go. So we're going to work with our consultants to figure out what makes the most sense for us. So here's a few projects that we've submitted, we have not heard back yet, is the Flood Infrastructure Fund has about 49 million for 14 projects. And I will say the Purgatory Creek is the majority of that 49 million. We got the Purgatory Creek Trail Phase 2, which is not the same thing as the $36 million grant. This is a trail that's outside that project limit. That's 3.4 million. And we got the Cape Road improvements, basically the Wallace Edition, with the county coming along with the park. We thought it was important to add a shared use path connecting to that park. So we are putting that forward for a grant application. We have a few other, we're kind of working in the background that were Sunset Acres, based off those the big storm event that happened last year. We declared a federal disaster in our community, so we're applying for something else, Sunset Acres for detention pond out there. And then of course we're always working on Purgatory Creek. So bond election, as you mentioned, my slide a few back about the $50 million is really our capacity. And so what we've done is we've identified, and actually the bonds are going to target general and stormwater. So we're looking at 22 million a year. So these are projects that would make, the staff has identified as potential bond election projects, and it's roughly 200 million. And granted, this list will change every year based off the feedback we get from council. But our intention, based off previous council direction, is we'll continue that council will entertain a bond election. And so our goal is to get updated costs by 2027. And the goal being, we want to have at least one cost estimate and a good idea of what the project will cost so that we have some better numbers and we're not coming back and go a bond election and realize, hey, we should have went for 250 million, not 200 million. So we will be seeking direction and visioning of 2028 if we're going to do a bond election. If we get the green light, then the plan is to have a bond committee formed in 2028 to finalize that list 1 year before the election, hold the bond election in November 2029, and then we'll have some projects ready to go in 2030, and they'll be staggered, but we're going to make sure that we got some ready to go right off the bat. And this is our FY 2026 CIP schedule. We take projects all year. And really, we kick off our CIP process when the budget gets approved. We're working that very next month in October. We do department reviews. We make sure we go through that ready analysis. Is your project ready? Do you have workload? Those 3 check boxes we talked about earlier. Once we know the projects, then we do our fund constraints. We get with the finance group. They pull the rate models. We say, hey, let's get these assumptions, or can we afford what's being asked? And then once we get a draft list, we go through the process where we take it to neighborhood commission in March. We hit P&Z 3 times in the March, April timeframe with the recommendation to council in May. And then the final CIP is actually submitted with the budget in August, September timeframe. So with that, I've got a link to our interactive CIP map. The 2026 CIP map's not ready yet. It will get posted in March, right before we take it to neighborhood commission. But that link will take you to the 2020 last year's CIP. And of course, if you have any questions, I'll take those now as well.
Yes, Mayor. Council Mayor, questions?
Hi, this is Jane. I have a question that is going to be really simplistic, and y'all are going to say, how long have you been on council and you don't know this? But I realize that adding staff costs money, ongoing money, benefits, all the things that they need to work, computer, et cetera. But it just seems to me, I'm having trouble understanding that if we have a need and there's a 20, 30, $50 million project, and we're not doing it for the lack of one staff member, I'm having trouble understanding that. Can you help me with that?
So as far as staff available, sure. when you look at the CIP, most, I'd say maybe 50 to 75% of those projects are administered through our department, engineering and capital improvements. And so we have about 3 or 4 engineers that do it. And so if there's some projects, the capacity isn't there, they're assigned to everyone, and we say, hey, let's look at your workload. Has these projects shifted up or not? Then that would be the target. It's not because our staff, we don't have enough staff to do it. It's because their workload is not really in a position they can do it. Or probably a better example is the fire stations we've had in the past. We haven't really had a project manager that can do that. Now we do. We have I can't remember his name, title off the top of my head, but we bought basically a project manager to do vertical construction projects that now that we have someone that can do that and expertise in that. So I don't know if that answered your question. That I chopped it up pretty good. So let me do it this way. When we do that staff readiness, the department reviews in March or the fall timeframe, it's really, it's looking at the workload. Say, can you do it?
I get that. But if we're not doing things we need because the lack of one person,
Sure,
why do we not hire a person?
sure.
I mean, my question is as simple as that, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I will add that out of those 3 bullets, the city's ability to fund is really the one that's we can't get past that block first right now.
I understand that one.
Yeah.
That is a block.
Yeah.
What additional questions mayor and council have?
You gave us a lot of good information. Thank you. But so I guess, I don't even know where to start. Historically, like we've defined capital projects as like roads, bridges, overpasses, facilities like the renovated police department headquarters. I wonder, has there ever been discussion on redefining how CIP funds are allocated? For example, some communities invest in Wi-Fi infrastructure in historically underserved areas, and there's like other examples. I'm curious if there's an interest in exploring if that could be used to support initiatives beyond roads, bridges, water, wastewater. And also like, has that conversation ever been had?
Yeah, you're talking about more than just the infrastructure. I mean, so maybe a project that's not in the CIP?
Yeah, like is there?
Yes, it all ties to, yes, it could be for more than infrastructure, but it goes back to you're taking out a loan, and we got to make sure what we purchase outlasts that loan. And so typically infrastructure is what checks that box. You know, when you talk about the expanding the IT infrastructure, I know we've had those conversations internally. It could be used. We are using that to do an internal fiber network for the city. It is funding that,
Okay.
but not necessarily for the public. And that could be a future conversation once we get our internal network built up, for sure.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things where like, some of our neighbors with their kind of limited capacity to like do a deep dive on how the government functions, they see news reports or they see what other cities do, and, you know, they cite it as this is like this type of project. And so I just want to be able to answer when they say things like, well, the city of San Marcos like lacks imagination or like an understanding of other community needs, because the trend is to focus on the same type of projects. So I think that's why that kind of motivated that question.
If I could interject on this, is really what it boils down to is affordability, and you'd have to look at that in terms of other communities' ability to have the cash on hand to fund the debt service payments. And so, as we talked about earlier, in regard to there's these, you know, huge infrastructure neighborhood projects that cost a big price tag. That has just been the priority over some of these other things that you're talking about, Councilmember Garza. So it's all about our capacity and our ability to fund in relation to how that relates to other communities and their ability to fund. So it definitely would not be that we would not want to look at infrastructure. In fact, when we had ARPA money, we did do some Wi-Fi throughout the community. So we agree.
I mean, that was just an
And
example.
open spaces and things like that. So as we get other funding sources that we have available to us to assist us in that funding capacity constraint that we have, then we definitely are able to look outside the box. But without that, we stay within the box because that's the bare minimum of what we can afford. And we know these neighborhoods are, that's their livelihood and something that they're depending upon.
Just to note, we had the comprehensive plan was in our CIP.
Such a riveting, comprehensive plan. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. It's true, but I'm just saying, when the neighbors accuse us of lacking imagination and understanding what they want, I don't think they imagine that, but I understand the value of it. I think it's necessary, yeah. Yes, ma'am. I know, Mayor, I know. I think it's helpful just because like, I think the last time there was like a council conversation about CIP, it had to do with the traps of the bullets or whatever. And it was like, so who decided on this? And then we were like, we did that one time in that meeting when we had tabloid sized paper with charts and it was in there somewhere. So it's just kind of trying to figure out that process because even us and a lot of us have had a lot of experience, not me or other people, in city stuff. And some of us still forgot, like, when did we talk about that, right? But I think you answered my question. You mentioned at the end, like kind of alluding to like having to revisit the game plan to securing like federal funding. So yeah, I guess first kudos to Jamie Lee Case for securing the federal funds for the shared youth path or like contributing to that. Oh yeah, I knew she was gonna say that. That's why I said, or contributing to that, because she's #leadership. We're gonna do partnership. But beyond that, do we have a formal policy or strategy for pursuing the federal and state funding for major infrastructure projects? I think you kind of answered that. We're just kind of like, we are gonna have to like pivot. But also in that regard, how do we support you, especially given like the new administration? I think it's really important to ask that because like given economic realities of San Marcos, and we've named this a lot, we don't have the local capacity to fund all the critical projects. And I don't know what to tell my constituents when they say things like, it's taken 20 years for the Sunset Acres drainage project to move forward. And now what are we gonna say? Like, we're just gonna, now we're even more stressed to like,
Sure.
you know what I mean? Like, oh.
So I can talk a little bit what our grant strategy is and kind of the way we do it. And so when you look at any grant, it increases the cost of the project if you're awarded and the level of effort. And so we start off with, let's look at the projects that are $1 million or more, because it's typically worth that extra effort when you get to that threshold. And then you look at how the grants are administered. Some grants, the federal, for example, you're typically going to go after bigger dollar amounts. They're looking for certain buzzwords. So you look at those projects that check those boxes, that have those, are they in communities that the federal government wants? And will they meet that need? And so in the past, typically projects with sidewalks, shared use path, multimodal transportation have been big key projects.
Right.
So on the federal level, and you might actually bring a consultant in to help create a more enticing application, if you will.
Gotcha.
And then, and you always want to look about 2 to 4 years out, because when you apply for a grant, you typically don't hear back for 6 months. And then when you hear back, it typically takes a year to get the grant approved, to get the approved agreement in place. And then they typically don't let you do anything until the agreement's approved. And so one strategy we have done is, because we know there's that long duration, is we will focus on the design side of things and pursue construction for the grant. So that design, we can get that design moving while this grant application is moving. And so the 3 years is really just, a lot of times they don't want you to approve your grant and then you can't go to construction for 5 or 10 years. They want it to happen within a 2 to 3 year window typically. So it's a matter of looking at that CIP, what projects are in that window, what checks those boxes, what's out there. You know, we reach out to our consultants and say, hey, what are you hearing on your end? What are the big ones? Like the IIJA came out, we were getting calls left and right. You should go for this, you should go for that. And so we can narrow it down, because there's a lot of effort on some of these grants. If we don't want
For
to
sure.
pursue grants, we don't have a good shot at either.
No, that makes sense. When you say consultant, that's a separate consultant from who we pay? So then what do we pay our guy for? I thought it was like, oh, they're helping us bring in all this money. That's like to help us push it once you apply? Or what?
So
But we be paying a lot of people to do other things and I'm just trying to like.
yeah, we're not paying them a whole lot to do anything. It's really more,
I mean, it's cool if it's an investment, like I'm just.
yeah, it's
And
so.
Council member, I think I can try to answer that as well. Joe Pantaleon, Assistant City Manager. I know that we've been on several trips to DC. Our federal lobbyists help facilitate those meetings, help us with getting our projects in front of the right legislators and agencies. What Sean is talking about as far as a consultant, and I need to really recognize Sean and Sandra Valenzuela and all the directors who work with a consultant that we paid actually to scour not only available funding opportunities, which there are many of them, but really in an effort to optimize our city staff time. The consultant really focused on where we were with our projects and looked at internally the city, as Sean said, do we have projects ready to go? Are they in the planning stage? Are they in the design phase? Have we cleared environmental clearances with different agencies so that projects are ready to be funded and are more likely to be approved by a granting agency? So two different things, but certainly they are coordinated and have been even more coordinated over the last 2 or 3 years. I'll also state, as far as the CIP development process, the question about just Wi-Fi and other items being brought to the table, that process includes all the directors, including our IT director. And if you look at the, I believe, FY26 CIP, there are funds in there for expansion of our fiber optic system. So we do bring all those items to the table. And I know it is laborious to look through a spreadsheet of 100 projects, but certainly it's well worth your time to look through there. And we will try to be as transparent as possible and to call out those type of projects as represented.
That's helpful. Thank you.
And the other aspect of it is, I think our team really looks at what things look like in terms of us for readiness of projects. What our partners at the Normandy Group do is help us identify opportunities, keep abreast of those opportunities, but also help us with knowing how we look more competitive relative to other people who have been awarded that. And that's what helps us a little bit more in that effort. And so, as Mr. Pantaleon said, it really is complementary to one another. And so your question is very good. It's just that they kind of work together. It's not that they work in silo of one another.
Cool.
Thank you so much, staff and council. What other questions do you have, council?
Sarah, do you have any questions? No? Oh, I do. Wait, did anybody open it? On slide 74, I think it's 74. It's like a breakdown of a bunch of funds. Is that 74? Ooh. And I know y'all have given this to us already, but is there any way you guys could send information about the specific restrictions on how each of the funds could be used? This is another thing where I don't know if it's just like a disconnect between like neighbors or less like recalling from like their lived history, but I guess the lore in the community is that a previous council used like fund balance from either the electric utility or waste water fund to finance the Rio Vista Falls rebuild. Is that accurate? And if so, how do we gauge when similar approaches could be placed on other projects or one-time expenditures that benefit the community? I hear about that and I have no idea what they're talking about. So
Sure. I can't imagine that being an accurate statement. But I'll start like this. Electric funds have to be for electric projects. So anything to do with the infrastructure, they might, for example, rebuild a road because they're installing underground electric and they're just repairing the road that they damaged to put up. Same thing on water, wastewater. It can only go towards water, wastewater stuff because that's how we determine our rates to our utility payers. stormwater funds can only be used for stormwater improvements. General, that's kind of your catch-all, and that's the struggle, is everyone's pulling from the general. Parks Department, Fire Department, neighborhood enhancement, everyone is pulling from the general, and so it gets the most strain, and so it can pretty much be used. We don't use general funds, though, to pay for water or electric or wastewater improvements. We stick it for everything but those. And then when you talk about what can the money be used for, well, when you do a bond sale, we'll specifically specify what those funds can be used for in that language. And you'll see that here in probably about the next month or so, when we bring that draft CO, maybe revenue bond to council for consideration. So.
Thank you, Mr. Kander. Thank you. Council, additional questions? We're right at 12, right at 11:58. We can break for lunch for about 30 minutes. And then when we come back, when we return, we'll have Amanda Hernandez, our Director of Planning and Development Services, and she will be reviewing planning considerations for us. All right, thank you.
And where is lunch?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Amanda Hernandez, Director of Planning and Development Services, and today I'll be presenting on planning considerations that City Council may want to keep in mind as you're working on updating your strategic plan. And I'm going to go in the right direction with this slide deck. There we go. First is the city's comprehensive plan, Vision SMTX, which was adopted in October of last year. This is our overarching general plan that establishes the vision for the future of San Marcos. It outlines goals to help us achieve that vision. And what we found out as we were going through this planning process is we are growing. We already knew that, but we know that we're going to need about 50,000 housing units and 50,000 jobs to accommodate this new population. And that population is visualized on the preferred scenario map that's on the screen. One of the most challenging aspects of long-range planning is balancing those diverse views of everyone in our community. And throughout the planning process, we followed 5 guiding principles to achieve this balance. These guiding principles ensured the plan was balanced, encouraged the creation of opportunities, and protects our city's unique character while supporting strategic growth. The comprehensive plan includes 130 recommended actions in these 7 topic areas. The actions really vary in complexity and scope, and a copy of all of the actions were provided in your packet and are on the table for you. Some examples of the action in the plan are: develop a wayfinding system for artistic, historic, and cultural resources. Evaluate river use and access and help mitigate impacts of recreation. And you're going to be hearing more about this topic later in the presentation. Update the development code to implement the preferred scenario. And ensure we have emergency services that meet or exceed the level of service needed as the population grows. You heard about this earlier in the presentation. Throughout my presentation, I'll give examples of how our planning efforts align with City Council's strategic plan, and it's always good when our plans align. You'll see many of the strategic goals can remain as is because our plans are aligning. For the comprehensive plan, we've completed the plan, and you have a recommendation that we remove complete and, but we still want to continue to utilize the comprehensive plan. Moving forward, our planning department will make sure that we're involved in other planning efforts like the Transportation Master Plan that will be upcoming to ensure that all of our plans align. We do continue to support strong community engagement, and with the comprehensive plan, we attended or facilitated over 100 meetings and events. The comprehensive plan, of course, supports transportation diversity and accessibility, supports environmental stewardship, and actually our preferred scenario map started with us identifying environmentally sensitive areas and land and ensuring that little to no development would be proposed there. Right now, we're working on the implementation plan. Next month, we'll be asking City Council to appoint a comprehensive plan oversight committee. In the first year, staff will work with the committee to establish baseline metrics so we can measure our future progress towards implementation. We will prepare an implementation plan that assigns departments to those 130 actions listed in the plan, and we'll try to establish some realistic timeframes for completing those actions. We also plan to prepare a dashboard so all of that progress can be shown to the community and they can monitor our progress as well. Another big next step is updating the development code. We just approved those minor amendments, but we will be going through a more comprehensive update. We'll be reaching out to the public to incorporate their recommendations, get recommendations from our committees like the Conditional Use Permit Committee that's been meeting, and will incorporate prior council direction as well. We're continuing our small area plans, but I'm going to come back to those in just a little bit. I'm going to shift gears, take a moment to talk about some of the housing initiatives that we've been working on in planning and development services. We know that housing's at the forefront of many of our conversations, and the comprehensive plan included 4 goals that aim to create safe, affordable, and diverse housing options and neighborhoods for our community while we protect our historic resources. We also have an affordable and workforce housing policy. It's about 10 years old, and a lot has changed in San Marcos in the last 10 years. So our Workforce Housing Committee will be reviewing that policy this year. Another big task planning will be taking on this year is bringing the Strategic Housing Action Plan back to life. For those who are not familiar with the plan, it was created in 2019 when City Council had workforce housing as a main topic in your strategic plan. A 19-member task force was created. We conducted a housing needs assessment and surveyed our community. An adoption of the plan was ultimately postponed until the comprehensive plan was complete. Last year, Council provided direction to make some updates on the plan. And as next steps, we will be making those updates. We will not be resurveying the community, but will be providing any updated data that's readily available. We'd like to include at least one round of public outreach and input to see if the community's thoughts have changed on this topic, since it's been about 5 years since we last reached out to them. Once we're complete with the plan update, we would like to hold a work session with City Council and Planning and Zoning Commission to make sure we are all on the same page before we bring it forward for adoption. I want to note, since we are at the start of the budget process, if City Council is interested in a full update, we would need to bring on a consultant. However, we are prepared to do the updates that were directed last year. We have some successes related to housing that I'd like to point out. One is that we've spent all of our disaster recovery money. With that funding, we were able to provide 16 new homes to families who were victims of the 2015 floods. In 2024, our housing rehab program helped 27 families with repairs using Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, and ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funding. We did have some hiccups with that. I know it came up in the conversation a little bit earlier in 2022, 2023, but I am happy to announce that we got through all of the applications that we had funding available for in 2024. And in 2025, we're going to be able to assist 6 to 7 more families. We do have 8 applications in queue and ready to go, so we won't be opening that application process this year. Finally, we have voluntary demolition funding that's available. This funding is used when a family has a home that's in total disrepair but doesn't have the funding to tear that home down. We have helped 2 families with this program, and we have 2 more in queue. With these initiatives, we're furthering the quality of life goals in the strategic plan. We're keeping families in their homes and have provided new and safe housing for our community members. Again, since we're kicking off budget, we want to share that there are some grant opportunities out there that could help us further our housing initiatives. These are just some examples on the screen of grants that are available, but it's important today that we start to consider if we want to set aside match for grants. And I'm not only going to advocate housing grants, because I know I have a handful of directors in here that probably also have grants that need match. So just in general, considering what topics for grants we want to consider applying for, and if there's match required, where we pull that funding from. Shifting gears again, we're talking about human services grant funding. You have a handout in your packet on the table that shows the human services grant funding that was approved by City Council for 2025. You'll see on that slide and in your packet that we had 37 applications which were received. They totaled over $1 million in requests for funding. Human Services Advisory Board and City Council had the hard job of distributing that funding, which was $550,000 set aside for this purpose, and that went to 29 grant programs. The Human Services Advisory Board met earlier this month, but they didn't have the opportunity to talk about process improvements. So staff anticipates that we'll have that discussion later this year, and we will come back to City Council for a work session to talk about their proposed process improvements and get your direction and feedback. Today, however, City Council could consider whether you want to set aside funding in the budget for any of the specific topic areas that are on that list or any specific programs that are on that list. And at their meeting earlier this month, Human Services Advisory Board voted to request $750,000 for the Human Services Grant in 2026. Given all of the presentations ahead of me, I think we understand that you have a lot of decisions to make this evening. And that $200,000 increase may need to be implemented over time, but we seek City Council direction on how much funding we'd like to go for that purpose this year. Shifting gears again, another very important topic in San Marcos is historic preservation, and I wanted to share some recent successes. First is that the Dunbar Historic District and the Home Economics Buildings were both listed on the National Register of Historic Places. That doesn't change anything about their designation. All of the requirements are in the local regulatory authority. So them being designated locally is what provides the most protection, but we are adding our stories, our underrepresented stories, to the national historic narrative. We've also kicked off the first citywide historic preservation plan. We have had 2 resources surveys in the past, but we've never had a comprehensive document like the one we're working on now. The strategic plan item related to historic preservation plan can remain. We're in the process of working with a consultant to create a draft, and we'll be seeking additional public input in the spring. I do want to put out a call to anyone who's watching, listening, or those in the room that we would like you to continue to share your stories and your photos with us. We'd like to be able to categorize and catalog those stories and photos and identify our historic and important places. I actually have a picture on the slide with one of our first Hispanic doctors in San Marcos. His name was Dr. Daniel Rojo, and he will soon have a plaque at 117 North LBJ, honoring his 48 years of service as a doctor to our community. As part of the comprehensive plan, City Council authorized the creation of 7 area plans, and those plans are at a variety of stages in the planning process. The plans were put on hold while we were amending the comprehensive plan for about a year, but staff is ready to move forward with them now that we have our comprehensive plan adopted. Our consultant contract no longer has funding, so as you see these, know that staff is 100% taking over the creation of these plans at their various stages. South of downtown will kick off later this year. East Village, which is out by the high school, and north of campus plans are being drafted and will be out for public review later this year. Last year, during the adoption process, City Council directed staff to split the Dunbar and Heritage plans, so those kind of went back to the beginning as we were working through all the data that was in there, and we're now working on drafting those plans so we can get them out to the community. We are, however, looking for stakeholder members in the Dunbar neighborhood, so if anyone knows anyone who'd like to be involved in that process, we would definitely like to have their contact information so we can get that Dunbar plan moving again. Blanco Gardens plan, you all saw an update for that this month, and hopefully it will be before you in March for adoption. And finally is the downtown area plan, which was adopted by City Council in November of 2023. This plan was specific to the area in downtown from the railroad tracks to the university, more to CM Allen, and intends to make downtown a vibrant place for everyone. I always love to share the photos that are on this slide. The one on the far left is from 2008, before we adopted our last downtown plan. And the photo that's kind of in the center from 2022 shows you the difference and the change that can happen when we have and implement a downtown area plan. This downtown area plan included a lot of engagement from January of 2022 through January of 2023. Staff found it really important to go where people are, so we attended events like the Eddie Durham Jazz Festival and the Farmers Market. But you can see there at the photo on the right, we had a lot of participation in our downtown plan, so we were really excited to see all of those who participated, and that's a standing room only photo in the Price Center for the downtown plan. The downtown area plan included high-level goals. Of course, we followed those same guiding principles from the comp plan, but the goals specifically for downtown were really to create a great place that attracts all people and a place that is unique where we can celebrate our history. We're excited to see how this new plan will continue to improve our downtown. There are over 70 recommendations in 7 key topic areas, and there are also recommendations for implementation, which focus on and encourage coordination. As with the comprehensive plan, the downtown plan recommendations vary in complexity and scope. For example, pursue strategies to activate vacant storefronts is a recommendation that will take coordination with the city and private property owners. Explore opportunities to provide dedicated locations for rideshare drop-offs and pickups. That's coordination with our traffic professionals to create more safety downtown. Creating a how-to guide for starting a business. That's going to involve our department, Planning and Development Services, with input from business owners and Main Street on potential hurdles that they faced. And finally, providing opportunities for education and understanding of historic elements, a recommendation which will ultimately align with our historic preservation plan. Downtown plan obviously aligns with the strategic plan of downtown vitality, and now that we have the plan, we will begin to utilize it and implement. Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry about that. Currently, we're working on the implementation plan. We're coordinating with all city departments. When I say we in that instance, I mean Planning and Development Services as the planning department. We usually are the main department to coordinate these type of activities where we reach out to all city departments. And right now, the first thing we're doing is identifying achievements. We didn't start on the implementation plan until the comprehensive plan was adopted. So we know that we've had a year of achievements that we need to document. We're also identifying projects that other departments are working on that implement specific plan recommendations. We're walking through each of those 70+ recommendations with each department to determine who will be responsible for that action and the timeline for implementation. We're also prioritizing those recommendations as we're going through the implementation plan. Once the implementation plan is complete, we do plan to bring that to City Council for a work session. What we are finding as we are going through the implementation strategy is that a lot of the recommended actions are going to be carried out by our Main Street department. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Rodney Gonzalez, who will be talking about the challenges associated with the implementation.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Council, while we get the clicker, just as a heads up, you have in front of you the recommendations from the downtown area plan that are printed and part of your packet. You saw this map in Amanda's presentation. It's a map of our downtown. You'll see that there's a boundary in red and then a boundary in blue. The boundary in red is the downtown core, and this is just some facts about the downtown core and then the other larger boundary. The downtown core includes 20 blocks and is home to 283 businesses and 2,080 jobs. The greater downtown area, which is, the greater downtown area, which is the area in blue, contains an additional 87 businesses and 744 jobs. And the downtown core has an inventory of 650,000 square feet of retail space and 250,000 square feet of office space. So very dense use in our downtown area. There are approximately 6,000 to 8,000 people that are in or pass through our downtown San Marcos every week, Thursday through Saturday. And a bit of pride for our city, San Marcos was designated in 1986 as an official Main Street and remains one of the oldest Main Street programs in the state. And all this information was pulled from the downtown area plan. The vision from the downtown area plan: San Marcos, our community, envisions downtown as the heart of San Marcos, where all of our community members come together to live, work, and enjoy the charm, walkability, and the vibrancy of downtown. And we do consider the downtown area plan to be our game plan for a downtown that is unique and culturally vibrant destination where local businesses can thrive and people of all ages can connect, create, and celebrate. Mayor and Council, Amanda had mentioned this. There are some recommendations that are currently being implemented by our Main Street program. These are some of them that were approved recently by the Main Street Advisory Board. In terms of priority streetscape improvements, increase the safety at intersections, create a downtown amenities and materials plant guide. We mentioned that earlier. Create a dedicated management strategy that incorporates permanent funding source to account for maintenance needs. Under building form and infill development, consider vacancy abatement strategies, and that's key to the downtown area plan. Create a how-to guide for businesses wanting to locate in downtown and how to get through the permitting process. Those are just a few of the recommendations that are being implemented by our Main Street team. Next, I'm going to go over just a few of the examples or a few examples of our key recommendations from the downtown area plan. I won't go through each of them. There's about 3 or 4 slides containing these. But Amanda mentioned the topics that are covered by the downtown area plan. One of the topics is downtown housing. It's a key topic for the downtown area plan. One of the recommendations is incentivize affordable for sale and rental units in our downtown. Another topic covered is building form, pursue strategies to activate vacant storefronts, and we see many of them in the near term, and reduce vacancies in the long term. And attract development desired by our community through the use of incentives or other partnerships with property owners. Other topics and examples of key recommendations, multimodal, for instance, enhance sidewalks and fill gaps in the pedestrian network, require adequate parking to support existing uses, Consider adopting on-street paid parking. That's a key recommendation from the downtown area plan. Looking at streetscape improvements, design and implement a flexible festival street along San Antonio Street. We know that we're getting a lot more requests for festivals in our city. Under public space and amenities, which is key to a vibrant downtown, create a better connection from downtown to the riverfront parks in the San Marcos River through east and west connections. Consider additional new amenities, programming, and redesign of the courthouse square. Provide the community's priority desired amenities through downtown in existing and new parks, plazas, and parklets. In terms of small business support, and that's what primarily is in our downtown, diversify retail offerings. Diversify the mix of people in downtown by supporting additional housing options. Provide entrepreneur funding and finance support. Create a program to allow short-term business licenses and pop-up businesses. Under history, art, and culture, activate downtown's art scene, support San Marcos artists, make art accessible for all through events, programming, interpretive signage, and public funding support, and enhance the existing art website to interact with the built environment. And then Amanda had mentioned the recommendations are focused on implementation. Again, determine management strategy and appropriate staff updates for the downtown area plan. Evaluate recommendations for incorporation into the CIP or utilization of TERS funds, which I'll get to in just a little bit. And of course, coordinate with all other city departments, downtown partners, downtown developers to implement the recommendations from the downtown area plan. The downtown area plan covers weaknesses and strengths as identified by stakeholders. Of course, the weaknesses that are identified, there's a high business vacancy rate. There's a lack of family-friendly spaces in downtown. Parking is limited in downtown. These are not new things to us. We know that these exist. In terms of strengths, downtown has history, character, natural assets. It's unique and it has a local identity. Texas State is adjacent to downtown. There is a little HEB, we call it little, but the fact that it's a grocery store in our downtown is a big thing because many, many downtowns lack full-size grocery stores like what we call our little HEB. And of course, this wasn't identified, but this is certainly a big strength. We have an adopted plan that has stakeholder input on what to achieve. The implementation concerns that we have, as Amanda had mentioned, a good portion of the recommendations are to be implemented by our Main Street team. There are 3 staff assigned to our Main Street team who are not groundskeeping. So that's 3 staff to implement the recommendations. Our recommendation moving forward is to focus with intention on creating a more vibrant downtown. That's what we want to do. Some first-year goals that we want to achieve: create that downtown area plan implementation plan. Implement recommendations that will improve the appeal and the attractiveness of our downtown, such as vacant buildings, landscape maintenance, which we're already moving on, diversifying the retail mix through investments and incentives, and utilize the downtown area plan to identify targeted retail. We also want to implement vacancy abatement strategies, particularly through ordinance updates such as vacant building registrations, minimum standards of care, and inspection fees. In that regard, we're going to conduct a peer city review of strategies that work well in other communities. Council, the question for you related to the downtown area plan and your visioning exercise is, are there goals that you see that are related to the downtown area plan that you also want to consider within the strategic plan? And as you contemplate that, we ask that you consider this as a guide. Downtown is one of 2 of our regional centers. Downtowns are viewed as economic indicators of cities. What is your desired timeframe for implementing the downtown area plan? And then, of course, as I mentioned before, the resources that we need to implement many of the recommendations. We do know that the downtown TERS is a funding source. We've had a recent conversation that the county prefers not to fund staff directly from the downtown TERS. We do know that our hot tax already contributes to our downtown. However, we can still continue to explore what that looks like. We want to conduct a study of other peer cities and see what they're utilizing that hot tax for to support downtown programs and projects. So Mayor and Council, that concludes, of course, the downtown area plan recommendations, as well as Amanda's slides on Vision SMTX and downtown. We'll open the floor for questions.
Do we have an idea, to hear there's only 3 staff? I know in our previous conversation around just general maintenance in downtown, that was new for me to learn. Do we have an idea how many staff members are needed? Like, what is a sufficient number?
A lot of it depends on what we want to implement.
Because it sounds like we're putting a ton onto Main Street. And so it sounds also like our implementation of most of this plan is contingent on their actions. And so trying to figure out how we can better support them. And if it's staff, then that's a discussion, of course, we can have as a body, but.
Sure, and we've got Rebecca Ibarra here who's over Main Street, and I will tell you this, that the downtown team, we have recently added, I believe, a partial position to the team, but they're already stretched as it is. And so when you try to overlay these implementation recommendations, they're not going to be able to complete them all. And that's why we're talking about that as a resource need, because we want to implement these recommendations. We know that it's going to take additional resources to do so. We just can't quantify that yet because we want to also hear from you what recommendations are important for you to see implemented.
Hi, Rebecca Ibarra, Director of Destination Services. Just some history in regards to the funding sources. So prior to 2 years ago, the hotel occupancy tax, we were maxed out because the 7% that was collected by Embassy Suites was going back to pay the debt of the conference center. We learned 2 years ago, or it's been maybe 3 years now, that those funds weren't, we didn't have justification for or policy stating that that money had to go to that. So now there is funding available, which can be used for adding staff and adding programs. But as Rodney said, everything is intentional. What do we want to do? And then how do we want to add, what type of staff do we want to add? And that goes for all tourism programs. We were at max capacity for all of our programs.
Thank you. Council Mayor, what other questions do you have pertaining to the slides before? And just a reminder, if you have them, to have the slide number available with your questions so we can put it up in front.
I have several, but this one in particular, I think, I don't want to try to butcher the answer, so I hope you guys can answer this. So it's slide 104, the quality of life and sense of place, I guess as it relates to downtown vitality. So, okay, where do I start so that this makes sense? There's a perception that the CUP process and general red tape make it difficult to do business in San Marcos, including and a lot of emphasis on downtown. What steps are we taking to address the concerns and streamline processes for businesses? And Matthew and I serve on some CUP committee thing, so maybe touch on that as well.
Absolutely. Amanda Hernandez, Director of Planning and Development Services. So we do have our conditional use permit committee. And we did a lot of education in our first 6 or 7 meetings, and we're starting to go through and make some recommendations. And we're looking forward to having some recommendations. As far as assisting businesses, one of the recommendations that's in the downtown plan is to create a how-to guide. So I think a lot of the hurdles that our business community come across are things that they just don't know they have to do. So we'd really like to put together a document that says, if I'm opening a restaurant, I know I have to get a health permit, and I know I have to get a conditional use permit if I'm serving alcohol. I need a building permit if I'm remodeling, where a lot of times we see that a business will rent a unit and start remodeling, start doing plumbing, and those types of things you have to have inspected by our qualified building inspectors. So we think that how-to guide will be helpful. We think that our conditional use permit committee will be helpful. And then as part of that overarching development code review, we're also talking about having some external stakeholders to come in and help with some process improvements just in general, not specifically to CUPs. But we know that, you know, from a staff perspective, we only see one side of the permitting process, and we need to get that input from our business owners and our development community. So we're hoping to do that as part of the development code update.
Ms. Garza addressed the CUP, but what about, and you kind of went into permits. I hear more complaints about people saying how hard it is to get a permit, and it's mostly how long things take as opposed to what they have to do. So if y'all could address that.
Yes, ma'am. That's definitely on our list for that external group to ask them where they're seeing those hiccups and hurdles and figure out where we can make our internal improvements to make that easier.
But don't we know how long we're taking?
We do. A lot of that has to do with volume.
With what?
Volume of permits that come in, and then complexity of, for example, watershed protection plans. We have engineers that are checking engineering work to make sure the water is actually flowing where it's supposed to flow. So that's one example of where I've heard of some things taking time, but it's just making sure we're doing a full review and getting it right.
I was actually specifically talking about downtown.
Oh, downtown is taking a long time.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I will have to look into that one.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor and Council, Joe Pantaleon, Assistant City Manager. I've talked to a lot of the business owners and other people coming through the permitting process that have had concerns. And I can really point at two things. First off, through the guidance of our council this past year, through starting with visioning and ending with the budget adoption, we have added a business retention and assistance staff position in the budget. And we are literally weeks away from hiring that person as a new liaison to help with that situation. Secondly, as we look into some of the permitting concerns, the permitting process is a process that takes both the applicant and the staff. And certainly there are issues in terms of volume where sometimes the staff reviews take a week or two longer. In a lot of cases, the applicant receives the comments and may wait a month or two. And in one case that you received an email, they waited 5 months before responding to comments. So it's certainly a two-way street. I'm hopeful, and I've talked to Ms. Hernandez about the upcoming land development code amendments to have a stakeholder-driven process that helps us identify code sections that are delaying some of our review times, and things like waivers that are common concerns where a lot of waivers go to council. A lot of waivers may or may not be necessary. So we're trying to see where we could look at the code. And again, we don't have any identified right now, and we want to really have that as a stakeholder-driven process to identify sections of the code that we could propose to council. Is this a priority? There are certain things like sign variances where there's an existing sign that may not be current with our current standards, but it's been there for years. And so is this something that staff could make an administrative decision as opposed to have to bring to council through an appeal process? Little things like that go a long way to helping to expedite the permitting process. So we are looking forward to that land development code amendment process.
Speaking of the land development code, I keep asking, when are we going to see the other items that we had identified, like the siren location?
Yes, ma'am. Those are all on the list for this overarching update that we're planning to do. On my slide, I mentioned we're going to align with the preferred scenario map, take in recommendations from our council committees and prior council direction. So the sirens would be part of that. The PDD process, however, we're going to bring that back, is on that list as well. And we have a couple of other things that I can't think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, I was thinking some of that, not the things that you're waiting on other committees. For some reason, I was thinking those would be to us in January. Am I not remembering that correctly? Because here's the deal on the sirens, every day that goes by, we've lost a possible opportunity to put one.
Yes, ma'am.
And I understand waiting on some of the others, but that one is just so time dependent. Every time we have a meeting, I look at the agenda, it's not on there, and I'm going, missing another opportunity possibly.
I believe
So do we have
a month to bring it forward.
to bring all the things that you were talking about, that we've been talking about for a year?
No, at this point, no, ma'am. I would anticipate it'll probably be later in the summer because we want to make sure that we have our recommended changes and that we go out to the community for public input.
Well, thank,
I believe we have another question. Go
well,
ahead.
thank you.
Councilman.
At one time, maybe 20 years ago, we had a one-stop shop where a contractor could come in and get all the information in one time. Like that, he wouldn't have to be coming back. Is that gonna be implemented or whatever happened to that?
We still have our one-stop shop. Part of one of the changes that was done a few years ago, even before I came to the city of San Marcos 12 years ago, was having engineering and planning on the same floor. And then we have our health department. They were not too far away. They have moved farther away, but we do have the ability to have pre-development meetings with people so they can hear from everyone at the same time. We have pre-construction meetings where they hear from everyone at the same time. So we still implement the one-stop shop in our planning, engineering.
Well, we
and-
can do that downtown as well, or are we doing it now?
Yes, sir. We treat all projects the same.
Yeah, it's just the time it's taken. I just wonder what's taking so much time, and I heard your answer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. What other questions for council?
And part of it is really getting that stakeholder group because we all hear different things and we want things to be better. It's just a matter of sometimes people will say things in very general terms. And so that doesn't help us, right, to know like exactly where to go and find the problem areas. So we need to have those stakeholder groups around the table to really identify, this is a specific scenario that I've encountered and where I've had problems so that we can work through those individual things. We know there's growth that needs to happen there. And when I say growth, I mean growth in terms of improvement growth and us doing better growth. But just us getting that feedback, that specific feedback will definitely be helpful in allowing us to fine tune things and try to make things better. Because a lot of times there are also things where sometimes there's miscommunication even between the applicant and their architects or engineers, where they may be saying, oh, we're giving complete information, but they may not be fully addressing staff comments. So again, trying to understand and isolate what's truth, what's, maybe been some misunderstanding or miscommunication, and then where do we have that we can work on to make things better. That's definitely our intention.
So I have a follow-up question with that. There was recently a neighbor that sent a whole list of I thought it was pretty constructive feedback regarding their experience with the planning department. I wouldn't have known about that unless they told me about it themselves. But I wonder then, so if and when you do get those sometimes very passionate and elaborate pieces of feedback from our neighbor, how are you documenting that? Like, is there a coordinated effort to have kind of how are you keeping track of that?
So if it's the same person that met with Mr. Pentalion and we listened, we asked clarifying questions, and then the information that was provided to us, we provided to planning and development to say, hey, can you help us understand what's happening here? And again, sometimes there are things that have more to the story in terms of the interaction, because there's a whole history, just like with anything. We're all a product of our experiences and our interactions that we've had. Sometimes there's history that has caused some frustration in previous interactions, and that doesn't always help. But we do have a deliberate process in the sense that any feedback that we get, sometimes we'd even have a contractor who would tell us, hey, if I can just send you, as soon as I encounter something in the field, can I just send y'all something and let y'all know? And we've invited that. And so anything that we get, we always follow up on and make sure that we get with the planning department to determine what is actually happening there. And part of that feedback is also feedback we're going to look at when we do the stakeholder group, because we're going to bring some of those things forward at that time and possibly even look to see who wants to participate on that.
Right.
Yeah, if I can I add a little bit more to that, is that once something comes to our department, if it's a process thing and, we're taking an extra 5 minutes to walk to engineering to get something done, and we can stop that extra 5 minutes from taking up our time, we can implement those internal process things fairly quickly. If we find that it's a code update that needs to happen, we have a laundry list of code updates that need to happen. So we make sure that those get on that list. So we know exactly what section of the code we need to go to potentially remove some of those barriers in process. And
Right.
that'll be part of this upcoming update.
That's all super helpful, but I think what I'm getting at is we get individual concerns, right? Sometimes we forward them. We try to connect the neighbors with y'all. Sometimes they send long PDFs of stuff. Sometimes they don't reach out at all, right? But how then, just given, at least me, and I'm sure others don't have the capacity to keep track of every individual, like how are you updating us on like, hey, these were trends that we saw, like how do you identify trends in the feedback and then let us know that, right? So like, what if there was something that was a process issue? Amanda's really good at figuring out like holes and like, ooh, we, didn't think about this. We've changed the process that should handle that for the future. But I do feel like sometimes we're told those like that good work like piecemeal instead of all together. So then some of us might be under the impression, yeah, we're making strides, and others might be like, well, I never heard back from this one incident. Does that make sense? And I feel like that's in general. Like I think that's across the board with most of our constituent feedback. Like we pass it along to y'all, and unless we talk to each other or by accident, the same person reaches out to one of us, we have no sense of like the trends that y'all might be seeing, because y'all are the ones whose job it is to respond to those things directly, right? So
For trends, that's obviously going to be a little bit more involved than if we get one-offs from each of you. And if we get a one-off from each of you and it's something that we have heard other people with that same thing, then usually in the response we provide to you, it'll have that information. If it's not that, then it's something that, we would keep and bring forward whenever we have an opportunity to do that in a more holistic manner. But we really do. I mean, if we're not getting back to y'all, if you're giving us constituent stuff and we're not getting back to y'all, we want to know about that, because I would say we try very hard, let's put it that way, about making sure that if we get something from a particular council member, that our staff researches it and then gets it back to y'all. So if there's something that's not happening, I just want to make sure that's
not
happening.
the assertion that I was making. I apologize if I was unclear. I think my takeaway is overall, like you're getting little feedback, complaints, rose and glows from all of us. I feel like that's a big, there's a gap in reflections from y'all, like, oh, this is a common thing, or, oh, we've never heard about this, and then letting us know this is how we're addressing it. Does that make sense? Because then I feel like there's never like a overall report back to keep us all, I guess, in the loop of the progress, especially if, and I'm not saying we're identifying the trends. I don't have the time and capacity to identify the trends. I don't think that's my job either. I don't have the expertise to even know what is a trend. But if y'all identify those trends, I think it would be helpful for you to let us know how
Absolutely. And I think the other aspect, it's kind of what Ms. Hernandez talked about earlier, is that usually if it is something we see as a trend and it's code type updates that then need to occur, that would take council direction in order to do that, then we do put those on our list and then bring those back holistically so that, and we'll tell you, this is in response to some of the concerns that we're hearing or feedback. So that's usually in the way that you as council see it back. But Mr. Pantalion, you may have some more to add to that.
Yes, Joe Pantaleon, Assistant City Manager, and Councilmember, that's a point very well taken. I don't know that during our day-to-day business. We stop, identify trends, summarize it, and send it to council. So I think, as we go through the land development code amendments, that's one of the things that we actually discussed internally. In addition to talking to stakeholders, talk to our own staff, because the reviewers are identifying and making comments. And if we're seeing comments that are being made over and over that are hanging people up in the development review process, we want to know about them. One of the things that we brought forward as a change to our economic development policy in 2022 was actually in reaction to a trend that staff identified downtown with redevelopment. And it was the fact that when you're working in downtown, trying to build out a business, work within the historic structures that is our downtown square and adjacent areas, you always hit hurdles with either retrofitting buildings or enhancing the infrastructure. So what we did was we recommended that we be able to use our Economic Development Supplemental Fund and have staff be able to provide for either sustainability grants or grants through for legacy businesses to help them with those infrastructure costs, to help downtown, help them through some of the permitting hurdles. We are also looking at our economic development policy, a recommended change, and this is something that, whether it's this year or coming into the year after that, is to make a recommended change that we actually expand that offering of that grant to more businesses, not just legacy business, not just businesses that are in historic buildings. So again, we are working, and sometimes it's not a permitting fix, it's actually a funding fix and a cooperation fix. So certainly through our land development code process, we'll do that. And I'm going to let Ms. Hernandez speak about that. But certainly through other means like our economic development policy, we're trying to fix just those things that you're bringing to our attention. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, not about that topic specifically, but to what Councilmember Garza is saying, for example, we implemented a permit tracking report that every week we send out to all of our permit reviewers to make sure permits don't fall through the cracks, to show people, hey, this one is due tomorrow, you have to get it done today. And that's a change we implemented that we didn't need approval for, but that change never made it to our policymakers to tell you, hey, this is what we've done to address some of the issues we were hearing 5 years ago. So I think that's a good point for me, that if we are making some of those internal changes, that we send those up the chain. That way y'all can hear about the things that we're doing internally that you otherwise wouldn't see.
That would be very helpful because I live in a perpetual state of Catholic guilt. And when people bring me their grievances and then I don't have things to report back where we are making progress, I just like, I try, and then I'm at HEB and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna run into this lady. Like, what am I gonna say? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's very stressful.
Yes, thank you for that feedback.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, council.
Thank you to everybody. I know it's easy to point out the things that don't work, but thank you to all of y'all for implementing things that clearly do work. And I think to Ms. Garza's point, having a better idea of what y'all do allows us to give you the kudos that are well deserved. Because I mean, we can only compliment so much that we do know. So I wanted to get into, I know we're supposed to like prioritize particular issues. I wanted to start on page 109. I think it's slide 113, but 109 of the presentation. I'm gonna get back to, so when we talk about create a dedicated management strategy that incorporates a permanent funding source and or staffing increases to account for maintenance needs, where would these staff live? In Main Street?
Presumably, yes, but again, it's connected to the specific implementation recommendations that we move forward with.
Okay. I only ask because I know I made it clear the last time, I don't really love contractors. I know it was mentioned too, having a little bit more control over the people who do our stuff.
Mhm.
So I'm glad to see that here. Following that though, under building form and infill development, it talks about attracting a downtown hotel.
Mhm.
Was I hearing right to hear that Texas State has already made movement on that? Off of Guadalupe Street?
Yes, there is a proposal that they have brought forward. And so that's being evaluated. It was discussed by Economic Development San Marcos, and they are refining their proposal. And so they're going to bring that back for discussion. Obviously, anything that would come back to would come to council for
Mhm.
your discussion and consideration.
And in those discussions, when we talk about, benefits and assets to downtown, if Texas State ends up making the hotel and nothing like drastically changes, it stays within their property. I'm imagining none of that would trickle down to our residents.
That's not correct. The land would be tax exempt. The improvements would be taxable.
So we would still make some.
So we would make some money.
Okay.
So yes, if they were to use that property and they're looking at that site where their current admissions building is. And so once, if they were to use that for lab space or classroom space, then yes, presumably we would never get any revenue off of that. But if
Mhm.
they use it in this particular way, then yes, possibly we would be able to get some money from their improvements.
And if that went through, would that sort of cover that particular item?
It,
Like what we-
it would. It doesn't necessarily mean that we would be satisfied with just one. I mean, it may be something that, we as an organization and we as a community may want to do more, but it definitely would be a catalyst to start that.
Okay, thank you. And then in that same section on the how-to guide, I'm happy to hear this. Does this guide also include, I mean, it's one thing to start a business, as we know, but then it's another thing to actually maintain the business. And so within this guide, are there going to be maybe some tips and tricks from business owners? I know we have legacy business owners, perhaps including them in discussions on what worked for them and what game they can pass down to somebody else.
We were certainly going to focus on process, but I think that's actually a really good addition to the guide would be maintenance.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Yeah, perfect. And then on page 111, I think it's 115 of the slides, under multimodal connectivity and parking. When we talk about and I'm sorry I didn't go and review it, but when we talk about the on-street paid parking program, I know many people work within downtown. Are we under that plan? What's going to happen with people who work? Are they expected to pay? Are they given something to hang, saying, exempting them?
I can answer that question partially, and Sabas might want to contribute to that as well. Currently, our staff is working with the Parking Advisory Board on what implementation looks like. So we haven't nailed down all the particulars just yet. The recommendation itself stems from a previous recommendation, and of course, this referred to implementing that recommendation. Sabas, is there anything else that you can add with regard to the staff working with the Parking Advisory Board?
Sabas Avila, Director of Public Works. No, sir, I believe you covered everything. Any on-street parking will need to go through the Parking Advisory Board. After we receive a positive recommendation, if we receive a positive recommendation, then we will take it to council.
Okay. And you said the board hasn't necessarily met on that, or they're in the process?
They're in the process of working with staff.
Do we know, within that process, do we know if this is something that they've addressed, if they discussed? I mean, because the reason I ask is I would hate for us to have people who come and work and then are having to pay an additional thing on top of that while they're already struggling to make the money. And so I understand the need.
What we can do is we can get the latest update from staff in their conversation with the Parking Advisory Board and send that to council via email.
Okay, thank you. And then as far as like priorities, I mean, obviously this is going to be different for each member. One of the things I'm super interested, obviously, is making sure our Main Street receives adequate staff to carry out this plan. It just seems sensible that anything else is contingent on that. But I am very much in support of prioritizing our small business support, and whatever we can do to make that, something that we really prioritize, would be great. So that's just me personally.
And Mayor and Council Chantel had to step out, but she's going to be right back. So we could certainly continue with discussions of the downtown plan or move to the next topic.
Oh,
I'm channeling Chantel right now. Okay.
we're just doing downtown plans? I thought. didn't
That's
I-
where we left off, was the questions for downtown
Oh,
or SMTX vision plan.
Okay, I have a question, kind of sort of. I don't know if this is the right space or maybe just send an email, but it's like, I think 88 through three, maybe, I don't know the slides. But, so a lot of discussion about affordable housing, housing diversity, ensuring residents have access to safe and accessible homes. I missed this question earlier, but like, how do we measure progress in achieving more affordable housing? Like, is it based on the numbers of the low-income housing tax credit units approved, the number of residents purchasing homes in San Marcos? What metrics are we using to gauge the success of the initiatives? And one example is like in Austin, housing and rental costs are trending downwards, which seems like a success story, or like that's how it's portrayed. So are we benchmarking our efforts against similar trends? Like, how do we report back that like all this money, time, efforts that we're putting in all these plans, consultants, is resulting or going somewhere, right?
Sure. So the quick, easy answer is, as of right now, we really don't. But we do have a couple of great opportunities coming up. And one is that we're going to be establishing those benchmarks associated with our comprehensive plan. So in the comprehensive plan, we have the objectives. What are we trying to do? Increase affordable housing would be one of those. And we would need to establish that benchmark. But in the past, we have not had that benchmark. The other thing that we will be implementing and have and be able to track progress of is that strategic housing action plan, which hopefully we'll have adopted this year, which is all about housing and nothing else, where the comprehensive plan, the housing is just a small piece of it.
Right. I mean, hasn't affordable housing like been like a thing for visioning for a while? Like but you're saying we haven't been tracking process in like
Not against a
quantitative ways?
benchmark. So we have we have a list of some accomplishments we've done this year. We gather our accomplishments every year in our department annual report, but we don't have that benchmark to go back and say, here's where we started 10 years ago. Here's what we've done so far, but we do know what we've done.
Y'all know, but my constituents don't, right? And I think that's an issue.
Yes, reporting needs to be improved, absolutely.
Gotcha. And then, oh, go ahead.
You'll recall, for the Planning and Zoning Commission and us, there were 4 main items that were an issue on the strategic housing plan. And I had some options, working with some folks and some compromises. Did we get those approved when it came back? And then it became apparent that so much of the plan was out of date because it came out right before the census. And so we said, yes, we'll need to update all of that. But those 4 things, are those still hanging?
They are still hanging. As I recall, we came back with those 4 items in a work session and our comprehensive plan had just kicked off. So City Council gave direction to put a pin in the strategic housing action plan, focus on the comprehensive plan.
No, I get
and then
that.
come
I was
back.
trying to
But no, I
figure
don't
out
think we ever put a pin in those 4.
if we had resolved those. So
Right.
now my question is, will we resolve those before this goes back out and does all the other things that you're planning to do?
That'll be part of what goes out to the community for input, but that's one of the reasons we'd like to have that planning commission and city council work session, is so we can talk through those things, because we had the draft that came from staff and the consultants, P and Z had the modifications, and then city council postponed the document. So we want to make sure that we are all on the same page in that work session. I guess if council feels that a work session in advance of the public input would make more sense, we can absolutely do that. But we
I was
do want to
just-
have that
I
work.
was trying to close the loop
Yeah.
on those 4 things
Mhm.
because they're major. And so when this goes out to the public, will the public see both sides?
I would anticipate, yes, that we'll have kind of the,
It's gonna be
And
up to
or.
y'all to determine if that happens. Okay.
I feel like that was like a lot of inside baseball and I kind of get it, but I guess, are y'all gonna do that thing again where y'all give us like little summaries of the hot takes that were happening today?
always.
Okay, good, because we can revisit this later so I can make sure that I picked up everything.
And
y'all
there is
put
a
it down.
summary in the slides. I think you had stepped out during those 2 slides where I talked about the strategic housing action plan,
Yeah,
but we will recap that when it comes back to y'all.
yeah, specifically what y'all just went back and forth about. I was like, oh, I think I know what y'all are talking about, but I also don't. Oh, that answered my next question. Oh, there was another one. Oh, this one might be too out there, but so we know a lot of our neighbors experiencing homelessness tend to congregate downtown. And they're often cited as allegedly creating challenges for business owners, residents, visitors. Given that, like, is it possible to use downtown TERS funds for programming that addresses like housing insecurities and impacts like on our downtown area?
I'm going to start the response and then John might want to add to this because the downtown TERS was created for a specific purpose. We did, of course, have to look at that purpose. There should be a project plan for it and see if we can match that to the project plan. I don't know if John has any more specifics about the project plan, but we certainly can look at that project plan.
I can tell you that it's been raised at the last two meetings and is under discussion. You're absolutely correct about the project plan and, you know, but it's been brought up the last two meetings and we're starting to talk about it.
Okay, cool. Because I've seen you, nifty city folk, be able to remix things to fit different puzzles when you really want to. So I'm glad you guys are having that conversation.
And council member, there's two components here. Council actually has to vote to amend the plan as well as the county. So we certainly could tee this up to both agencies. At the end of the day, the council would have to vote to amend the project plan, as would the county. Yes.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, thank you for sharing what's happening in the meetings. And for this in particular, I think many leaders of the county have acknowledged and will continue to acknowledge that San Marcos is pretty much spearheading the efforts on addressing all our counties' homelessness. Like, we get everybody, and like, yeah, I think they'd be down to consider remixing downtown TERS funds for whatever. But I guess the other question is about the hot tax. I can't remember if we had this conversation with this whole council, but it's one of those things where I think it would be beneficial if we were all given like the lore of like the last conversations we've had on that. Yeah, just so everybody's on the same page. I know that one was an interesting conversation too, like where all that money goes. Okay, I get it. You don't like downtown. Yeah, just so we're on the same page, or like so we're all up to date with that other conversation. I learned a lot in the last conversation is what I'm saying. The scope of it, what's allowed, what we're imagining. Yeah, it'd be cool to include some of that information that wasn't in this. That's all I got.
And council member, just to clarify, you'd like a recap of an understanding of where the money goes currently?
Yeah, like I feel like there was like a interesting conversation on like where we did that thing where we workshop like institutional knowledge versus what's written down versus what like, oh, but can we do this type of thing? I think those are really cool teachable moments for people that couldn't, like that wouldn't have been, that's not written anywhere. That was like in a conversation.
Okay, we will find that information.
Rebecca knows what I'm talking about.
All right, well, I'm gonna do my inner Chantel again. We can move to the next topic or? Okay, all right, great. Which happens to be me. All right. All right, Mayor and Council, the next topic is managed access for our riverfront parks. As Stephanie had mentioned earlier in the agenda, part of what guides council is prior council direction. We did receive prior council direction this last September. And I just want to review, of course, for the new council members, some of what we discussed at that work session. To begin with, we did a recap of the 2024 summer season for council in September. And we did several components. The first component was staff insight, and this is based off of our marshals who are there, as Alonzo had mentioned, every weekend, our parks team, who is there every weekend. What we found on Memorial Day weekend, and that was the first of our summer season, we had the largest crowd ever at our riverfront parks. Our staff was very concerned that they just did not have the capability to do crowd control from Memorial Day weekend. It was mentioned about what do our marshals enforce? They are charged with enforcing non-life safety ordinances, such as the single-use beverage containers, styrofoam, charcoal, et cetera. It is very difficult for them to do that enforcement because of the constant need to attend to multiple and consistent incidents that threaten life safety and the life-threatening injuries that are sustained due to intoxication, falls, and of course, the summer heat. We do, of course, know, and our residents near Rio Vista Parks know that the number of vehicles far exceeds the number of parking spaces available, resulting in cars parking everywhere that they can near our riverfront parks. We did have some insight from our residents and businesses through some surveys that were conducted. From their perspective, of course, the riverfront parks, they felt is not a safe place to visit because of those intoxicated visitors or fights, that the weekend crowds are too large to enjoy the swimming pool and tennis courts, that there's too much traffic on residential streets and illegal parking, and that when visitors do return to their parked cars, which are typically along the streets in front of their houses, that the trash is discarded in front of their houses. Because of course, Memorial Day the Memorial Day holiday weekend was very challenging, we knew that we couldn't go into July 4th and Labor Day weekend without a game plan. What we did was we quickly contracted for additional peace officers to supplement our marshals, and that was so successful that we continued to use those contracted peace officers every weekend throughout the summer season. For July 4th and Labor Day in particular, we closed Cheatham Street on both ends of Riverside Street and CM Allen. That was very successful. And what that proved to be was entry points to the park where our staff was able to tell our visitors what they could not bring into our riverfront park system. We supplemented our parking technicians with code enforcement staff so that way we could do additional ticketing for vehicles who were illegally parked and additional towing. We asked, and the Lions Club said yes, to reroute their shuttle instead of going down River Road. So that way we could provide dedicated ingress and egress on Cheatham Street for loading and unloading. We did cancel the tournaments on Labor Day weekend at the baseball complex. That was very successful. And many of these council we're going to do in future summer seasons as well. Meaning that we are going to be blocking out those holiday weekend tournaments at Ramon Lucio baseball fields. What you see in front of you is a dashboard of the metrics that our marshals collect and report on during the summer season. There were over 8,700 violations that they saw and provided guidance on at our riverfront parks. And you can't see them, but they're to the left. They provided over 7,000 verbal education encounters. Unfortunately, 329 visitors were ejected from our riverfront parks because they failed to comply after several requests to comply with our ordinances. They did issue 48 citations to parks visitors, and they did issue 2 criminal trespass warrants to visitors. The rest were low, and they were low for a reason. You know, the question might be, well, if there's so much negative activity, why are the rest so low? Because of the 8 marshals that are on staff, if one marshal arrests one individual or several, they have to then leave their post and they have to transport that individual. They have to do all the necessary booking, which then of course whittles down the on-site staff. So our marshals, as much as possible, try to achieve voluntary compliance without having to arrest an individual. And so that's why arrests are so low. And there were 69 medical injuries that needed attention during the summer season. There's a lot of environmental impact as well with the number of people that visit our riverfront parks. First and foremost is litter. On any given weekend, on a Monday, our staff is collecting over 50 tubes from our river. And that's because a lot of our visitors are bringing their own tubes now. And as we all know, these inner tubes are very inexpensive now. And so from their perspective, leaving them where they are is not that costly. The other impact that we see is trampling of our aquatic vegetation and bank erosion. The next few slides are pictures, of course, of some of that. Let's see. This one is at the Eleanor Crook Park, and just a picture of some of the trampling and bank erosion. And then the next slide is impact to our riparian zone impacts. Again, this is another picture of the Eleanor Crook Park area. One more picture, and this is immediately behind the Hayes County Veterans Memorial. There was more insight that was provided to us. The Eyes of the San Marcos River conducted an in-person survey on Memorial Day at Rio Vista. The survey was conducted both in English and in Spanish, and the survey was asked of groups of individuals that were collected there. Here are the results of the English survey and of the Spanish survey. Roughly about 80% of the English survey respondents did not identify as being local. 8 of those 34 groups planned to stay overnight, so it wasn't an overwhelming majority. And 13 of the 34 groups said that they bought items locally or that they would be eating locally. Yes.
That mean here?
Yes, here in San Marcos. Yes. And of the Spanish survey, 96% of those individuals did not identify as local. 3 of the 24 groups planned to stay overnight, and 7 of the 24 groups identified that they had bought items locally for their trip. That last number should be 7 of the 24 groups, my apologies, said that they would be eating locally.
What was the sample size?
The sample size, I want to say that the total was, God, I knew off the top of my head. We can get you the surveys, but I want to say that both surveys were about 200 plus individuals in total.
Yeah, that would be helpful because numbers like this mean nothing without a sample size.
Sure.
Yeah.
That would be 200 of.
We don't do a count of the total number of visitors. There's just no way to do that. But we've heard estimates that vary of 5,000 to 10,000.
I'm gonna go out there and count.
I got one of those.
As I mentioned, on September 17th, we provided council in a work session setting a summary of the summer season. The conclusions we drew, of course, are that the crowds are increasing year over year. The trend is that we will continue to see more out-of-town visitors because of the access to our parks is quote unquote free, which it is. Most of our weekend riverfront parks users are from out of town, and that's on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. What we find is that locally, our residents go to the parks Monday through Thursday. Most of the city operational costs and staffing efforts are to support the weekend riverfront usage. There's not really any direct sales tax or hotel occupancy tax that's attributed to out-of-town visitors. And what we do know, of course, is that some of our surrounding jurisdictions and agencies do utilize managed access programs as a way of reducing environmental impact, such as Blue Hole and Jacob's Well, or to generate additional generate revenue from out-of-town visitors. We visited the city of New Braunfels. They were very clear with us that the revenue that they generate from their fees pays to offset the cost for operation. At the September 17th work session, council did agree on direction, a consensus on direction. One was supporting staff research to install an aesthetically pleasing perimeter fence along our riverfront parks. Supporting charging non-residents to enter. We are not talking about charging residents. We're only talking about charging non-residents, and then supporting permits for picnic spots. We wanted to give you the current work in progress. Currently, we're working with a consultant to assess the feasibility of installing the perimeter fencing, and of course, assessing any new resources that we think will be needed for future summer seasons. Lonzo had mentioned earlier the staffing study that is being conducted for the Marshal's office that's currently underway. As we get into the new season, we are going to be developing a bid to supplement deputy marshals through contracted peace officers. We did that successfully last year. And then, of course, if any additional personnel are needed or additional work from Easter Seals is needed for maintenance, et cetera, we're going to look at what that cost would be and hopefully compare it against new revenues as well. With regard to the perimeter fencing, this map shows you, of course, the San Marcos River, starting from City Park, going through Ramon and Lucio. The orange dots, which you can't see very well, those are the access points in our river. And you all may know this, of course, that the shared use pathway pretty much runs along the river. When we're talking about perimeter fencing, it would go on the outer edges of our park systems, which means that we would have to also then look at some form of a shared use pathway along that. That could be prohibitive. We're not sure. We're going to have to look at the cost for this, but we do know that that can be a concern for us for perimeter fencing. And so where we are is we're working with the consultant. We're continuing to do that to evaluate just what those challenges are for perimeter fencing.
And, sorry, I know we mentioned New Braunfels. I've been since they implemented both the fence and the pay. The fence is pretty long over there. And so my question is just like the same questions I would have for the border down in the south. How does that impact wildlife who have nothing to do with any of this? They don't know, and they want to travel in and out. Like how does that impact? How are we, I mean, are we factoring in the disruption to ecosystems when we talk about these fences?
Sure, Jamie Lee Case from our Parks Department, Parks and Recreation Director, can help to answer that question.
Thank you. Yes, and Councilmember, we have, so in New Braunfels, it's not totally fenced in. So it's not a absolute area where wildlife cannot get in and out, so they're not confined. That we would be working very closely with our habitat conservation plan manager, because we also do not want to, create an issue where that happens either.
Yeah, because the hope is it's not going to divert them from accessing in different ways. And
Right.
God forbid those accessing in different ways is adjacent to roadways, adjacent to, I mean, we had a long discussion about deer.
Yep.
And so, just making sure that we're factoring in those things as well.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
We talked about the fencing. To my understanding, and we weren't allowed to do any kind of cement barriers or nothing like that near the river. Was that a fact, or that was just something that I misunderstood? And another question other than that one is, when it comes to the security out there, is it possible that the Lions Club can contribute to that cost?
On the concrete question, we'd have to get back to you with regard to the Lions Club. They are contributing a portion of their sales, and we spoke to this, I think, before, which is that we're finding that more and more of our visitors are bringing their own tubes than necessarily renting from the Lions Club.
Right. Within the contract, all of their concession sales down there at Rio Vista, all of those revenues do go back. It says the Parks and Recreation Department within the existing contract. But what we do is we give it over to the Marshals Department. And my understanding is that they use those funds to purchase additional equipment. I think this past year it was $19,000. Additionally, within their contract, they have to give us a one-time $10,000 payment for river park improvements. We've used those funds to purchase new trash cans, new park benches, picnic tables, assist with standing up the Park Ambassador Program its very first year. So, we do utilize those funds. It's not enough to necessarily contribute to funding personnel. That they would probably need a little bit more, but that $19,000 is pretty average. I think last year it was about 17,000. So we did get a little bit more this past year.
If I remember correctly, we also talked about during the contract that they're going to help clean up the river.
Yes, sir, they do.
Are they doing that now?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they do provide us at the end of the year with a spreadsheet showing the number of hours and the amount of litter that they picked up from the city park parking lot there at Rio Vista. If we are getting reports that there is additional litter, I'm constantly communicating with them, to let them know that they need to kind of, improve in a certain area. They are really, really responsive. They get their team out there quickly. One of the things that they have been investigating is whether or not their insurance provider will allow them to actually do in-river cleanup, as an employee. So hiring somebody, they've had volunteers do it, but actually paying their employees to be able to do that. I'm not sure where they are in that process, if the insurance provider was like kind of a no-go or not. I'm not sure. So I have to follow back up on that.
Okay, that's just one of the things I remember from the contract we have with.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the contract does specifically talk about them picking up litter in the parking lots and around the concession stand area.
Is there any way that we can have more of their staff working after a big holiday? That's when you're gonna generate more of that trash and whatnot. Are they doing that, or the same amount of people?
I really not aware of what their staffing levels are. They do have staff that they dedicate towards those efforts, on every day that they're operating. So I will have to find out if they dedicate additional staff on those busy weekends or not.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember. Now it does feel like karaoke. I've gotten rid of the stand. All right. And then just wrapping up the perimeter fencing, if it does seem feasible, we will conduct community engagement and we will bring a plan and recommendations to council for your consideration. With regard to staffing, any new expenses that might be included in next year's budget are dependent on whether or not there will be any offsets from any new revenues, and of course, prioritization as compared to other citywide needs. So that concludes, of course, the presentation on managed access. If we have other questions, we can certainly get into those, or we can move on to the next topic.
I do on that last slide.
Yes.
Is this sort of a and or, like if, let's say, when do we have or when are we anticipating getting the feasibility?
The
study?
feasibility, I'll defer to Jamie.
Sure. We are kicking off engagement February 12th. So we'll have the completed plan coming to city council by September.
Oh, so it'll be after, so it would be for the following budget year if it's deemed feasible? Not the one we're currently discussing?
For the fencing plan?
Yes,
Okay,
yes. Yeah,
yes.
that would
Okay.
be correct. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a and or, does that, I don't even know if that makes sense. I was just trying to see if, I was hoping that we weren't doing, okay, well, if we do fencing, we're foregoing staffing.
Oh.
You know what I mean? So,
Well, and the fencing, of course, is also, that takes council consideration.
Mhm.
We're not going to do that. We can't do it on their own. But undoubtedly, knowing going into this next year, that we're already going to be at the same staffing level and bigger crowds, we're going to have to contemplate that as a priority of like, what additional sources do we bring forward, resources do we bring?
And that's something that we're doing as part of the staffing study, so that we can have that information to know, what does that look like? We've really gone away from seasonal and part-time marshals, and we have gone more to full-time. And so we need to understand, is that the total model that we need going forward, or is there a supplement to that, right? Through contract or part-time staffing, or what that looks like. So we're hoping to have that staffing study to help inform that decision. So that's on the staffing. In regard to the perimeter fencing, that is something that would qualify. It doesn't mean that we would go this route, but obviously capacity is always going to be an issue. And so it is something that we could even look at bond funds, if there was something that was needed, so that it wouldn't take away some of the operational capacity that we needed in general fund. So it's something for us to consider. We'll bring out back options though, just so that y'all can consider those things as you make your decisions.
okay.
And if I can provide some additional clarity, the feasibility is a component of our larger riverfront plan design plan, and that's really what I was primarily speaking to. So I apologize for not being more clear. We'll likely have the feasibility component to that overall plan probably by June. But it is just a component of that overall plan, but the council will see the entire design plan come to you for consideration in September.
Okay, thank you.
And when you talk about the staffing plan, will you let us know how many, I'm gonna call them temps, like the ambassadors and such, that we used this past year?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we had a bunch of them.
We can do that. Yes, ma'am.
All right, yes, Councilmember.
So this isn't a specific question, but okay, so we're going through all these slides and then we're asking questions and then we're gonna go over the strategic plan and then we're gonna, like, at what point are we having like a conversation about our thoughts on things? Cause we're just asking questions right now.
As soon as we get through the end of this and the achievements, then the rest of the day and the rest of tomorrow will be spent just on the strategic plan. We're just wanting to give y'all some
Gotcha.
context before you get into that discussion.
Gotcha. Okay.
This is the next topic, which is reviewing the current strategic plan and achievements.
And this is really the last staff presentation part of it. The rest of it, we want it to be more just interactive with y'all in terms of discussion. So this is the rest of setting the context and the stage. So again, as I mentioned, there's a lot that's been accomplished over the last several years in terms of your strategic plan. And so just want to get through pointing out some of the things that we've all been able to achieve together, and that's community, council, staff. So it's not tooting staff's horn. It's making sure that we take the time to look back and celebrate the successes that we've all experienced as a community in regard to the strategic plan. So with that, y'all want me to do the? You got it? Okay, hey, thank you. You can. So the first one for quality of life and sense of place. And as a reminder, the goal statement there is to cultivate a community that promotes inclusivity, equity, and belonging, has a unique sense of place due to our distinct natural, historical, and cultural assets, and commits to a healthy quality of life for families of all types. So, and you can see the different statements that council asked for as a result of that. But when it comes to our achievements in this area for comprehensive planning, congratulations. You have actually approved the city council has approved the comprehensive plan in October of 2024. The Dunbar and Heritage Neighborhood Area Plan is also has a new boundary, and staff is working on separating the plan concepts by neighborhood area. So those are some of the achievements that have happened there in the comprehensive planning. In regard to strong community engagement, we've heard you loud and clear that we want to see better engagement and more engagement. So we have had several neighborhood conversations, area plan meetings, national night out. We've also done our equity cabinet, who will be presenting to you at your next work session. And they've been looking at transit and transportation. We've also held resources fairs and dream sessions. In regard to that's more community engagement, we've had survey feedback, whether it's through our comprehensive plan or transportation plans. We've held our Citizens Fire Academy, Police Department open house. We've had some trunk or treats, GIS day at the library to let people understand and know how GIS can be a tool and a resource. We've also expanded our bilingual outreach efforts. And then 47,228 community members have attended library programs, notably the first time ever. We've had adult program participants that have been nearly equal to the number of children. So as I mentioned earlier, it's not just what people traditionally think of with puppet shows and, children's librarian. No, there's a lot of different things that people use a library for, whether it's tax assistance, helping them apply for jobs, research. They really see the library as a beacon for them. Also, we've had continued community partner meetings with all of our community partners, Texas State, SMCISD, Hays County, the Chamber, and the school district. And that's really important because that keeps that dialogue ongoing in terms of having conversations about areas of mutual concern. We collaborate with our partners on things such as, like with Texas State, we understand that sometimes things can be disruptive to our community for things that they have, big events, fireworks at football games, or their move-in, move-out dates. And so that is something that we worked on together. We also worked on the presidential debate, which did not happen, but there was a lot of planning that was already going into the process when that decision was made. In regard to our downtown vitality, we've allocated nearly 23,015 downtown businesses through our Main Street incentive grants. We've also been able to give $15,000 to downtown businesses through cooperative advertising. The Main Street Advisory Board has adopted the work plan in October. And also Stantec Consulting Services was chosen as the consultant for citywide historic preservation plan. That was something that we kept hearing about from our community members. We need a historic preservation plan. And so happy to report that that is actually going out, and initial outreach actually began in August and September. Main Street also hosted a downtown revitalization tour of vacant properties, and so that was also successful. Texas State University and Main Street also partnered to do a downtown vacancy assessment. They wanted to understand just kind of what are the priority vacant properties and how we can work with the owners to achieve compliance. In addition, on arts, culture, and special events, we've actually created a special events coordinator. So again, we know that sense of place is very important to people, and that can mean festivals or different things. And we want to ensure that people have the most successful events as possible. So having that special events coordinator, which is Miss Bridget Levine, is really helpful at making sure that we can have an ombuds person to kind of be that liaison to ensure that they have everything they need to be successful. We've completed multiple public art projects, including murals and community art gallery that we've done and you've seen in City Hall. There's also been the approved TxDOT agreement for the gateway signs, which we look forward to seeing installed in mid-2025. We've partnered with SMC ISD, their art students, to make sure that they're able to put art on 8 traffic boxes in the school and city areas. Also, we've provided grant workshops to local nonprofit organizations. So that's something that we've definitely have felt very positive about, being able to help organizations with that. And then 20 organizations received funding for 32 arts and culture grants. And so that is funding of about $182,000. Also still as part of quality of life and sense of place in regard to parks open spaces, we've completed improvements at Paul Pena Park. We're certified as a scenic city because of our parks, trails, public spaces. We've received recognition as a bike-friendly city. We've implemented public Wi-Fi in downtown at the Mobility Hub, Children's Park, Plaza Park, City Park, Conway Park, and Dunbar Park. San Marcos Development Code has been updated to increase parkland for the fee in lieu of requirement. And then we've also updated the old train depot with a new roof, railing, and plantings. We know that that's important in our downtown area.
Where is that?
In the downtown area on MLK,
Gary?
the train depot.
Edward Gary?
Edward Gary, yes, ma'am, sorry. Neighborhood preservation and enhancement. We have worked on the area plans, and that's something that Amanda talked about earlier as being currently in process. We've had the block party trailer available, and it's been used over 55 times over the course of the fiscal year. So neighbors are definitely taking advantage of that to create sense of community in their neighborhoods. The Neighborhood East Enhancement has facilitated meetings in Sunset Acres, Blanco Gardens, Rio Vista, East Guadalupe, downtown residents, and then also just recently in the Wallace Edition. For housing affordability, we've had a multi-year agreement approved with Southside Community Center to provide services to those experiencing homelessness. We had completed that homelessness needs assessment, and it was identified that we needed to ensure that we have a flagship organization. And so Southside has been who the council and the city has contracted with for those services. We've allocated over $1 million in home repair programs through CDBG, Mission Able, and Operation Triage. We offered community tree removal assistance to 113 residents. So again, it's good to just take a step back and see how much has been helped and how much has been done in terms of making decisions to assist our community members. For economic vitality, again, this is about fostering a vibrant economic climate in our community through new commercial, residential uses, education, workforce development, and then the support of new and existing businesses of all sizes. And you can see these are the focus areas there. As far as the achievements, we've been able to implement the Legacy Business Program. We've had Chapter 380 agreements. Yesterday, we were doing the groundbreaking for Buc-ee's, so that was a really positive thing. We were also able to successfully add a new grocery store that will be coming with HEB coming in 2026. Education and workforce development, we've been able to work with initiatives through the library for programs such as Think Big, 1 Million Cups, many job fairs, free GED, and that's graduate education, also English as a second language, citizenship, and then also the library has taken on doing some HVAC classes that they've offered. So again, trying to make sure our community members have access to workforce training and development that they may not otherwise have access to. Also 51 GED graduates, 45 students completing level 1 HVAC certification. So again, that translates in transformational change for these community members that are able to be assisted. We've also had accounting class graduate who have graduated and students who are provided with information about job assistance provided by the library. There's been renovations that we've been able to complete at City Hall. We know that that's a stopgap just to help us until we get into our new facility. In addition, we've been able to work with ACC, and this is going to happen. We've been working with ACC for quite some time to make this happen, but they will be looking at coming into City Hall and again, providing some additional partnership and education classes, workforce development for our community members. It'll be things that are more trade centered like welding, and we already work on our CDLs, you know, with what we offer, but it'll be things like that that will again be transformational and provide access to community members who may not otherwise have access. Our Texas aviation partners have worked with Texas State University to now initiate a new aviation science degree program. So that has also been something that, you know, we're excited about being able to partner with. In terms of responsible growth, we've actively participated in the recruitment and retention of businesses utilizing the Economic Development San Marcos Board and City Council to vet potential incentives. We've approved those packages, as I mentioned, for Buc-ee's, and then also Class A industrial space, which is going in right by the police department. And then we've developed and approved the incentive package for HEB, as I mentioned before. For the business community, we've created a new position dedicated to business retention, as Mr. Pantalian spoke of earlier. We've concluded the Minority Business Stabilization Fund program, and so that provided over $196,000 in direct assistance to 59 local businesses who were suffering after the pandemic and needed some assistance. We also procured services from business community leaders of Texas and the Riparius Foundation to augment workforce and also entrepreneurship. And then working with BCL Texas to provide zero interest bridge loans for local businesses to take part in the big grant program. Looking at San Marcos as a destination, the Main Street program began the downtown landscaping upgrades, and that again is thanks to the downtown TERS funding and the decision that was made by that board to fund that. Improvements include irrigation updates, soil amendments, mulching, the addition of plants that are drought tolerant and also pollinator friendly. So when we were talking earlier about our beautification efforts, we've used the downtown kind of as that launch point to show kind of what we're looking at there. We've come up with a downtown planting book to make sure that we have consistency throughout the community of what we want to see and which plants and plantings are going to be the best to serve us from a maintenance standpoint, a heat tolerant and a drought tolerant perspective. Destination Services has also designed and partially funded our wayfinding signs. These will go in the riverfront parks and also trail signage that will be used on the shared use pathway. Do we want to break and get some ice cream? Let's do that. And we'll come back and finish here. Wow. I didn't know.
think we left off at Public Safety Core Services and Fiscal Excellence. Hand it on over to you.
So this is about delivering quality government services and improving community safety in a fiscally responsible manner with the professional workforce. So the areas of concentration and focus there you can see. And then as far as community safety, we have formalized a crisis communication policy for when events happen, how we're going to communicate with the public and with the media, sharing timely updates of council interest items on police, fire, transportation, transit, downtown, and parking programs. So, you know, I can tell you in the time that I've been here, I've seen the information that flows to council be a lot more and a lot more frequent. And I'm thankful for that. Because we know that y'all get asked questions in the grocery store or whatever, and people expect you to know, and we want to make sure that y'all have the information. So we work really hard to do that. Doesn't mean we're perfect, but I'm happy that we're better than we have been in the past. We've also, with council's help, have been able to assign 2 full-time homeless outreach team members, officers who've really worked alongside with our code compliance team to recognize our individuals who are experiencing homelessness within our community and guide them to resources. As I mentioned earlier, we finished our last 2017 bond project, and that was the fire training facility, which opened in 2024. As far as government services, our teams have looked at cleaning up about 20 encampment cases, also working on graffiti cleanups, and there's been probably about 230 of those. They clean up nuisance properties, opened the fire training facility, as I mentioned on the last slide. They finalized a contract for implementation of the compliance engine service. And as you may recall, this is, and for the newer council members, the fire marshal had come and talked about some issues with bringing some facilities up to code when it comes to fire sprinklers, alarms, extinguishers, and more of that fire suppression and prevention equipment that needs to be inspected. And so they've come up with a way to make some money on that to be able to provide for staffing in those areas. We've enhanced our emergency operations center, so that project is scheduled to be complete later on next month. And then also enhanced our utility customer service experience. So now, because of the council's conversations and things we've been able to have dialogue in regard to, is we've been able to update our script for utility payment assistance, so that when there are people who are calling and they have concerns or questions about how to access resources, then we can guide them appropriately to the resources available. We've also been able to disseminate the utility payment assistance RFP. And if y'all have any connections with any of the agencies, we are still looking for people to respond to that. And so our team has done a staff informational session to try to help with agencies who are interested. So, but the RFP is out there. So that's a little plug for please have people submit responses to that. As far as our financial management, we've concentrated our effort to ensure projects in the CIP are evaluated through that DEI lens and also the financial sustainability lens. Our budget team and the DEI coordinator have been working to develop an online platform that we'll be talking more about. And I know that is Carrie is going to be demonstrating some of that even at some of the dream sessions that are going to be held in these next few months about the budget, so that we can make sure that we kind of get our community members acclimated to being able to provide feedback in that particular way. The other thing, it's not there, but it's something that's important to mention, especially under financial management, is we've had to respond to a very uncertain economy at times. You know, with us being $3 million short of our anticipated sales tax revenue, that doesn't happen and us still be able to keep services going, you know, without some intentionality and working through that. And so I do want to commend that effort and say that has been a collective effort between all of our directors, really being able to be responsible and understanding, making some tough decisions about what are the things that we have to do, and then what are some things that we're going to have to just hold off on without having our community skip a beat and realize some of those constraints. In regard to workforce recruitment and retention, we've continued our implementation of our public safety staffing plan that we talked about. We've also initiated that Marshall staffing study, which I think will probably be a good barometer for us going forward in terms of the type of study that we do and ensuring that we are using more of that neutral third party, as Councilmember Rodriguez talked about earlier. We've also hired 2 assistant city managers, which I'm very thankful for. I know Joe and I are very thankful. The whole team is very thankful for, and they've done an amazing job joining our team, getting in here without skipping a beat and just diving headfirst and trying to make, Rodney's already had some relationships within the community from his time when he was here before, but Mr. Anderson has been here and is also trying to make connections and establish himself with people within the community. Code compliance has also been able to effectively recognize and communicate with individuals who may be having a mental health episode. So trying to make sure that we're working together to ensure that we're not criminalizing people when they are having a mental health episode when possible. We've hired 5 public safety specialists to handle those non-emergency calls. Again, we hear that, hey, that has been a very huge success because it's not always having a uniformed police officer going to certain things where a uniformed police officer isn't necessarily necessary or required. We've also began to evaluate and expand our benefits, pay for performance and career progression opportunities. Again, if we want to be an employer of choice, then we want to model and emulate that for other employers that we want to locate here. We've extended funding for the mental health clinician program through 2026, which has again been a very big success. We've hired and onboarded analysts to begin working on criminal investigations to help with solving crime and things of that nature. For support services, we've initiated a customer experience program. As Mr. Gonzalez, Rodney Gonzalez mentioned, I have to clarify, not Lorenzo, not Saul, but Mr. Rodney Gonzalez talked about in regard to customer experience is one of our core values that we hold dear to us as city staff. And so we've initiated something called One City, One Team, Together We Serve. And so what that means is that we're going to try to take some of the silos and impediments and barriers out of our processes. When people contact the city, we're trying to ensure that they have a seamless process and are directed to the appropriate services or where it is that they need. Not, hey, you've called police department, but that's not a police department thing. That's the marshal. Here, give them a call. No, we want to make those warm transfers. We want to make those connections and those kinds of things to respect people's time and attention. Also, we're developing a language access policy. We do a lot more expanded bilingual communication, but we understand that there are other languages within the community that we need to really have a better pulse on and know what we need to be tailoring our information to. So that is something that is in the works. We've developed an emergency communications policy, and then also with cybersecurity, we've been in compliance with the multi-factor authentication and also with the state compliance that we're required to go through every year. I'll go ahead and plug right here that another thing that we've been working on is making sure that we have policies, admin directives and things that help to provide better guidance and clarity to our staff members in terms of how we want them to operate. The other thing I wanted to mention there before I moved on, that's what I was also going to say, is that we're going to be talking about, as an organization, about how we can work on being a second chance employer. So that is something that we're also having discussions about what that looks like for the city. As far as infrastructure management, we have completed interim updates to the City Hall campus, as we talked about. Council has approved our first ever hazard mitigation plan in April of 2024. Before, we were part of Hays County. And so this is the first that we've had where the city has had our own. We've developed a more consistent and effective process for requesting utilities meter locking and unlocking. We've also received state local cybersecurity grant programs to be able to help us with improving critical infrastructure security. So as far as mobility and connectivity, let's go. I'm just going to go to the focus areas. So as far as multimodal transportation, we've had 88, 555 takeoffs and landings at the airport, which has marked the busiest October on record that we've seen in operations. We've created airport asset tracking maps with the assistance of GIS. And then also Texas Aviation Partners contract was extended. Council extended that to 2030. So that's providing some more consistency there. We've also gotten a 2.5 million Economic Development Administration grant for the construction of a new airport entrance. And we've leveraged Federal Aviation Administration grants for Taxiway Charlie reconstruction and Taxiway Alpha reconstruction. As far as bicycles, sidewalks, and trails, we've had some sidewalk improvements along Hopkins, again, trying to make sure that our infrastructure is accessible to people of all abilities. The installation of permanent stop signs at River and Cape Roads as a direct result of discussions during Blanco Gardens neighborhood area plans. This was also something that was discussed again when we met with Vado Pascal on Monday. I'm saying last week as if it's been a week ago, but no, it was just this Monday. The I-35 Shared Use Path Connection Project, again, that was Congressman Greg Casar who helped us with that, and we very much appreciate his partnership. That, again, has helped to connect the west side to the east side, but also providing for people of all abilities. And then 897,000 that we've been able to get from the Highway Safety Improvement Program. As far as our transportation and traffic operations, we've established real-time traffic watch through our YouTube channel. So people can actually look online and see what traffic is looking like at different intersections. We've added 9 electric vehicles to our fleet inventory. We've installed 3 electric charging stations that have been dedicated to city fleet. We maintain 3 public electric charging stations for members of our community at the library, Embassy Suites, San Antonio Street, and South LBJ. And then staff is actively applying for grants for dedicated charging stations throughout the community. When it comes to public transit, we've had paratransit ridership that's carried over 9,000 passengers. Our interurban ridership has carried over 13,000 passengers. 88 updates to 2 bus stops facilities. We've also approved the transit interlocal agreement with Texas State University. Public transportation and transit and a combined bus system has been discussed for many, many years, and there's been a lot of work that's gone into it, but very proud that we've actually finalized and formalized that interlocal agreement. Also, a fare-free local transit system has been adopted, and we've had route modification implemented to serve some of our areas, especially with Hays County Health Department moving into a different part of town than where they were previously located on Broadway. We want to make sure people have access to those services, which is also going to help us as we start getting municipal court out there as well, so that people have access to those areas. So lastly, as far as environmental protection and being responsible stewards, we've launched our reuse at the river campaign to coincide with the ordinance and reusable drink containers. The Edwards Aquifer Habitat Conservation Plan crew continues to educate river users about endangered species, stewardship practices, collect litter, report violations of park rules. So again, try to make sure that we stay good stewards of our river, because that is our lifeblood and gem throughout the community. We've hosted volunteer work days with the Guadalupe Blanco River Authority to plant native vegetation along the river. And you can see that more at Ramon Lucio and Crooks Parks. We've also extended a contract with Texas Disposal Systems. I know, again, some of these have marked very difficult decisions for council. So that's why it's important that we remind y'all, because these things haven't just happened. They've taken a lot of work and contemplation on your part to make these things happen. Regional wastewater treatment plant cost sharing agreement. So that is something that, again, is a huge win that avoids multiple package plants and provides for future sewer treatment within our community on the east side. Water conservation and drought response plan that has been approved through our regulatory agencies. We've also explored supplemental water and energy supplies to ensure long-term needs of our community will be met. As far as we've been able to establish the scope of our stormwater master plan, We're including addressing green stormwater and CIP projects. Spill prevention control and countermeasures plan has been updated and is going to be in effect until September 2027. Resilient infrastructure, the Dunbar Center, we've been able to have the generator grant project, so that will be a future warming and cooling center for us to use as needed. Hazard mitigation grant program, the city is considering applying for funding to build a detention pond near the middle school and the Sunset Acres subdivision. So again, this is working with our school district to find a site, but make sure that this is helpful to our neighbors who experience flooding in that area pretty routinely as we have larger rains. Promoting resilient operations for transformative, efficient, and cost-saving transportation. So that's improving our existing utility, drainage, street infrastructure, and the Wallace addition. So as we've talked about, we know that that's extremely important to our neighbors in that area who voiced their concern to us earlier this week. Phase 2 of the Sesame Creek Stream Restoration Project, that's anticipated to begin in spring of 25, and we've released a solicitation for construction contractor in December 2024. So 2 community gardens were installed on city-owned property. We've researched grant opportunities for a community garden on the east side. Again, working with our Texas state partners, working with them on seniors who are 65 and older on 10 weekly gardening workshops at the Arizona Street Senior Center. Just making sure that we have activities, for, again, multi-generational folks within our community. A reuse warehouse, and this is something I know Ms. Tomites is very proud of. They work with donated and gently used items that are then open to all San Marcos residents. We've worked on having the annual move out program, which is SNTX Gives Back. And so we've been able to assist 30 apartment complexes and over 12 nonprofits with landfill diversion. Tourism Cares Initiative was a partnership with local hotels to upcycle linens, pillows, toiletries, small appliances, fixtures that no longer meet the franchise standards. This was also evident. The mayor hooked us up and said, hey, let's get with Embassy Suites. And so we did. We got with Embassy Suites. They're going through a very big renovation, as we've talked about. And so we have worked with them to get some of their stuff that could still be utilized by members of our community. The Helping Hands Warehouse, so housewares and clothing that's available for our community, and then also hosted volunteer work day with the Guadalupe Blanco River Authority to plant that native vegetation. We've continued removal of non-native fish from the San Marcos River, and Certified Habitat Stewardship Program has launched. There's 7 sites, 6 homes and 1 school, and we've continued offering rainwater harvesting rebate programs. So I know I spoke through that really, really quickly. We were trying to get y'all to be able to have, at least we were trying to get done by 2 o'clock so that y'all had the remaining time to at least do a first blush of the strategic plan and then also be able to have the remainder of tomorrow. So I'm going to pause for questions before we hand it over and make sure that if y'all have any questions that we can answer. But first, I really also want to thank council for all your contributions and your guidance and your support and being able to do all of these things, because as I mentioned, we don't do these things in a vacuum. It takes community, staff, council working together in order to make these things happen. So I commend and compliment our staff on being hard workers and doing the things that are needed to do, having great leadership, but also you, Mayor and Council, for having the great leadership and fortitude to make some of the tough decisions that it takes to make these things happen. So just wanted to take that time to celebrate.
So let's celebrate.
One other thing, just to mention, as a team, we've gone through some changes, on our staff, especially with longtime retirements and institutional knowledge, who have left, Chase and Lori. But we're also very, very soon going to have 2 more people who are going to be leaving our team, and that is Ms. Linda Spacek, HR Director, as well as Diane Inslee. And so the 2 of them both have had a lot of impact on the organization, on the community. They definitely both have always taken their roles very seriously. You know, again, when I think of Diane in particular, because the library does represent so many things to so many people. Diane has always been someone who gets involved in the community. And so she understands the pulse of the community and what the things are, and she always offers that perspective to us as we're going through. So I definitely want to thank Linda and Diane both for their many years of dedicated service. And it's not going to be easy to find people to fill your shoes. So thank you very much. So with that, any questions that you have about that section before we get on to, I know what y'all are anxious to do, and that's to look at the strategic plan and give us your guidance and thoughts in terms of how you would like to see us go for the next 12 to 24 months.
All right. I'll yield it on over to Council and Mayor. Questions?
I'm getting ready to do this.
Okay, you ready? All right. So do we want to go ahead and start our next process then, if there's no questions?
Mine can be a email follow-up, but regarding our encampment cleanups, I know you and I have talked about that, and so if I could get the policy on that, what happens to people's belongings? And then, sorry. I think that was, where are the 2 community gardens that we installed? Are they publicly accessible, or is it like a neighborhood type of? Oh, yeah.
Can find out. They're on Alamo and Mitchell Street, and we
Okay.
can find that out and email to you with the encampment information.
Cool.
Thank you.
And then the city considering applying for, or slide 169 regarding the detention pond near the middle school. When we do detention ponds, sorry for my ignorance, is there like mitigation that happens for like insects that may be attracted towards, like, is the water sitting there? How do those work?
Sure. Sean Condor, Director of Engineering. Typically, you want to design those in a manner that they draw down within 24 to 48 hours that would prevent those types of things hanging around.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I think that was it, but no, shout out staff. I know y'all don't get it enough, so thank y'all and for all your work. And Diane, you know how I feel about you. I remember you from my Crockett days, so, you know, may you be blessed in this new transition, and thank you for everything. Yeah, don't go nowhere.
All right. I think that's the end of comments or questions. All right, so let's go ahead and start talking about the review process of the strategic plan. You'll notice that staff did an amazing job at putting the strategic plan goals around the room. They're also color coded. So the handouts that you have in front of you on your tables, we can start over here in the aqua green color, I guess we could say, with quality of life and sense of place. And then we also have on this side of the wall here to my left, as I point to it, we have economic vitality. And on the other side of the room, we have labeled up public safety core services and fiscal excellence, and then mobility and connectivity, and finally, environmental protection. What we thought we would do is have Mayor and Council, if you would take a total of about 15 minutes and go around to take a look at these strategic plan goals. And if there's modifications, if there are additional questions, or if you're like, I'm happy about this, or you have something that you want to just take up and really bring up to the table, we're going to give you that time to go around and take a look at them. One of the things I do want to notate to you, there are some light edits that is exemplified not only on your handout, but you'll also see them on the flip chart papers around the room as well. That's just an indication of where we are now with it and what we came up with, I believe it was last year, on those particular edits. But again, this is where the feedback comes into critical play. So I say, go for what you know, take the notes. You can even put Post-it notes there or keep them with you. After the 15 minutes is over, it's a total of 15 minutes. So I think there's about 5, right? So maybe about 3 to 4 minutes at each one that I would say you can hang out at and take a look. We're a little bit flexible with timing. So if there's some that come up and you really want to have a deeper dive in it, we have flexibility for that. Once you're done with doing that stroll around with them and just having a discussion, we'll come back to the table. We're going to bring them up one by one, and that's where we can share publicly our questions and our comments regarding the strategic plan goals. What questions do you have for me in regards to the direction?
So if we already have like the stuff that we've envisioned, do y'all prefer, like I email it to you or? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
So, okay, we're going around the Christmas tree for 3 minutes each one to do what?
To take a look, I think we decided, Mayor, that maybe some of the council wanted to take a look at it and just maybe digest it and take it in for a little bit. I'll ask the council, do you feel fine with that? Or is it, you know it pretty well, or you already have your notes and you're ready to go?
You would just,
Down to walk around.
all that we were doing was just going to have you put a Post-it note or, and you don't even have to. You don't even have to, but
Yeah.
just to say, hey, these are the things that I want to talk about further. And so that we'll focus on those and bring those up.
Okay. Ready? Good. All right.
Comment means somebody wants to talk about it.
Somebody wants to talk about it.
Correct.
Absolutely. All right, I'll go ahead and set the timer just so we can just stay structured a little bit. And again, we do have the flexibility to give a little bit more. Thank you.
On 0.
I have a question. Maybe I should go through and get diagnosed. This color. How about it?
If I don't.
Wait, no, that's.
If I don't assign the color myself, yeah. If I don't assign the color myself.
No, I'm fine with this being color. I can think of that, but the alternating.
Yeah. That's why I always prefer them to send me like, instead of PDFs, like a PowerPoint or like the.
I've already got the Word version.
Yeah.
But I can't handle that.
And I saw this question because I also like to print stuff sometimes, and sometimes the color of it all just doesn't work for my printer, you know, like that's too heavy to.
That's the other thing. I don't want to make all that deep.
And even doing it grayscale, that's a lot of white. I just color from everything. And then I use my erasable highlighters. There you go.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Okay, so I have my little.
Cause y'all are doing this.
I have my little. Where's my cat?
Red. I think you can.
Doesn't have activities anymore. Babysitting me all day.
You just stop being my mom.
My son has the same thing. He's,
Our whole
yeah.
house has it.
Who? I know. He said he wasn't feeling good from all the respiratory.
This purse over here like a clown. You got one of everything in this purse.
I don't. Now, how much? Now.
Oh, yeah.
I was ready for the clock though. I said, what do you need?
Got it all.
Feel better, Les. Executive team, Lauren Serling, let's see. Executive team, Lauren Serling. Amanda.
What? What is it?
Thank you. Okay.
I'm glad I got that for you. That too.
Yeah. I didn't know what it was either. I sat over there like, what is that?
I think it's group.
That's the only thing I could figure out.
I have no place in this building I can go to get warm, at least when it's air conditioned, I go outside. It is warm, I go. You would have heat exchanger there.
You can only pick three.
Oh.
Oh. Did he tell you that?
It's because he's ready to get out of here.
Oh. And I'm like, I knew she said, I know I didn't say, it. And like, here it comes the bad child.
This is y'all's plan. It's
This is,
whatever
here
y'all
comes
want.
the bad child. That is hilarious. Oh,
Keep it tomorrow.
Hi, Shane.
Are you looking there for the sun?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
You can just go, you can just go ahead. Try.
Rod, he was like so serious. I'm chatting.
And he looked at me. But I was saying, we, same situation. I'm sitting at 8 and we had the parents' church and they had like maybe about deliverance. All of a sudden my body went like this. Like you are weird and I'm in the church. So we know. Yeah. And then just like I know. It's crazy. And it comes out of, it'll come, it'll just come, like if it's, something, if it's an issue, it'll just like, ram. Yes. Yep. Okay, so we got.
Can you still hear it? Okay. You can?
My mom's watching it. Can we have a hot mics? They're trying to get the product. Yes.
go ahead and start. Hayden's going to also pull it up for us so we can have it right in the center as well. There was a request from council to start with mobility and connectivity. Okay.
What council? I didn't agree to that.
Councilmember Shane Scott. And also, if you want to follow along, it's also on page 11 as well in the handout. Okay. So I'll go ahead and start. Of course, the goal statement for mobility and connectivity is to improve neighborhood and regional connectivity to provide a safe, convenient, and efficient multimodal system for goods, services, and people of all income levels and abilities to move throughout the city. So we had a couple of notes here on that. And the first note here is basic needs within walking distance, or I'm guessing with COMM, commuter,
Community? I don't know.
or community. Did someone put a note here? Oh, okay. Okay, would you like to talk to us about that one?
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay. Does staff need a little bit more explanation?
Could you say it again?
Basic needs within walking distance or community, of community.
It's a big deal in the comp plan.
That's actually in our comprehensive plan to create 5 or 10-minute communities where people can walk, bike, transit, whatever their ability to get around is, to be able to get to services, grocery stores, medical. So it's a challenging thing to achieve because it has to do with land uses and encouraging diverse land uses, but it is something that we are familiar with and definitely need to promote in our community.
Yeah, for sure. I know we've talked about it. I just think it's important to name explicitly. That's all I got. We need to, oh, but also for all my questions is how are we measuring progress made on those fronts, right? So, because I feel like we've been saying that for a minute, and the only place I could buy milk near my house is the Dollar General, and I'm kind of overpaying $9 for milk.
Totally hear that. And actually, one of the things we'll be doing with our comprehensive plan oversight committee, one of the very first things is establishing a baseline metric from right now when we adopted our current comprehensive plan, so we can start to see that change over time.
What other additional questions by mayor or council around that particular piece of this goal? Yep. Okay.
Finally.
All right, there is another note pertaining to I-30 Loop, West Side, San Marcos.
So
Council.
let me ask a point of clarification just from a process standpoint. So are we wanting to just like put all these things down? Do y'all want to do consensus? I mean, we're game for whatever the council's game for. I just want to make sure that there's clarity of how y'all want to handle the things that come up in discussion.
Well, on this one, council has made a decision. The county commissioners court made the decision first. And so as we go forward, I think we're gonna say we need something out there, whether it's exactly that alignment or not. I think it's gonna come up as we,
On the east side?
as we
you're
go.
talking
No,
about?
this is
East
west
of-
side. East side's done.
On the west side, sorry.
West side and probably more the northwest corner, right?
And,
Yeah,
and with
northwest
the
section.
basic needs within 5 miles or whatever, do we want to just say as documented in our or in our adopted comprehensive plan? Or, you know, do we want to just put something like that as pen to paper for what y'all would like to see there?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
I think having it on this list shows that it's a priority. Super, if there's 4 that say yes. Can we do the discourses first? Make sure we've got 4.
Yes. Okay. Yes, so let's go ahead and speak about Councilwoman Alyssa. Basic needs within walk of distance community. Yay or nay? We can start down here. Oh, hold on, let me make sure. So yay for Councilmember Lorenzo? Yay? Yes? Yes? Yes. Oh, all right, all across the board. Thank you. What additional questions or comments to make sure we have clarity around that? Good, all right. Now we have I-30 Loop, West Side, San Marcos. That was a comment by Council Member Shane Scott. Would you like to expound or talk about that or questions?
Everybody knows that, everyone knows the traffic issues we see on I-35. It's a parking lot. And I feel that if we don't get our westbound side started, because it's gonna cost so much money federally to help, because it's environmentally sensitive area, that what it's gonna take to build that needs to get started at some point. And so we need to start as a council trying to find ways to work with Washington and, talk to our commissioners and, get something in the works that will make a long-term plan like that come to fruition. It'll be a long while, probably long before I'm gone, but at least we get it started, so.
Additional comments or questions from staff related to that?
What I'm hearing is you want us to start exploring options for that?
Or dust off the old ones. But council has chosen not to do that.
Oh.
And the commissioners court had chosen not to do it ahead of time.
Mhm.
But like I was saying, at some point, we're gonna need to look at something, whether it's that exact one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We're good?
Now we're asking, do we support that? Oh, yeah.
Yes, so we do support it, correct? All right, we'll go across again. Council Lorenzo? Yes. Council Shane? Yes. Mayor?
As proposed, no, but sometimes somewhat of a solution, yes.
Okay. Do we have that documented? Somewhat of a solution, yes.
I'm sorry, what were y'all talking about?
I said no to what was proposed, but yes to some kind of solution that's gonna need to be addressed in the future.
For 30.
So if we're in the concept of a loop somewhere over there, I'm good. If it's, let's do the one that was on the plan to begin with, maybe not. Okay. Mr. Scott says he's good with generally speaking.
Yeah, I'm a yes for that, like kind of like exploring kind of what, oh, I would be interested in like hearing the past discussion, just like for the lore of it all, for the context, but a lot of things have changed. So yeah, in an exploratory sense, yeah.
Okay.
Exploring the options.
Okay.
I'm a yes.
What?
On
Into the
exploration.
microphone, but hang on a second. I want to add to my comment while keeping environmental concerns top of mind, because that is an environmentally sensitive area, which is one of the reasons why it's not there. Pull your microphone on.
Wait, hold on. Do you want to utilize
yeah.
the mic?
One of the concerns is environmentally sensitive area, and me understanding that, realized that we need to do something like we did at Wonder World, where we build it up and over everything, which is going to take federal funding to be able to create that kind of system, and then underneath can be all dedicated parkland. So you have 2 for 1, but it's going to be expensive.
Mhm.
And we have 7 endangered species that we can pull from. We could, use that as well as far as get my funding, hopefully. But
I'm a yes.
Into
A
the
yes.
microphone, please, sir.
I'm a yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm an abstention only on the basis I don't know enough. I don't know anything about the plan, what was discussed, so I don't feel well versed. I'm not opposed, though, for the record, to exploring.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments from staff? Okay.
Oh, what about Matthew? Is he on?
He's not feeling well, that's why I went.
Oh, he's
Oh,
there.
he came. Okay, awesome. I didn't know he was there. What? He's a yes, thumbs up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. On the second page of this, under outcome D, public transit. Let's be for real, we need immediate solutions. San Marcos 512 Uber. Not sure which council
Okay,
said that.
That's me, Alyssa Garza. So as many of my friends and colleagues know, my first handful of years on council, I didn't have a vehicle, which was a very interesting exercise in getting from one side of the city to another. And also my job required me to be zoom, right? But all that to say, I spent a lot of time in Ubers, talking with Uber drivers, talking with other folks who we were like ride sharing and stuff. And looking at what Kyle has done for, they use ARPA money for it, but they did, like the Kyle, 314, you can Uber anywhere within the city for that amount of money. I just think our community has demonstrated a lot of patience and grace while we pay lots of money and do lots of time and put lots of time and energy into plans that the perception is they just kind of sit there. And so our neighbors need some, if it's not this, like some sort of immediate relief to get to their doctor's appointments, to their, to work and stuff. So yeah, I want to explore things now because carts and the university bus is just not cutting it for real people.
And that's where we put a lot of our resources, and that's the difference between us and Kyle is that we do have the access to transportation and public transit system. But I hear what you're saying too, Councilmember Garza, that it's not cutting it. So if it's really about the routes that aren't cutting it, but understanding that better as far as what's not cutting it about the current infrastructure and system that we have. So that's something to also keep in mind as we explore what you're saying.
Right. The thing is, respectfully, Stephanie, like you even saying, is it about the routes? I feel like is indicative to me that there is a fundamental disconnect between the realities of our neighbors and the powers that be, because it's that the routes is small part of the issue. It's the schedule, it's where the stops are, it's how accommodating they are for people who are differently abled. Like it's a whole, it's so much more than that. And I've mentioned this like every year. But I don't know how many of our city staff like live here or drive around. I mean, I'm sure all of y'all are in your offices working really hard. But so maybe you're not. But when you go even to the bus stops, like I have seen increases in people there. And a lot of times, like I'll stop if I recognize a neighbor and give them a ride and they tell me like, yeah, my appointment is at 3 and it's like, but I had to wake up at 8 in the morning to even get to the other place that I need this paperwork to, go to the other side of town. And it's like, it's just not cutting it. And I don't think we need to explore like more surveys and community engagement that's haphazardly put out there. Like our neighbors need an immediate solution now. I don't know if my colleagues have seen that as well, but I feel it passionately enough to name that again for the 4th year.
Councilmember, thank you for those comments. And in fact, your comments are coming at a perfect time. In fact, as we sit here, our San Marcos Transit team is having a public meeting just down the hall in the multipurpose room, specifically to discuss the transit service study. And with this study that is actually paid for by TxDOT, we are looking at everything from schedules to bus locations to on-demand service. We're looking at all of that routes. So I encourage everyone in this room, as well as the public that are watching, to attend this meeting today. The meeting is occurring from 3 till 7. And as I mentioned, we're going to be exploring everything about the transit system.
I hope folks can find a ride to that. I would literally have to walk down River Road, no, down Redwood, all the way towards the hospital to hop on a bus to get here. So just FYI. And I hear, the thing is, we're now waiting to hear more feedback and like, so what's the time frame then that will result in changes that are gonna get our neighbors to where they need to be in town so they could go to their appointments and jobs that they need to be able to take care of themselves and their families?
So I'll be honest with you. With the transit system, we do have to conduct a lot of public hearings and feedback to receive a lot of feedback. And then after that, the consultants will, and based on the public's comments, they will develop a plan. And then that draft plan and the service and the routes and possibly on-demand service will have to go back out to the public for additional feedback. But once a plan is formulated, then the issue becomes budgetary. Can we afford what we have in the plan? And so that will obviously take some time. And so we probably won't see any real changes until next fiscal year. But we have started that process.
Additional comments, questions from council?
I mean, maybe for language for the strategic plan, I guess to put this in writing. It sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking specifically about on-demand services and better connecting people to those. And so if there's a way we can put it in the writing, I know you said next fiscal year, but just to hold our feet to the fire, perhaps we can craft some language around that. Like if we're already doing it, just including what she's talking about.
No, what I'm talking about is specifically giving our neighbors another option while we plan and evaluate and survey for another year or two. That's what I'm talking about.
So it's like the on-demand.
Okay. So am I hearing change some of the language there to hold accountability there around what you just said, Council? Alyssa?
I don't know.
I mean, I guess, what is the expectation? Because, that would take some studying to find out what would actually be needed, what kinds of money we'd have to budget for. So there would need to be some intentionality, and I apologize, I wasn't trying to say it was only routes. I was just using that as an example of one of the things that we want to look at. I just want to understand what is not working about the system that we have now. And is it something that can be fixed by tweaking things, or is it something that, yes, we need a whole nother system? So just wanted to understand that part of it so that we can be most effective. But even with an on-demand, like I said, we would need to have some scope to understand that, and also understand what would need to be done in terms of a budgetary standpoint to know what we would even put together for that.
My vision is that while we wait for whatever strategy plan, PDF, we explore other options to get our neighbors from point A to point B. That's like, I'm not a transportation wizard. What I do know is that people are struggling even more and more to get from one job to the other. They're having to pick up more jobs. They're having to find ways to carpool and get from one part of town to the other. Like I feel like it's not that complicated. My idea.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all,
And-
I'm putting it down. Y'all do whatever you want with it.
Thank you for that. Yes, and that's exactly what we will be looking at with this transit study. We will be looking at additional options such as on-demand service.
How do you feel, ask my colleague, how do you feel about implementing this on under the multimodal transportation system on the first page? Strategy number 3 talks about continuing researching innovative methods to get people around and increase multimodal transportation. How do we feel about adding it somewhere in there where in between continue researching, we could say continue researching and implement innovative methods? And then at the end, e.g., like on-demand services? Does that sound?
Yeah, I think that sounds perfect, but also just like I think we put a lot of stuff on these things and then there's no like sense of when we're gonna check for progress or assessment. So it's like, yeah, as long as the message is conveyed that we have to prioritize and expedite that beyond the waiting a year to see what the survey says.
All right. All right. Is that clear, Hayden? Where we're at? Under strategies 3, under multimodal transportation, so yeah. Let me know if we're capturing it correctly. Thank you for the detail of that. I think we can move on. All right. We have one more, I believe, one more on this one, one more. It is right here under strategies number 1, continue partnership with the university for coordinated public transit system. There's a
That was
post-it.
mine to acknowledge progress and to say, move forward with all deliberate speed. That's it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. If there's no other further comments or questions centered around this, we're going to the next one. Looks like there's not. Hayden is pulling it up. Here are the comments at the top. Ditto, duh, and a heart. Is there a further comment? I'm guessing that's accolades. That's you? Oh, okay. It was a. Okay. Apparently there was a, okay, got it. All right. So we have Tenants' Rights Commission 1 as a note.
I mean, I guess similar to what, Maxwell is kind of bringing to our attention. I know he's focusing more on attendance bill of rights. I was wanting to look into possibly creating a new commission, that would essentially tackle and oversee tenants' rights, within the city.
So, I had something on that, under housing affordability. It's the outcome G. It is dealing with outcome G, strategy 3. And my proposal is to edit that to say, develop, and sorry, Hayden, I should have sent these. Develop and implement strategies and protections to ensure the provision of safe and affordable housing through collaboration with residents. I know that we were, I'll bring it to you. I know that we were explicitly, sent wonderful things by Maxfield about the tenants' rights. This is a core value project, when it comes to the Civics Club. Housing has been a continual issue that we all agree needs to be addressed. I know, though, we were supposed to keep this high level. However, I had conversations for my colleagues. I had conversations with city leadership that
this is explicitly what we're talking about. When we're talking about collaboration with residents, it's to craft exactly what you're talking about. So it keeps it at high level, but it's to do that.
That clarity good? Any other additional comments or questions from mayor, council?
We'll get that up, yes. So what's the decision? Or what? How are we incorporating that there? Oh, he's typing it right now.
Yeah. And does that address? And it seems like this note went with it as well. Yeah, they were together at the top. Would you like to talk more about that, increasing the funding for social services and programs as well?
On that edit, actually, let's just go and explicitly mention the tenants' rights bill, like as an example, like EG, if my colleagues are okay with that. Looks like yes, EG, tenants' rights bill.
Yeah, but I guess where my, I guess, vision differentiates from the Civics Club is, the way I'm visioning it is, so we adopt a Bill of Rights or whatever, but there's really no teeth behind it and there's no one to enforce it. So my vision was more of a commission, with stakeholders, that tenants can bring, I guess, complaints, for lack of a better word, to this commission, and guidance be given. Haven't really thought it out loud as to, I mean, I guess ultimately if anything actually had to happen, it probably would take council action, but basically create a commission where if the Bill of Rights or whatever tenants' rights are violated, tenants can bring their issues to a city commission to hear and decide on.
So like an ombudsman almost?
Yeah, I guess.
Are you familiar with our contract with what used to be Austin Tenants Council? Now Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid?
Right. Somewhat, I'm not too familiar with I guess, the fine details of what.
Well, we had the $12,000 plan, which Ms. Garza's already alluded to, was not cutting it. And we went up to, I believe, the $80,000 plan, which provides way more services, direct services, that tenants can access. I would suggest we do that. Refer them there first because they can even provide some legal aid, legal assistance of some type. And then maybe if that doesn't get it done, then maybe do something. But I'd like to recognize that we're doing that. And they're experienced in it and they know how to help folks get where they need to be with their landlord. At least in most cases where the landlord is somewhat amenable. Even if it's eventually.
Yeah, I get that. I guess my biggest thing was like, 'cause it looks like we're going places with what the Civic Club wants and what they're trying to bring to us. But my biggest concern or foresight on that was that we would have no way as a city to enforce these Bill of Rights. So that's where my vision came in as a city commission that is making sure that these rights that we're outlining are actually being met or honored.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying we don't need the Bill of Rights, but I'm just saying that's probably the most effective way that we have now. And we're paying the dollars to get that higher level of service for our folks.
Right.
What other additional questions or comments from mayor staff? Okay.
So mine's related to outcome B, talking about strong community engagement. On the first page, I believe, or is that right
Did
there?
we close the loop on the tenants?
I think, oh, do we take a vote on that or?
We didn't vote on it. We hadn't voted on it. We just did the
Can we
typing in
finish
of it.
that one?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Gonna bring it back up as it's written, you know. think it's right here, develop and implement strategies and protections to ensure the provision of safe and affordable housing through collaboration with residents, including a tenant's bill of rights.
I don't see the city side of once the plan is developed, where the city sits, but I think we need to acknowledge this contract that we have.
Mm.
Because that's that first level of, you may get what you need there.
Yeah. Okay.
And the other aspect will be adding that, the strategy, when we go to the strategy of how, what we bring
Right.
back is council's direction prior to add a code compliance officer on city staff that would be specific to tenant issues. So that would
Right.
be the mechanism that people would have to go to and bring those up as that ombuds person to assist with those particular issues.
So that person will be skilled and knowledgeable, which might be more important than a city commission of people that we appoint who may not have that knowledge and skills.
There's a,
We might decide we need it later. This isn't working.
I think there's a comment from Councilman Melissa.
I just wanted to say, like, I think, I appreciate the energy for that, like, idea of how we can best serve our tenants and like explore their needs, but I think both need to exist. And,
The Bill of Rights contract with whatever it is, the Bill Bradley Way, and then perhaps a local.
okay, that's, okay. It's like, yeah, I think the energy is like for a holistic, okay, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not for the commission yet. We may get there, but, I'd like to see these other three, see how that plays out. First, that's where I am.
Yeah.
Do we want to put that detail there and then take the vote of how we feel down the line? Right?
So are we gonna be
Mhm.
asked for each one, which one we want to include of the four?
That's big too.
Okay,
Each one of the tenants' bill of rights,
Okay.
the contract, the as employee strategies, and then the commission.
All right, so all four will take that vote on across? Is that what I'm hearing?
Okay.
All right, so we'll do the first tenant's bill of rights.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
yes.
Okay. And the next was,
Did Matt, I need
Matt, Matt, he dropped.
Okay.
He dropped. Okay, and then the second piece was the contract services. All right, so on the contract services, let's start from here. Yes? Yes, yes? Yes, yes. And then the third piece was the
Additional.
Code enforcement.
this additional staff member. Start here?
Yes.
Yes? Yes?
I am curious, yeah, a staff member, yes, but I'm not sure that code enforcement makes the most, there's other models. And so I know that the vibes were code enforcement, but I think it'd be interesting to explore other options. And I think that's why things like the commission is important, because we have perspective of the government, elected officials, but what we fundamentally lack is the perspective of the tenants.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think there has to be somebody within the city. I'm just not sure what
Okay.
a staff member, I guess.
Yeah, and that's why I said a staff member. I'm not sure a code compliance officer is the exact what we need. I'd like to give staff the flexibility.
For that to be positioned how they are, how it is. Okay, yes.
I'm not saying it has to be that because I'm not sure it should be, but I'm willing to go with a staff member to support this.
Any additional comments around that comment from staff?
And I'm just going to be candid because I think this is where there's frustration on both sides
Mhm.
because we'll hear from prior council direction, y'all wanted a code compliance or something like that, and that's what we think. And then that may be what we have in mind as far as how to, and then we bring it back and y'all say, well, that's not thinking outside the box, or that's not exactly hitting the, so having some context is helpful. I know it gets frustrating that we keep asking that, but it's important so that y'all don't get frustrated with us when we bring back proposals that don't hit your vision. And so that any context y'all can provide would be helpful.
Right. And so my response to that is whenever we, it's like hard, it's a lot of work to go back and like find all these conversations, right? And so when you're saying, yeah, but I don't have staff. When you're saying we gave you the direction for the code compliance officer in response for this, I honestly don't remember that, but two, was it in one of those situations where you gave us your recommendation and we were like, yeah, or what is it? You gave us options. Does that make sense? Like, I honestly don't remember. I don't think the mayor remembers, and the mayor remembers everything.
It was when when we brought y'all the Lightsea projects and the, Greg, you want to talk?
Let me get the microphone.
Yes.
Microphone, please, Greg.
Oh, here, Greg.
It was when we had the lawyer that worked for Texas State came and did the presentation on the student housing. That was one of the items that's where that came up.
Okay, here's the deal. And help me with this. There's more than one issue with tenants' rights. One of them is when your landlord's not being very cooperative with you. That's one thing, that kind of stuff. I think I'm gonna call them Austin Tenant Council can probably help. The other issue is unlivable conditions or close to it. That's a whole different thing that ITC isn't going to be able to help with. Is that why we said a code compliance person was for that side of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm remembering when you said Shannon. Okay. Because they're different.
Correct.
Completely
It-
different.
It's exactly to the point that Councilmember Gaddis
Okay.
was talking about having holistic, and so looking at the different prongs of addressing the issue. And so that was one of the recommendations Ms. Fitzpatrick had brought forward. And so we're just going on that direction. And that's where, again, do we have a need? And if this is what council's answer is, and it helps, again, provide us direction to bring up every single meeting that we rewatch and do that. Just because I don't want y'all to feel like when y'all come that y'all can't make the most informed decisions because you don't remember some of these things. So how can we help best facilitate that, just so that I don't want to cause any more frustration on
Right, so-
having y'all's discussions.
I named this in the beginning, and I've named this on multiple different occasions, like when things are cited and they're like kind of a big deal, if you can like hyperlink even, or give like a general sense of when we talked about it, like one of the examples is when we discuss ARPA funding, like, yeah, I can go back and dig through all my emails, or like I try to go on the website, the Granicus website, and look up, but every single meeting ever is gonna generate the term ARPA. Does that make sense? So it's like, if you're citing council direction, especially for something where I feel like there's a lot of things, this is one of them, where it's pretty clear that there's energy and there's gonna be a lot of thoughts, feelings, and opinions. I think it would follow that it would be helpful to have those things like hyperlinked in there. Because I genuinely don't have the capacity. I try to sit down and look for some of these things. And then what happens is I'm doing this at like 2 in the morning. Like, what am I gonna text at 2 in the morning? Like, hey, can you send me this? Like, I'm already pushing it, texting past 5. But that's when I have time to work on my council stuff because I work 2 jobs. So.
Thanks to Mr. Carr for reminding us. And I think, she had a long list of things, and I remember us saying, yeah, let's look into it. I don't know that we said, yes, absolutely, put a person in the budget to do that. I was waiting for y'all to come back, give us the cost. Is it full-time? Do you need a full-time person? That this is 70% and 30% you're lacking now, and you need a third of a person anyway. That's what I was waiting to come back. So when you're saying, oh, you gave direction to do this, I'm going, I don't remember it exactly that way. So I was waiting for more information to come back. Because I know we're doing some of this now with people that we have.
Right.
I don't know what we need. And I was waiting for y'all to tell me.
And that will be part of the budget process when we actually, because what I'm recalling is during that meeting, it was, okay, are we giving direction that y'all would like that as part of the upcoming budget process? And so then I said, okay, we will bring that back. And so that's what that's what our staff heard. And so we know already that any additional capacity that we have, or even if it's not additional capacity, we have to find a way to fund this particular program and expense. And so that's what we're taking, because we take the council direction very seriously that y'all provided. And so we'll give you more information during the budget process, as you're talking about, Mayor, in terms of what that looks like and, you know, the position, all that kind of stuff. We're just not there yet. Since this is really intended to be more higher level, we're going to bring back the strategies and tasks about how we accomplish these things. And I feel like this is getting a little bit more into the strategies. So we just weren't prepared to talk about that today, is all that I'm saying.
Well, without that, I can't.
the
I can't-
specifics.
I can't make a decision on this.
But we are working on the, what was talked about when Ms. Fitzpatrick talked to us and stuff. But there's some legal things, there's some items that we're already thinking about. So we will come back to you, based on some of those recommendations, maybe based on some others that we have. And maybe some do's and don'ts or cans and can'ts, to get further guidance from you. We're just not there yet.
Would that be fair to put it on a parking lot and then we'll email that for later?
It's not parking lot.
No, we need to settle it today. Okay.
We'd be discussing it. Exactly. And I think that's where we're getting off, is just because we're going to look into it. We've already been looking into it. It's going to come back as part of the budget policy. That's where y'all will have more specific dialogue about it. Just with visioning, that's not typically the level in which we get into the detail. So that's all I'm saying. We just weren't prepared at that juncture yet to talk about all of that.
I think maybe y'all tell me if I'm wrong. I think the direction you're getting from us now is keep looking into it.
Yes, and we will.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. But yes, yes,
Yes.
Yeah, and then the next question is the commission.
yes, the commission, because we left off at the additional staffing. Okay, so I'll start over here. Yes?
I
Here,
don't know yet.
it's fair. Got a yes here? Council,
Sal? Commission, tenants.
and a yes. Thank you, thank you.
I'm in for continuing the conversation on it.
Got
I'm
it.
not opposed. So.
Got that. All
we'd say
right,
yes, we'd say 6.
we'll say 6. All right, thank you. There was one more comment at the top of this, was increase social services, figure it out.
I mean, yes, but
Figure out how we can increase the social services funding.
That's in the.
HSAB dollars,
Yeah,
more than 550?
yeah, that's like not an edit of it all, that's just like an energy of it all, because every now and then, some of us bring up ideas and it's like, well, you didn't bring it up in budgeting, you didn't bring it up in vision, and it's like, I don't have a time machine, and so I'm just throwing that out there
Uh-huh.
and just.
So
trying to
more,
write
so it's
something
more of
out.
a comment? Okay,
I mean, for me, I don't know with other people.
Well, Human Services has already made a recommendation. So is that going through the budget process, going to us? Is it a recommendation resolution that goes to us?
Ms. Hernandez is going to be doing a work session about that with the recommendation to
Okay.
come to council. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it'll be part of the, I guess, probably budget policy discussions and further budget discussions if you wanted to do the full 200,000 that they're requesting, or if we want to land somewhere in the middle. But that is the one definite recommendation we have from them, is they would like 750,000.
I hope that's a broader discussion that will allow us to talk about the funding in general. Things like, do we want to fund duplicate services, or two agencies doing the same thing? I think there's a broader way broader discussion to be held and not just HSAB, but CDBG dollars. So I hope the agenda item will let us have the full gamut of that.
Yeah, we can make that happen.
Are y'all good with that? It's not just for me to say. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you brought that up.
So is that clear? Is that enough clarity? Ye-
What's that? Which one was that under?
It was at the top. I'm not sure what the reference was. It was just at the
yeah.
top.
It's, there's not an item for it.
It's my vision.
I had one for outcome B.
Oh, wait, I think we could put that under strong community engagement.
Oh, it's on the second.
No, it doesn't. Never mind.
Okay. No.
I think we're good just like mentioning.
I think putting it on a list, but since we've got the workshop coming up,
Uh-huh.
it's not gonna get forgotten.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we all want, yeah.
It's a consensus with this. Okay. Did you have an additional comment, council member?
Yes, ma'am. I had an addition to outcome B, strong community engagement. So I know some of my colleagues have already talked about this, but it's just putting it in the strategic plan. Continue to identify and implement participatory budgeting initiatives that promote increased citizen engagement both prior to and throughout the budget process. And I'll bring it to you, Hayden. Oh, okay. Thank you. I can read it.
Oh.
Okay, do we want to go ahead and do consensus with this as we add it in? Yes, of course. Yes. Yes, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Just took 4 years to get it on there, but.
All right, thank you. Okay. We'll finish this one and we'll probably take a quick break. I think we need a break, right? Yes. All right, so under outcome E, we had a couple of comments. It's parks, open space and recreation, improve parks, ISD partnership.
I don't know if this is like necessary to add, but I did want to say, we should consider, and we've kind of like touched on this, but expand park conventions beyond green space preservation. Like I know we have like a lot of awesome green space and like we're a big fan of that. But like to develop like further high quality family friendly amenities like shaded gatherings, interactive playgrounds, water features is a thing that I think was brought up last time too. That was like a Jude, Shane, Mark, about the kiddos, right? Yeah, gosh, bad conversation. Yeah, so wanting to name that specifically, I don't know if it's already like captured there.
You just said, how does that jive with the ISD partnership?
Oh, no, that's separate. Those
Okay.
are two separate
Okay.
thickies.
Thank you.
Yes.
That makes more sense.
Yes. So yeah.
How is it different from double I?
Right. So I guess with all of these, it's like we named that last year, right? And so I just, I think my thing is like, okay, so we're reading it and it's like, I don't know if it's because it like lacked specificity, but a lot of the stuff that was discussed last visioning, like I see improvements like in the general sense, but we hit on some particular things. And that's where the conversation with the focus of like families and like the things that the community was saying that they wanted, like I feel like that still has been like a little bit missed. So
Comments from staff or additional question for more clarity?
I mean, I'm happy to to respond a little bit, Jamie Lee Case, Parks Director. A lot of what you've mentioned is also outlined within our Parks and Open Space Master Plan. And it does take money to do those things. And so that's the biggest component and biggest hurdle. We would love to be able to do that, but also, one of the things that we're actively doing is adding an outdoor restroom facility in Dunbar Park, for example. That is something that is in while it's a neighborhood park, it's a pretty good regional gathering place for folks. And so we're adding an outdoor restroom. In our master plan, there are calls to evaluate splash pads for various neighborhoods. But before we could get there, we needed to do our riverfront design plan. And then in the midst of that, we acquired 176.5 acre regional park on the east side of our community, which we're also about to kick off the plan for. That's going to be huge for our community and huge for families. So really hope that everybody starts joining us on all those open houses. But so it's not that we're not trying. We just have a lot of hurdles. We're utilizing community development block grants to improve neighborhood parks specifically. Victory Gardens Park is about to get a facelift, as well as Swift Memorial Park. So, those are going to be done by July of this year. That's improving ADA accessibility, sidewalks, water fountains, shade. So we're really trying to do those things, but we're just confined with resources.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think it's one of those things where it's like going and getting neighbor feedback on like, okay, what do you think is important that you've been saying for a really long time?
Yeah.
And they don't see that. What they do see is that we had a conversation about the restrooms and everybody's like, why do we care about the restrooms? You did a good job explaining that. But even in that situation, it's like, oh, we kind of overlooked the fact that there was like, no baby diaper changing things.
Right.
And it's like little things like that. But I think like for our neighbors, and that survey that was done like in 2020 also showed this, like there's a disconnect, right? So it's like, how do I go and like be sensitive to their comments, questions, concerns, and burning desires? Well, putting what you just said in a non-defensive, like digestible, does that make sense?
I totally understand what you're saying. And on those, since you mentioned the baby changing stations, the reason they weren't involved in that quote is because we can get them cheaper. And so that's why, that's why they weren't there. And in the moment I was tired and it wasn't, clicking, but that's why they weren't included in that quote specifically, because we can get them cheaper and we already have a backstock of them.
Jamie Lee Case, always on the case. I get it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Then I guess if that is capturing it, I think this is the part that I like. The rest, I'm sorry, it could have been an email, the rest of the presentations for me personally, but this is helpful. Our neighbors could go and like replay this and hear.
Yeah.
We are making efforts, especially on the family activities like that.
100%. I mean, it is something that's exceptionally important to us as well. We want our families to be able to, long-term be within 10 minutes of a park. That is long-term goals for us. And it's just going to take, I always tell, folks that unfortunately we move at a glacial pace pre-global warming. And it's, I hate that that's where we're at, but it is just our reality. It's not for a lack of trying, I promise you.
We have a comment in here?
I'm remembering something that Mr. Prather said last year before, when, we're talking about, and people were telling us, we need something for the kids. And he said, there's lots of things you can do with your kids. People are looking for a place to drop their kids off for a while so they can go to the grocery store or whatever. So just thought I'd throw that out there again.
No. All right. I don't think there were any amendments or modifications here on that, right? Okay. And then there was the ISD partnership.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Editorial.
I feel like city staff did go to the some of the meetings with the ISD when they were kind of deciding on like what to use like bond money for and all of that. And the conversation about pools and like other alternatives to like using the river is like such a really hot topic, especially among families. So I just, it doesn't have to be that specificity, but I do think that, just exploring like partnerships between us and like the ISD to, be able to use their new natatorium, I can't pronounce that word on the top, the pool, to provide like summer aquatic recreations for local residents, reduce seasonal pressures on the river. Yeah, if there's any energy on that, I don't know if it has to be in the strategic plan, but just like partnerships in general, like, I think it hits on two though, like.
Like if we don't have it and somebody else does.
Right.
And we've had conversations in the past. I know city management has staff related to playgrounds and access to playgrounds. And it's been a long time since I've been involved. And actually, I think I was not even in parks. I think I was still city clerk at the time. And I believe that there were maybe some legal liability questions. And I'll be honest, I don't recall if those were ever actually resolved on either the school district side or on our side. But I know that they have been had. I know that I live right across from Hernandez Elementary, and I see families go to the playground and go use the dirt track. So I don't know if they're locking them, forgetting to lock them up or what, but I know, I'm just, I think that if where there's a will, there's a way, right? But I think that people are using them currently, but I think involving and actually getting a formal partnership,
Or us listing that as a place to play.
Right.
Opens a whole new Pandora's box.
and I think that's definitely something that, Ms. Reyes is nodding her head. I think she's willing to talk to them about that.
Yes, council members.
Well, thank you. I'm willing to do a lot of this stuff we're talking about, but it seems like it's gonna cost quite a bit of money. And I rather, can you hear me?
Push it a little
Get
closer.
Yeah, I like the things that we're talking about, but I think it's gonna cost quite a bit of money. As for the restrooms in parks and whatnot, now you're gonna have some other residents that are gonna go out there and hang out at night, and I think it could become a problem for some of those neighborhoods. And for the partnership, once again, do I want people there late at night? And if it's security's gonna have to be there or something like that. I'm just not willing to spend money. I'd rather spend it someplace else.
Right.
This is getting permission to use the school district's playgrounds.
Yeah, but someone has to go back and lock them up and other kinds. If it's free, yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I do think that there are creative ways to approach it. So for me, this is just like, can we explore, right?
Yeah.
The partnerships. I hear you, even at the, what is it, the Capes Park conversation, there was the worry about the park hours and the noise and the da, 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 da. I think that that is a community concern that has been like common, but I do think that there's enough energy, especially in the areas like near the schools, to where the neighbors are kind of down to, I guess, hold each other accountable for those rules too. Cause like James, I don't know if they're like open or they, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the formal thing is, but I do know that what I've seen is like neighbors being neighbors and just being like, okay, you get like, it's, what are you doing? It's like, it's kind of late, right? But I hear your concern, but I do think that there's like creative ways that we could address that. And it's just exploring. so.
And I don't have a problem with exploring it. Yeah.
All right. So
Sorry.
we're good the way it has been captured. Are there any other questions and comments around what was written? All right. Do we want to go ahead and take a vote on this as we put it in? I have a yes here. Yes, yes. On explore. Okay. All right.
I do, if I may, I am so sorry. Just for clarity, because we spoke about that earlier, we do have an agreement with the school district to utilize their facilities such as their cafeterias or their gymnasiums for our summer camps. So perhaps further expanding the exactly what facilities you're wanting to. That would be my only suggestion, just since we have discussed clarity in kind of some of these things already.
Absolutely. Do we have any detail? Go ahead.
No, I mean, the one thing that neighbors are able to name is the pool, and I can't really tell you that word.
Auditorium.
There you go. But aside from that, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know I didn't even think about the facilities for the summer. Like, I mean, y'all are on that. Y'all are having those conversations already. So I think, I trust your judgment on that end to get like the feel, like the pulse of what, right? Like these are the realm of possibility and this is what makes sense.
Is it more of recreational facilities or,
Yeah.
and I
So,
guess
like
if
the-
you want to give us some
Yeah.
leeway, we can massage it a little bit. If I hear where you're going and I can
Yes.
kind of noodle it around a little.
Do we have, restrooms now over there by I'm gonna call it the skate park? By Lee Street and McGee and all that. There's a park. It's not Lucia Park, is it?
Oh,
Just-
Vietnam Veterans Park. No, sir. There's not currently a restroom there.
Oh, okay.
Down the road, there's plans to add one similar to what we've done in Dunbar or are doing in Dunbar this year.
Right.
There will be future plans for that to make sure that all of our larger, neighborhood parks where we're able to add restrooms do have restroom facilities and water fountains.
And if, let's say it does happen, are those restrooms open 24/7 or is it, they're locked at a certain time?
Sure. So just recently, we have begun not locking our restrooms, within our riverfront parks. And, my staff talked me into it and I said, well, okay, let's give it a try. But whenever everything kind of, starts going sideways, then we'll go back to locking them up at 11 o'clock. Well, I'm really thrilled to tell you that our vandalism has actually gone down.
Really?
Yay, yeah. So, we're not getting the broken toilets, broken sinks, graffiti, various things. We're not seeing that, like we were. Now, we haven't had a full summer season where they're open, but we started it, in September.
Right.
And so we'll see how it starts going during the summer season, but we haven't been locking them. We do have an option to have an automatic lock on the ones at Dunbar, for example. If we start noticing that there is an issue, it's something that other colleagues and other communities do for their public restrooms. And you can't get locked in. It's a safety feature, but it does have an automatic timer where it locks at a specific
Right.
time. Yes, sir.
Right. Well, thank you for that feedback and that's what we need to make a good, solid decision.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, and we've already talked about that, and so let's go on to this one. It's under same goal, it's under housing affordability. The first is incorporate affordable housing in all future multifamily housing.
Yeah, so, again, this is not my area of expertise, but, just like exploring how we could incorporate more of that. I think in Austin, like all of them have to have it, but I don't know. That's just,
It's density bonus that if you provide some affordability, you get extra goodies. And I think Ms. Hernandez might tell you it's already in our code.
Yes, I am here to tell you that we do have density type bonuses for height and number of units, that if you offer some affordable units, you can get something. So it's kind of a give and take. But for requiring it, we would have to review the challenges that have been given to us by the state.
yeah, I kind of figured.
And I'll just leave it at that on that topic, is that we would have to research that and see if it's even an option. But we do have the bonuses already. We just haven't had anybody utilize them since they were in the code since
Right,
2019.
so that was my follow-up, like post-it was like,
Assess progress in robust ways.
right, so it's like like
Well,
You said-
zero progress since 2018. No one has came and asked. We've shown it to people. We have one of our zoning districts that requires affordability, and no one is developing under those standards, unfortunately.
But they're doing it in Austin, right?
Well, so they can go, so they can have taller buildings, more dense structure, more units on the property than what would typically be allowed. Yes, we just haven't seen that, that need here yet.
So then why, like, but how did it get into the code then? Because we were just
Because
like, let's do it, but
We
let's, like,
hoped people
not
would
do it.
use it. We hoped people would come and say, we would like to offer affordable units in exchange for something else that relates to the development of their property.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any way we can identify affordable units? Because I hear different numbers and everything I've seen,
Yeah, they all say they're affordable.
they're not affordable. $50 difference, it's not really affordable. Can we come with a definition of what is?
I wish we had one.
And I think that's something that we've talked about in our workforce housing committee in the past. And it's probably something that as we're going through the affordable and workforce housing policy, that's when it comes up, is when we talk about the policy. So it's something that I anticipate we'll revisit.
More work to do on that one.
Yes, I believe you're on that committee,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
pen to paper, we're ready.
I have a question. You noted that you've shown this information to folks and they're kind of like, yeah, maybe, maybe not. Is that something that we could start doing? Like when someone, I mean, they have to ask for stories 6 and 7. We had one recently. Is that something that we could have said in order to get the 7, you have to do the other, which actually we kind of did in that case, but setting that aside, is that something that when somebody comes in and says, I want floor 6 and 7, that we need to say no unless, and we need to use that and tell them that?
I would have to review the code criteria on the height bonus because
Well,
I
that's a
think there,
decision that we make and we can say yes, or we can say no.
but I think there's something in there about student housing,
Uh-huh.
and that was a student housing project. If it were not student housing, I think the answer is a definite yes, but I would need to check out our code to see how it's worded.
We
Um,
should, because I'm not sure
yeah.
why in that particular case, student housing would make a difference. But anyway, but my point is, I don't think some people knew that that was maybe something we could have done. So anyway. So some of it's maybe on us. We need to know more about it.
Yes, when it's an ask, we have the ability to require more in certain cases, so.
But that wasn't in
Yes.
our paperwork that was an option. But again, it was student housing. So anyway.
On that same line, I think Councilmember Amanda, you had something with the same.
It might be an
Mhm.
email. I just remember my first meeting, when we were talking about the Lightsey development. If I remember correctly, in that packet, there was a policy that we passed that capped the percentage on the number of units that were gonna be given to like the severely low income units. Has there been changes in statute that would limit our ability to raise that cap to require more units?
That was a cap that was set by us. So
Okay.
we set that cap. We actually had set it higher and then brought it back down again at the request of some of our developers who were talking to us about making the numbers work when you're doing an affordable development. Essentially, they said, if you make us do more that are extremely affordable, then we have to do more on the end of market rate. And that's not a balance that's necessarily looked on favorably at the state level when they're applying with Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, the TDHCA application. So we have had some conversations about raising that cap. I think one of the interesting things as we're going through the policy will be to look at what Councilmember Saul Gonzalez was talking about, what is affordable in San Marcos and how that could relate into our policy as those come through. But we're also, I'll say balancing, it's not the word I want to use, but we're balancing what we would like to see in our community with what the state requires.
Sure.
Those developments are trying to get those housing tax credits to be able to construct those affordable units here, and their requirements if they're vastly different from ours, they have a harder time being competitive at the state to get those tax credits.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, staff. Mayor, you had a similar posted on that same part of housing affordability.
need it. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, figure it out, let me know.
Oh, yes.
I think this is just going back to the other one. It would be helpful for me, and that this could be like you and me, Amanda, like understand the efforts that were made, like the lore of like how it got to the plan and why nobody, like don't have any takers, but I can pick your brain about that some other time. Thank you.
Okay, so how it has been written, make sure we capture it correctly. Identify and implement additional methods to provide affordable housing and access current programs.
Do we need to like name that we should come up with our conceptualization of affordable housing? Or is that just like a vision, not this vision?
I think that's rolled into the policy and having those policy conversations. I mean, we've heard what council said over the past even 10 years. That policy is 10 years old, and know that there's a lot that needs to be incorporated there that wasn't before.
So when are we gonna get our definition?
This year. I'm adding it to the this year list. It's been on the this year list since last fall.
Right, okay, so what I'm hearing is this year, we're gonna make it happen, so we don't need to put it there because we got this.
Ask for a month. Ask for which month?
What month?
Don't ask for a month, because I gave mayor a month and I have another month that I had to give city manager's office. I don't know. I mean, if you wanted to include in the strategic plan a reference to the policy to make sure that it doesn't fall off the list, that's absolutely appropriate at this point. I think it would be a copy and paste of number 1, but instead of strategic housing action plan, it would say affordable workforce housing policy, that we are going to update and adopt that new policy.
Well, and then since we're already gonna do it, then next year we can be like, yeah, we did that, and then mark it off.
That would be the plan. We'll be able to mark 2 affordable housing items off next year.
That's all I have.
So I'm hearing 2 modifications.
Y'all ever write anything on your to-do list just to check it off? That's how I feel about this.
You've already adopted it. It'd just be update.
How does this sit? All right, going across. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. All right, that brings us to 4:29. Do we want to take a break, or do we want to end for the day? Or what are we going to?
In for the day. Everybody here looks real tired, sleepy, ready to go home.
We're all sleeping. I don't know if one's coming back or not.
For what?
And we lost half of the crew.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I was
mean,
gonna say.
if we're gonna have 4, we're all gonna have to agree to get things moving on.
So I believe we've gone through 2, so that means we would start tomorrow with 3, and that would get us done. So are we good with going ahead and ending our day today?
What about Matthew's there? I'm sorry.
Oh, he just popped back on.
But he doesn't feel well.
It's been real quiet. Doesn't feel well.
Shoot, I've been here. I've just been on mute and the video off. But it's up to you guys, whatever you want to do.
It's like passing out, I'm down or whatever.
All right, so we make the decision to end for the day?
What do you think, man?
I think since we lost 3 people.
Yes. Okay. That works. I will hand it over to you, Mayor, as we enter today, or Elizabeth.
No, I will send it back to Ms. Reyes, but let's talk about what we want to do tomorrow, because we started this at, like 3 hours later than what we were planning to in the program. So to make sure we're not going till 6 o'clock tomorrow, would you talk about what the expectations are for tomorrow?
We started, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. We started this later than 3 hours later?
Yeah, we could start this at like 12:30. We started at 2:30 or something.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I wasn't seeing what you had in front of you. The plan tomorrow is, I mean, really from here on out, our role in terms of what we were doing the first part of the day was just to make sure that we were giving you context of all the things we have to keep in mind so that those things are kept in context with the things that want to be achieved as part of the vision, just so that it keeps it realistic. But the rest of the time is y'all's. So tomorrow would be all just taking up basically where we're leaving off today, start with goal 3, and then work our way through that and make sure that we have a good plan going forward. Obviously from here, just like this plan that you have in front of you, we would go back and do the strategies and tasks, bring that forward to you. And then Mayor and Council, you would adopt it like you did the current plan to make sure that it's got all the things in there that you want to see as we go forward.
Thank you. All right. All right. So from there, we can end this part of the session. And I'll hand it off to, I think it's Elizabeth.
Back to me, I guess.
Back to you, Mayor, then Elizabeth.
Okay, and tomorrow we will start at 8:30. Ms. Trevino, what's for food tomorrow? You have a microphone down there? Sal, would you?
So for breakfast, we're having Taco Bana breakfast tacos, and for lunch, we're having Raising Cane's.
I know that. I'm just trying to get everything lined out for all of that. Okay. So that brings us to the question and answer portion of our program. And I show that we have Maxfield Baker and Lisa Marie Capoletta have signed up. Are either of them here or online? Oh, Mr. Baker's online. Okay, Mr. Baker, is your turn. Same 3-minute time frame applies. You may ask your questions.
Great. Yeah, I had to grab my dog so she wouldn't be barking. Let's see. So I wanted to ask if there was going to be any direction from council in your vision to make the city's website better. We hear a lot of complaints about that and accessibility to it. It's more often easier to just Google something than to look it up on the city's website. Also, the Civics Club has successfully received draft agendas for all the city council meetings. I was wondering if council and staff were, having gone through this process now for a whole year, if you all would consider making those draft agendas publicly available on the city's website. I heard today that there was discussion about making the packets more complete, and I think that would be a good way to kind of do that. Also, kind of attached to both of these things would be why it's been difficult to get minutes, or not difficult, but the minutes for the meetings are also not publicly available on the city's website for the city council meetings. And kind of similar to, and similarly, transcripts for meetings aren't available. When we talk about getting community members more engaged, having that stuff available makes it easier for people to sort through it on their own time. And kind of tying all of that together, the Civics Club has been doing a lot of open records requests, but we've talked about that sometimes these can be perceived as combative or adding extra work onto, already stressed and pressed people. And we know everybody there is working really hard. So I was curious if council would consider auditing the open records requests, the types of requests you're getting, and considering if, having those common open records request items just publicly posted. And as an example of that, the police 2022 study that was referenced in today's meeting was not already publicly accessible on the police chief's website or, the city's website. And I approached staff and asked like, hey, do I need to do an open records request for this, or could that just be made publicly available? I think that there are going to be lots of examples if you were to audit that process. And again, it would be a good sign to build trust with the community to just have things more readily available. I've made the comment in the past that, there's sometimes it's a little bit of work for maybe not a whole lot of people, but it also kind of serves as a barrier to have people go through this. Even folks that have been organizing in town are intimidated by open records requests. And, it sometimes feels like it's combative. So yeah, I appreciate any responses on those. Thank you all for a great visioning session today. And of course, thanks for supporting the Attendance Bill of Rights. Hooray!
Okay, I'm not answering the questions, but just for people who may be watching, I believe you're asking for an agenda earlier than it is now because you said something else, would like to see the agendas posted. I just want to make sure everybody knows that we post our agendas in the legal time period, sometimes a day or two sooner, 72 hours. We are posting them. Your request is to get them even earlier. Just wanted to clarify that. And you're saying yes. So just so the public knows, we do post our agendas as the law says. And I think we'll take all those requests under consideration. Ms. Reyes, anything that you would provide?
We're always looking at our website in terms of how to make that better. And so that's good feedback. We'll definitely do that. And it's a collaborative effort between the city clerk and our comms team in terms of getting some of the things up that are being asked.
Whenever
we'll
I can't,
continue to do that.
whenever I can't easily find something, I email y'all. So, yeah. Okay. And so, Mr. Baker, we've completed that one. Is Ms. Capoletto online? Okay. So with that, question and answer session with press and public related items on this agenda is concluded, and there being no further business on our agenda, I will adjourn us at 4:37.